That group of celestial women that was merrily laughing earlier had, in the next moment, turned into spooky skeletons with snow-white bones, and each of their bones was refracting dazzling rays of light. This scene really made the hearts of the onlookers ache. If the Western monk were here, his comprehension toward Buddhist teachings would have surely increased after witnessing this scene, Shuhang muttered to himself. Oh, wait a moment, that Western monk actually belongs to the Daoist faction. No matter how good his comprehension in regards to Buddhist teachings gets, it's still completely useless. Su Clan 16 asked, Senior White, are those things monster skeletons or something similar? Not even I have seen such marvelous monster skeletons before. Venerable White said. Shuhang said, this is, after all, an illusory reality, and it's difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality in this place. Venerable White said, moreover, there is something wrong with this illusory reality. This is not something an ordinary seventh stage venerable can create. Even if it was I who created the illusory reality, there was no way the spiritual chi inside would be so rich and dense. Rather than an illusory reality, this is more like a small world. But isn't that the same ability as the nucleus inside Shuhang's heart aperture has? 16 asked. Venerable White said, to be more accurate, it should be a low-quality version of the ability of the nucleus in Shuhang's heart aperture. Compared to a real world, this illusory reality has a lot of deficiencies. From what I remember, when the scholarly faction created their small world, the small world could be already considered a complete world, and the nucleus in Shuhang's heart aperture is something of the same rank as the golden lotus of the scholarly faction. While they were discussing, the multicolored light in the distance slowly faded. Those female cultivators that had suddenly turned into skeletons had disappeared as well. Shuhang said, they all disappeared, was it just an illusion? Let's go take a look at that place. Perhaps we can find some clues. Venerable White dashed forward, quickly heading toward that place where the multicolored light had disappeared. Shuhang and Su Clan 16 closely followed after Senior White, likewise dashing toward that place where the multicolored light had vanished. We have arrived. It was precisely here. Venerable White stopped, and what appeared before their eyes was a big and dried-up lake. Without the moistening of the water, the bottom of the lake was already full of cracks. At this time, only bones and skeletons were left of the creatures that had originally inhabited the lake. The remains of fishes, shellfishes, and other similar creatures were scattered all over. There were also traces of withered vegetation. However, they didn't see the skeletons of those 10 or so celestial women that had appeared amidst the multicolored light. It seems that this lake has dried up since a long time ago. Shuhang pondered for a moment, and then said to Su Clan 16, do you still have some of those fried beans? Can you throw them in the center of the lake to see if there are any dangers there? I don't have any more fried beans, but I have some melon seeds. Su Clan 16 slightly raised her small face and stretched out her hand, scattering around a handful of melon seeds. Thud, thud, thud. The melon seeds fell to the bottom of the dried-up lake. Anyway, it seemed that 16 was carrying with her a lot of snacks, and of several different types at that. Around 10 seconds later. Shuhang said, from the looks of it, there is no danger. However, his voice had yet to fade that he was immediately slapped in the face. Mounds of earth emerged from the bottom of the dried-up lake one after another. From the looks of it, something was about to drill out of the ground of the lake. Something is coming out, are they the skeletons of those celestial women from before? Su Clan 16 looked at the mounds of earth with a curious expression. Clang, 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 a grating, metallic sound echoed all around. In the next moment, several figures wearing armor all over their bodies drilled out of each mound. What they were wearing were sets of full-body armor, exquisite and pleasing to the eye. Even if they had just drilled out of the ground, the armor was still glistening and shining. Although these figures were wearing full-body armor, they didn't appear cumbersome. On the other hand, they looked graceful and curvaceous. From the model, it seemed a set of armor that women would wear. Each of their actions was issuing a sharp and clear sound of friction. It seemed that whoever made these set of armor was definitely someone very bored. Venerable White gently raised his finger, and meteor swords started to hover next to Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16, getting ready for all eventualities. At this time, the silver-armored figure standing in the forefront position took a step forward, and said, "Great Master of the Divine Beast Department, stop immediately and leave this place. What lies ahead is the forbidden area known as Jade Lake. You are not allowed to enter this place." The voice was that of a woman, but after passing through the armor, it became somewhat strange. After saying this much, the figures wearing steel armor didn't attack the trio, but assumed a defensive formation instead. From the looks of it, they weren't planning to attack Song Shuhang and the others as long as they didn't advance any further. Venerable White, Song Shuhang, and Su Clan 16 looked at each other. The Great Master of the Divine Beast Department? The forbidden area known as Jade Lake? Who is this Great Master of the Divine Beast Department? Su Clan 16 looked at Venerable White and Song Shuhang. After all, it surely wasn't her. She was a saber's woman, and didn't have any talent in raising pet animals. Venerable White turned his head around and looked at Song Shuhang. "Shuhang, when did you become a Great Master of the Divine Beast Department?" "I never became the Great Master of the Divine Beast Department." "Oh, wait a moment, perhaps it's related to this." Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. Therefore, he stretched out his hand and took out 2 thick golden chains from his size-reducing purse. It was precisely that golden chain connected to the 33 Divine Beast sect. It was a treasure used to pass down the legacy of the sect. Song Shuhang had once used the secret appraisal technique to appraise that golden chain, and he had obtained the following result: the Spirit Beast Chain, an item forged with pure gold. It's the status symbol of the disciples of the 88th Department of the ancient heavenly city, the Divine Beast Department. Spirit Beast Chains are conferred only to the Master Spirit Beast Tamers that have received the official recognition of the ancient heavenly city. It's a symbol that shows one's social status. The Divine Beast Department was the name used in the heavenly city to refer to the 33 Divine Beast sect. The Divine Beast Department of the heavenly city was none other than the predecessor of the 33 Divine Beast sect. After linking the words of this silver-armored figure standing before their eyes together with the words Divine Beast Department and Jade Lake Forbidden Area, one would immediately think of a certain place. Song Shuhang looked toward that figure wearing bright silver armor, and asked, "Is this place the ancient heavenly city? Or perhaps it was actually a fragment of the ancient heavenly city?" After the ancient heavenly city got destroyed, the whole thing was torn into several pieces. Then, just as he thought of the ancient heavenly city, the picture of a huge gate suddenly appeared in Song Shuhang's mind as he was looking at the dried-up lake. This gate was covered in magical mist, with a myriad of glittering golden rays radiating from it. It was deep green in color and seemed as though it was made of glass. In addition, it was shining very brightly, just as if it had been adorned with precious stones. It was the southern heavenly gate. However, in the picture in Song Shuhang's mind, the southern heavenly gate was damaged in many spots, and someone seemed to have forcefully patched it up. Where had he seen this picture? Why couldn't he remember anything about it? Song Shuhang thought for a moment, and then quickly remembered the reason. It was something he had once seen firsthand. It was a memory from the mysterious island. For some unknown reason, that portion of his memories had been sealed. However, now that he came in contact with the Jade Lake, part of his sealed memories was unexpectedly unsealed. When I was on the mysterious island, did I come in contact with the heavenly city? Song Shuhang thought to himself. When faced with Song Shuhang's question, the silver-armored figure didn't reply. She calmly stood at the bottom of the dried-up lake and gazed at Song Shuhang and the others without saying a word. They were worried about them trespassing the boundaries of the so-called Jade Lake, and were fulfilling their duty as guards. Su Clan 16 said, "Are the women inside these suits of armor the same celestial women we've spotted within the multicolored radiance earlier? Are they the guardians of the Jade Lake? It seems as if they aren't human beings, but at the same time, they are different from puppets too. Is it possible that they are something that was materialized through this illusory reality?" Song Shuhang said in a soft voice. The illusory reality was a mixture of truth and deceit, and one couldn't distinguish what was real and what wasn't. Ancient heavenly city? In other words, this illusory reality is the ancient heavenly city or a portion of it? Venerable White's eyes immediately lit up. "Yes, that should be the case," Song Shuhang said. "That's it." Venerable White clenched his fists, and said, "So this is what the treasure was. Shuhang, let's take away this piece of the ancient heavenly city." Song Shuhang gazed at the huge lake before his eyes. "Can this portion of the ancient heavenly city even be taken away?" "Of course it can. As long as we manage to find its core, I'm pretty confident I can take away everything. In the end, this thing is still an illusory reality," Venerable White said. Song Shuhang said, "But how can we find the core?" "Generally speaking, the core is the most important place of the illusory reality. If this place consists of only the Jade Lake, the dried-up lake before our eyes is the core. But if the range of this illusory reality is bigger than this, and there is an even more important place, that place will be the core. After all, the illusory reality is originally centered in one point and then spread outward. In short, let's look for the core first," Venerable White explained. At this moment, somewhere inside the illusory reality, Elder Lushan Street of the Limitless Demon sect was sitting cross-legged in a state of deep meditation, attempting to break through to the 8th stage profound sage realm. Demon Monarch Lushan Street was a highly experienced venerable, and his age was very advanced. Along with the passage of time, he did not have many years left to live. As such, he decided to return to this ancestral land of the Limitless Demon sect and enter into a state of deep meditation in hope of breaking through. Actually, several disciples of the Limitless Demon sect were wondering as to why Demon Monarch Lushan Street had decided to return to this ancestral land with low spiritual chi to enter into a state of deep meditation and try to break through. After all, wouldn't his chances of breaking through be much higher if he were to enter into a state of deep meditation in the head altar, where the concentration of spiritual chi was much higher? Was it really for the sake of old times? According to the rumors, when Demon Monarch Lushan Street was young, the head altar of the Limitless Demon sect was still located in this ancestral land. However, the real reason Demon Monarch Lushan Street had decided to enter into a state of deep meditation in this ancestral land was that a huge secret was concealed here. This secret involved a fragment of the heavenly city, the Jade Lake Forbidden Area. This fragment of the heavenly city had been below this ancestral land of the Limitless Demon sect all along while concealed. But, 40 or so years ago, the fragment of the heavenly city came out of its concealment. At the time, Demon Monarch Lushan Street was lucky to be the first person to come in contact with this fragment of the heavenly city. After all, this place was the turning point that would allow him to advance to the 8th stage profound sage realm, as well the turning point that would allow him to advance to the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm in the future. The trio separated, everyone went to look for the core of the illusory reality. Before separating, Venerable White gave Song Shuhang and Su Clan's 16 a 1,000-mile sound transmitter talisman, so that they could easily contact each other. In this dimension, which they thought to be a fragment of the ancient heavenly city, mobile phones were unable to get a signal. Excluding Venerable White's super-magically modified mobile phone, not even Song Shuhang's normally magically modified phone could get a signal here. Aside from that, Song Shuhang and 16 also had a disposable flying sword with them, and they could promptly activate it if they were to meet danger to either defend themselves or flee for their life. In addition, Venerable White wasn't too far from them. As such, their safety was guaranteed. After Venerable White and 16 left, Song Shuhang didn't leave, and stood on the edge of the dried-up lake. Then, he stretched out his hand and took a certain thing out of his size-reducing purse. It was a scouting-type puppet. Back then, he had asked Northern River's loose cultivator to fix this puppet for him so that he could use it as a substitute. His plan was to make the puppet perform in his stead in that scene where Senior Brother Gao Sheng had to cruelly beat up Ling Yi. It was unknown what had happened afterward, but in a moment of confusion, Song Shuhang ended up playing that scene with his real body, while the scouting-type puppet stayed off the arena, quietly standing in its original place like a wooden figurine. After thinking about the scene, Song Shuhang wondered if he had been possessed back then. Anyway, after taking out the scouting-type puppet, Song Shuhang made a hand seal and poured his true qi inside the puppet. In the next moment, the puppet assumed Song Shuhang's appearance. Song Shuhang nodded, satisfied, and controlled the puppet, making it scout the world of the illusory reality in his stead. In the meantime, his real body kept standing on the edge of the dried-up jade lake. Before him, the various female guards wearing full body armor kept staring at him, not moving in the slightest and firmly protecting the jade lake. Speaking of which, Venerable White was initially planning to kidnap one of the female guards of the Jade Lake so that he could study them. But later, he changed his mind and decided to take away the whole fragment of the heavenly city. Therefore, he chose to temporarily let off the guards of the Jade Lake so as to avoid complicating the situation further. After all, if he damaged these female guards, there was a chance that the self-defense mechanism of the illusory reality might activate, causing them unnecessary trouble. These female guards had really dodged a calamity. After all, it was really rare for Venerable White to give up on something that had piqued his interest. Song Shuhang and the female guards of the Jade Lake kept looking at each other. Song Shuhang asked once again, "May I ask if this is the ancient heavenly city?" The guards of the Jade Lake kept silent. Song Shuhang asked again, "Is the master of the Jade Lake home?" Now then, was the master of the Jade Lake that very same Queen Mother of the West mentioned in legends? The guards of the Jade Lake kept silent as before, just as though they were statues. Song Shuhang said, "Have you lot been living in this place since the era of the ancient heavenly city?" As before, the guards of the Jade Lake didn't reply. No matter what Song Shuhang was asking or talking about, they just wouldn't reply. However, if Song Shuhang slightly raised his leg to take a step forward, the silver-armored female guard would immediately point the long sword in her hand toward Song Shuhang and assume an offensive position. Then, just as Song Shuhang took his leg back, the silver-armored female guard would take her sword back and return to a defensive position. Song Shuhang repeated the action several times, and the silver-armored female guard reacted the same way each time. If he raised his leg to step forward, the female guard would assume an offensive position. If he took it back, she would return to a defensive position. They are the same as those NPCs found in games. Anyway, do these female guards have a certain degree of intelligence? Or have they thoroughly turned into NPCs? After all, they had recognized his status earlier and treated him as the great master of the Divine Beast Department, or was it possible that even the action of recognizing his status was the same as those NPCs in games, which had a fixed number of actions they could perform? Song Shuhang lowered his head and gazed at Swordsman Wooden Ox's glove of passion. Should he try to appraise the female guards of the Jade Lake? Although the opposite party seemed to be very old, Song Shuhang's comprehension of the secret appraisal technique was getting better and better. According to his estimations, the price he would have to pay to appraise these female guards should be within a range that his body could withstand. Still, if he wanted to use the secret appraisal technique of his own volition, he would first have to get close to the female guards. And if he were to get close to them, the guards would surely attack him. "I have no idea from where to start," Song Shuhang said in a soft voice. After pondering for a moment, he started to circle around the shore of the Jade Lake in the hope of discovering some other way to get into the Jade Lake. When he started moving, the silver-armored female guards, as well as the other guards, likewise started to move. Their bodies stepped out of the soil and closely followed Song Shuhang. Wherever Song Shuhang went, they followed. Song Shuhang kept walking alongside the shore. Then, while walking and walking, the connection between him and the scouting puppet was suddenly cut off. The puppet was scouting the nearby area when it discovered a mountain valley, deciding to go inside it. But as soon as it got inside the mountain valley, the connection between it and Song Shuhang was cut off. There was definitely something wrong with that mountain valley. Song Shuhang took out his 1,000-mile sound transmitter talisman and got in contact with Senior White and Su Clan 16. But just as Song Shuhang activated the 1,000-mile sound transmitter talisman, the connection between him and the scouting puppet was restored. The reason was that the puppet had been thrown out of the mountain valley, after getting cut into 5 pieces, truly tragic. This scouting puppet was a rather cheap magical treasure, and if it had a defect, it was precisely that it would share everything it was experiencing with its master. The things it was seeing, the things it was hearing, the things it was sensing, as well as pain. Song Shuhang screamed in pain. He experienced firsthand the pain of having his body cut into 5 pieces. This type of pain wasn't something one could easily endure. This pain of having his body dismembered came too suddenly, and Song Shuhang's foot slipped while he was in pain, causing him to fall to the ground. Then, after rolling several times, he entered the range of the Jade Lake. He was in a horrible situation now. Song Shuhang used the corner of his eyes to gaze at the female guards of the Jade Lake. As expected, as soon as he rolled inside the boundaries of the Jade Lake, the female guards instantly moved, launching an attack against him. The silver-armored female guard was the fastest one, and a dazzling white light exploded from her body as she attacked. Afterward, white flames started to burn all over her body, and she arrived next to Song Shuhang just as if she had teleported. She wielded her sword and instantly launched up to 100 sword lights toward Song Shuhang. But right at this time, a transparent barrier appeared around Song Shuhang's body, firmly protecting him. It was precisely that powerful barrier that the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group used during the movie to feign death. Song Shuhang had 2 of these talismans in total. They were something Fairy Lychee had gifted him on their first meeting. But now, both the talismans had been used up. Ding, ding, ding. The sword of the silver-armored female guard continuously bumped into the defensive barrier. Sparks flew in all directions, but the barrier wasn't breached. Inside the defensive barrier, Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Lady Onion. You've saved my life once again." At the critical moment, it was Lady Onion that, once again, activated the talisman, saving his Song Shuhang's life. "You really have a lot of bad luck as of late." Lady Onion taunted him. "I know, after all, I have a black glow shining between my eyebrows." Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and endured the pain as he stopped rolling, quickly returning to the edge of the Jade Lake. Ding, ding, ding. Behind him, the swords of the female guards continuously bumped into his defensive barrier. At this time, cracks had started to appear on the surface of this powerful defensive barrier that the seniors had used to feign death. The strength of the female guards of the Jade Lake was around the 5th stage realm, but the weapons in their hands weren't ordinary ones. Moreover, the speed of their attacks was too fast, and the number too high. Under these circumstances, the powerful defensive barrier couldn't resist for long. Around 3 breaths later, Song Shuhang returned to the shore of the Jade Lake and gasped for breath. At this time, there were 6 deep sword wounds on his body. The wounds were so deep that even his bones were visible. Under this barrage of attacks of the 5th stage rank, his body-tempering cultivation techniques and defensive Daoist robe turned out to be quite useless. The Daoist robe also had 6 holes in it right now. Had he been a step slower, the 10 or so female guards would have likely killed him with their sword attacks. Of course, if he was really going to die, Senior White's disposable flying sword would have activated, pewing him away. Luckily, the female guards of the Jade Lake stopped attacking him after he'd reached the shore of the lake, assuming a defensive stance once again. The two parties returned to stare at each other. Shuhang took out some medicine to treat his wounds, taking some orally and applying the rest externally. Afterward, he activated the healing technique on his ancient bronze ring to heal his wounds. The silver-armored female guard raised her head and said in a grave tone, "Great Master of the Divine Beast Department, don't challenge our authority again. The next time, we won't let you off." From her tone, it seemed that they were still showing mercy with that barrage of attacks from before. "As I expected, you aren't lifeless NPCs." Shuhang laughed. After saying this much, Shuhang thought of another problem. He could hear and understand the words of the silver-armored female guard. After all, what the opposite party was using wasn't an ancient language but Mandarin, the modern language of China. The first time he'd heard her words, he hadn't thought of this problem. In that case, was the language he was hearing Mandarin due to some translating magical technique these female guards were using? Alternatively, had these female guards kept in touch with the external world? Or perhaps they had gained knowledge about the external world through some other method? "Great Master of the Divine Beast Department, leave this land. This is not a place you should set foot in." The voice of the silver-armored female guard echoed again. Shuhang laughed and sat cross-legged on the edge of the shore. Of course, he had moved back a little so as to avoid rolling down again. At the same time, he said in the 1,000-mile sound transmitter talisman, "Senior White, 16. I've discovered a rather suspicious mountain valley. Anyway, I'm still at the edge of that dried-up Jade Lake at this time. Are you alright? I heard you screaming earlier," Su Clan 16 asked, somewhat worried. Shuhang said, "Something unexpected happened, but I'm not in danger." "Wait a moment. I'm immediately heading over," Venerable White said. After sending the message, Shuhang looked again toward the female guards below. "Do you know that the Great Ming dynasty has fallen already?" The silver-armored female guard. "My meaning is, do you know that the ancient heavenly city has fallen already?" Shuhang said. "Since the ancient heavenly city was already destroyed, what's the point in still guarding the Jade Lake? In the meantime." Elder Lushan Street of the Limitless Demon Sect stood up, his face dark. "Damn it, someone barged into this place," Elder Lushan Street said as he clenched his teeth. At this time, a stupid puppet had just stepped into the mountain valley he was closing in. "Damn it, who discovered this fragment of the heavenly city? I even used several methods to conceal its presence. As such, how did they manage to discover it?" Elder Lushan Street said, somewhat depressed. He was sure that no one in this ancestral land of the Limitless Demon Sect had the ability to see through his methods. Even if an 8th stage profound sage casually passed by the ancestral land, they wouldn't be able to discover this place unless they carefully inspected the surroundings. As such, what kind of heaven-defying luck did this intruder have to discover the location of this fragment of the heavenly city and get inside it? Demon Venerable Lushan Street clenched his teeth, and said, "It doesn't matter how they got inside, this fragment of the heavenly city is my meditating place, and my hope of advancing to the 8th stage profound sage realm lies with it. I won't allow anyone to interrupt my meditation." Earlier, he'd activated the slaughtering sword formation in the mountain valley to chop to pieces the puppet that had intruded the place, subsequently throwing it outside the valley. He did so because he wanted to give the person controlling that puppet a taste of the pain of having their body cut into pieces. The crime of interrupting his meditation was even worse than the crime of killing his entire family. Whoever dared to interrupt his meditation had to die. Demon Venerable Lushan Street took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind in order to reach his peak condition. At the same time, he activated all the killing and supplementary formations inside the mountain valley. This mountain valley was like his family backyard, and his strength was several times higher while fighting in this place. Even if the opposite party was a 7th stage venerable, he could fight 3 of them at the same time. Come. I'll tear you to shreds in this very same mountain valley. On the edge of the dried-up Jade Lake. Shuhang stared at the silver-armored female guard. After a long time, the silver-armored female guard replied, for the first time, to Shuhang's question. The heavenly city hasn't fallen. Shuhang curiously looked at her. And the heavenly emperor hasn't fallen either, the silver-armored female guard said once again, her tone one of seriousness. One day, the emperor will return, and the fragmented heavenly city would become one again. At that time, the emperor will become even stronger than before, surpassing everything and everyone. After she had said this much, the previous image of the silver-armored female guard that seemed to value the saying, "Silence is gold," quickly changed. The image of a chatterbox was more suitable to describe the current her. Are you implying that the heavenly emperor is still alive? Shuhang asked out of curiosity. The boss of the heavenly city was still alive even after the city had been blown into these many pieces? The emperor is obviously living, and has been alive all along, the silver-armored female guard said solemnly. While speaking, she joined both hands and took out a dazzling ball of light. Strange runes were flashing one after another inside this ball of light. The whole ball was emitting a strong aura of life, and the core of the various runes was a small and exquisite pearl. As you can see, the imperial pearl has a great amount of life force within. This imperial pearl represents the heavenly emperor itself. If the emperor lives, the pearl lives, if the emperor dies, the pearl dies. Since the aura of life emitted from it is so strong, not only does it mean that the emperor still lives, but also that he is living really well. Besides, not much time is left before the emperor returns. The female guard showed Shuhang the imperial pearl. After hearing her words, Shuhang started to doubt her identity. Why would a guard of the Jade Lake have such an item with her? Was it possible that the master of the Jade Lake had left this item in her care? The huge amount of life force inside the imperial pearl wasn't fake. If Shuhang compared his own life force to the one emanating from the imperial pearl, the difference was as great as that between a small firefly and the blazing sun. If the emperor lived, the pearl lived; if the emperor died, the pearl died. If the words of the female guard were reliable, not only was the heavenly emperor still living, but was also living very well. Is it possible that the heavenly emperor will really come back and rebuild the heavenly city? Shuhang muttered to himself. In addition, after returning, the heavenly emperor would become even stronger than before and surpass everything and everyone? The heavenly emperor was one of the strongest immortals. According to the timeline, the heavenly emperor either belonged to the same era as the scholarly sage, or was one of the immortals that emerged shortly after the era of the scholarly sage. Once the construction of the heavenly city had been completed, the heavenly emperor should have reached the same level of strength as the ultra-amazing sage of the scholarly faction. Therefore, if the heavenly emperor became even stronger than before, wouldn't they become the new wielder of the will? That's a given. After the emperor returns, the heavenly city will be rebuilt. Great Master of the Divine Beast Department, this is also the reason I let you off even if you dared to barge into the Jade Lake Forbidden Area just now. If you stay alive, you can still make yourself useful and serve the Emperor after the latter returns and starts to rebuild the heavenly city, the silver-armored female guard said solemnly. Shuhang forced a smile. He wasn't even a disciple of the Divine Beast Department, and he had no interest in serving the heavenly Emperor. The silver-armored female guard seemed to have seen through Shuhang's intentions. Therefore, she coldly snorted and joined both her hands, preparing to put away the precious imperial pearl. But right at this time, something unexpected happened. a large amount of the life force that was emanating from the Imperial Pearl suddenly disappeared. The life force was dissipating at a very fast pace. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the life force in the Imperial Pearl had disappeared. The silver-armored female guard was shocked, and the guards behind her were likewise shocked. The silver-armored female guard could only absent-mindedly watch the Imperial Pearl in her hands as the life force inside was quickly dissipating. "How is this possible? How is this possible?" the female guard muttered to herself. The Imperial Pearl represented the Heavenly Emperor. Now that a large part of the life force inside the Imperial Pearl had disappeared, it meant that a large part of the life force of the Heavenly Emperor had likewise withered. Such a strong aura of life was emanating from the pearl just a moment ago. As such, why did things suddenly take this turn? Was it possible that someone had found the Heavenly Emperor and had managed to severely injure them, or even kill them, within this short period of time? Impossible, 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 the silver-armored female guard roared in a frenzy. Just as she was crazily shouting, all the remaining life force in the Imperial Pearl disappeared. The Imperial Pearl had now turned into a very ordinary pearl, dim and gloomy. In the next moment, crack, 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 the Imperial Pearl broke. It thoroughly broke, turning into fine powder. If the Emperor lived, the pearl lived; if the Emperor died, the pearl died. Now, the Imperial Pearl had turned into powder. Did it mean that the Heavenly Emperor had died? The silver-armored female guard shrieked as if she had gone crazy. Her cry was full of sorrow, desperation, and agony. She wasn't the only one, all the female guards behind her also started screaming. They held their heads in their hands and knelt in the dried-up jade lake. Some had even started to roll in desperation at the bottom of the lake. This Imperial Pearl had given all the female guards of the Jade Lake the strength to persevere up until now, to the point that it had turned into their only belief. They firmly believed that the owner of the Imperial Pearl, the Heavenly Emperor, would one day return and collect all the scattered fragments of the Heavenly City, building a new and even more powerful Heavenly City. But little did they expect that all the life force within the Imperial Pearl would suddenly dissipate, with the pearl breaking and the Heavenly Emperor dying just like that. This turn of events had been too sudden. How is this possible? Why did it happen? The silver-armored female guard said in agony. She curled up into a ball and was, at this time, in a state of complete despair. Shuhang. That was bad. Under normal circumstances, even if the Imperial Pearl broke, it would have nothing to do with him. But now, that silver-armored female guard was carefully putting the Imperial Pearl away after showing it to him when the pearl suddenly broke and turned into fine powder. As such, after recovering from her current frenzied state, wasn't this silver-armored female guard going to take out all her hate, as well as other negative emotions, on him who was but an innocent bystander? Should he consider escaping? If he wanted to escape, he could simply activate Venerable White's disposable flying sword. At that time, none of these female guards would be able to catch up to him. But, on the other hand, what had happened to the Heavenly Emperor? Did the Emperor die just like that? Were they made of mud to die like that? Given the strength of the Heavenly Emperor, even if they were surrounded and attacked by several other powerhouses of the same level, they should still be able to fight for a few years before dying, right? It should be impossible for the Emperor to die within just a few seconds. Just as he was deep in thought, the silver-armored female guard stopped screaming. She raised her head and slowly stood up, gazing at Shuhang. She was wearing a type of helmet that covered her whole face, but that pair of glistening red eyes was visible even through the helmet. Her whole body was shivering at this moment. It was the calm before the storm. All the things that blue-haired female senior said turned out to be correct. There is really a frightening black glow shining between my eyebrows as of late. I should really hide at home and not step out, just like a good otaku. If I get bored after staying at home all day, I can spin a cocoon. I've decided. After I safely return home with Senior White this time, I'll spin a cocoon and refuse to get out of home, at the very least, not until the black glow between my eyebrows disappears. Calm down. There is no point in taking out your anger on an innocent bystander like me. Shuhang took out the disposable flying sword and then continued persuading her. Although the imperial pearl in your hands broke, it doesn't mean that something happened to the heavenly emperor. If the emperor lives, the pearl lives, if the emperor dies, the pearl dies, but it doesn't mean that the emperor would necessarily die if the pearl dies. Calm down and think about it for a moment. Wasn't the way the life force within the imperial pearl disappeared a little too strange? The speed at which it disappeared was simply too fast. This defies both the principles of science and cultivation. How can someone as powerful as the heavenly emperor die within just a few seconds? Therefore, it's possible that the imperial pearl had simply reached its expiration date and broke as a consequence. It's very likely that this whole matter doesn't have anything to do with the heavenly emperor. Shuhang discovered that the explanation he had come up with after operating his brain at full speed during this critical moment was rather reasonable. Therefore, he continued to persuade her. All the things in the universe have an expiration date. After tens of millions of years, even godly weapons of the 9th stage tribulation transcenderank would fall into ruin if not properly taken care of. This imperial pearl doesn't even seem to be a powerful magical treasure. Therefore, isn't it pretty normal that it broke? Perhaps Shuhang's words had really managed to convince her, but the silver-armored female guard calmed down, and her body stopped shivering. What you say makes sense. Thank you, the female guard said in a soft voice. It really made sense. The emperor was so powerful, and even when the heavenly city was blown to smithereens, the emperor still managed to survive. As such, how could they die within such a short period of time now? It simply went against the principles of cultivation. Moreover, the fact that the pearl had died didn't necessarily mean that the emperor had died as well. Perhaps the imperial pearl had really reached its expiration date and broke for that reason. You're welcome. Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This cold-looking silver-armored female guard turned out to be rather easy to fool. Is it because she spent too much time in this underground place? Since I've managed to fool her, I should seize this opportunity to bid the lot of them farewell and leave the Jade Lake as soon as possible. I can't risk having this silver-armored female guard go crazy again. There is a chance she might change her mind again if she keeps pondering this matter any further. After thinking up to this point, Shuhang cupped his hands and prepared to say goodbye to the silver-armored female guard. But right at this time, he sensed a warm feeling getting transmitted from his back to the rest of his body, just as though someone had hugged him from behind. Shuhang, who was planning to leave, froze in his original position and was unable to set out. Around a breath later, that warm hug-like feeling slowly faded and was replaced with another type of feeling. Now, he felt as if something was about to drill out of his back. However, he felt no pain in his back at the moment. On the contrary, a weak and numb feeling was transmitted from there. At the same time, he discovered that he was now unable to move, just as if someone had cast an immobilizing technique on him. What's happening? Shuhang tried to move his hands, and he realized that he could move only his fingers and was unable to lift his arms. All his body felt extremely heavy. What happened to you? Your complexion is very pale, the silver-armored female guard below asked. Shuhang furrowed his brows, and said, I can't move my body. Let me take a look. All the true qi inside your body is concentrating in your back. Do you practice any cultivation technique that can allow you to break out of a cocoon and get reborn or shed your skin? For example, techniques such as the 9 transformations of the giant silkworm, the metamorphosis of the caterpillar, or the 3 lives of the jade snake, the silver-armored female guard asked. Shuhang replied, no, I don't. I've never practiced any of these strange cultivation techniques. The silver-armored female guard pondered for a short moment, and then said, in that case, the situation might be rather serious, and it's possible that you might die. It feels as if there is something that wants to drill out of your back and get out of your body. In addition, all the true qi in your body is concentrating in your back. From the look of it, this thing is absorbing it and using it as nourishment. After it comes out of your body, you will probably die. Song Shuhang. Holy shit, what's happening? Why is there something that wants to come out of my body? Is it something similar to those aliens in the movie Alien? Was it possible that some type of parasite had attached itself to his body after he barged into this fragment of the heavenly city? No, that shouldn't be the case. If some parasite had entered his body, Venerable White would have surely noticed it. Such being the case, did someone or something plot against him after he had separated from Venerable White? Song Shuhang immediately thought of the broken imperial pearl that the silver-armored female guard was holding in her hands earlier. Earlier, the imperial pearl suddenly broke, turning into fine powder. When that happened, he found the whole thing rather strange. Was it possible that the imperial pearl was the method that the heavenly emperor had left behind to come back to life? Perhaps the opposite party had been looking for a suitable body that they could forcefully seize and use to reincarnate? Was it possible that he had been so unlucky to have heavenly emperor forcefully seize his body, with the latter now planning to drill out of his body after absorbing all his strength? The more he was thinking about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Lately, he had had some awful luck, so awful that it couldn't be any more awful. In addition, he had seen similar scenes in countless novels, movies, and manga. Such being the case, this theory about the emperor planning to forcefully seize his body to come back to life seemed rather reasonable. If the plot didn't stray too much from movies and manga, the heavenly emperor should obtain all his knowledge and memories, and even assume his appearance, after coming out. At that time, the heavenly emperor would temporarily keep living as Song Shuhang, and one day, they would collect all the fragments of the heavenly city, rebuilding the city again and becoming even more powerful. The more he was imagining this stuff, the more Song Shuhang felt that his situation was bad. Fairy Maiden, do you have the means to resolve this situation? Can I still be saved? Song Shuhang asked while looking at the silver-armored female guard. At the same time, he'd once again used the 1,000-mile sound transmitter talisman to urge Senior White and 16, telling them to hurry over and see if he could be saved or not. After that, he sent his mental energy into his size-reducing purse and established a connection with that bamboo leaf. If the heavenly emperor was really going to drill out of his body, perhaps he could use the bamboo leaf to keep his life. Since his life was at stake here, there was nothing wrong in making all these preparations. "I'm sorry, but I can't help you," the silver-armored female guard said, somewhat embarrassed. "We sisters know how to kill people, but we have no idea how to save them. Such being the case, if the thing that comes out of your body isn't too powerful, we sisters can kill it to avenge you." Song Shuhang. But right at this time, Venerable White's voice was transmitted from the 1,000-mile sound transmitter talisman. "Shuhang, what's the matter?" Song Shuhang forced a smile, and said, "Senior White, how come you haven't returned yet? I have a problem here. I will immediately come over, just wait a moment." "Get out of my way," the sound of battle was transmitted from Venerable White's side. From the looks of it, he was dealing with something. No wonder he hadn't come back even after so long. "I will also head over in a short while," Su Clan 16 said the same. It seemed that she, too, was busy fighting. His two saviors were both busy battling. What bad luck. Song Shuhang sighed and prepared to describe what was happening to Venerable White, but right at this time, that weak and numb feeling that was transmitting from his back intensified. It's coming out." Song Shuhang couldn't help but shout out loud. Actually, although this thing was seemingly on the verge of coming out of his body, he didn't feel any pain. On the contrary, he felt a bittersweet feeling. Venerable White asked, "What is coming out?" However, Song Shuhang was already unable to reply to Senior White at this time. He issued a long gasp, and all his strength was drained, with his body weakly lying on the edge of the Jade Lake. That thing that wanted to come out of his back, finally came out. This time, he was really done for. After a short moment. I didn't die. Song Shuhang felt that there was nothing wrong with his body. However, he had consumed a lot of true qi and physical energy. As such, his whole body was weak and unable to move. At this time, all the true qi in his 8 great dantian had been sucked dry, and only a little bit was left in his original dantian. His physical energy had been likewise sucked dry, and he had to use all his strength just to move a finger. Nevertheless, he was still alive. From the looks of it, that thing that had come out of his back had no intention of claiming his poor life. As such, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. Shuhang. Right at this time, a gentle voice echoed in his ears. Next, someone gently embraced him from behind, and a delicate fragrance got into his nostrils. This voice was very familiar. Song Shuhang used all his strength to turn his head around and look behind him, and it was at that time that he saw a familiar face. It was a very good-looking girl. Her long brown hair was carefully braided into pigtails, and her long bangs faintly covered her eyes. Her eye sockets were red, and there were still tears lingering in the corners of her eyes. From the looks of it, she had just finished crying. Shuhang, are you all right? The voice of the girl was gentle, and her breath like orchids. Anyway, the girl had a slender figure while Song Shuhang momentarily had a Hulk-like build. Therefore, it felt as if a little girl was hugging her father's big back from behind. Song Shuhang immediately heaved a sigh of relief and squeezed out a warm smile. Senior Sister Yi Si, so it was you. He had been really frightened to death earlier. In this world, the scariest thing was a person trying to scare themselves to death. In the end, what drilled out of his back wasn't that heavenly emperor, but Senior Sister Yi Si, who had disappeared since signing a contract with Song Shuhang and had now finally regained consciousness. Therefore, he had been scaring himself for nothing while imagining all that stuff earlier. What happened to you? You look so weak. Senior Sister Yi Si placed her hands on Song Shuhang's large back and used a healing technique. Nothing, it's just that I've consumed too much energy all at once, Song Shuhang said in a soft voice. Senior Sister Yi Si, you've absorbed all my true qi and physical energy when you came out just now. However, it's not a big deal, and I can recover my strength after resting a little bit. Right, there are some medicinal pills to replenish true qi and physical energy in my size-reducing purse. Senior Sister Yi Si, can you help me get them? Now that Senior Sister Yi Si had returned, it meant that Song Shuhang's ghost spirit cheat had been renewed and upgraded. Now, a brand new ghost spirit system was online. It had even more features than before, and was only waiting for Song Shuhang to discover them. When Senior Sister Yi Si drilled out of his body, Song Shuhang felt a strengthening feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time. It was precisely that strengthening feeling that the energy sharing between the ghost spirit and its master would bring about. In the next moment, Song Shuhang felt a burst of spiritual energy getting transmitted over from Senior Sister Yi Si's body, flowing into his dried-up body. All the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi inside Song Shuhang's body had been sucked dry earlier. Now, the spiritual energy that was transmitted over from Senior Sister Yi Si's body started to fill up his dried-up 8 dantian. This feeling was simply too comfortable. It was the same as having an icy cold spring water flow into one's mouth and belly during the scorching hot summer when one was about to die from thirst. In addition, Senior Sister Yi Si was a real 5th-stage spiritual emperor. Even if Song Shuhang had randomly signed a contract with her, it didn't mean that her strength would be restricted due to the ghost spirit contract. And that wasn't all. After she signed this contract with Song Shuhang, even her realm, which hadn't advanced in a very long time, had now increased by a little bit. In other words, the energy that senior sister Yi Si was transmitting back to Song Shuhang's body wasn't the liquefied true qi of the third stage or the innate true yuan of the fourth stage, it was spiritual energy of the fifth stage spiritual emperor realm. Moreover, since senior sister Yi Si was now Song Shuhang's ghost spirit, there were going to be no consequences even after her spiritual energy had started to circulate in Song Shuhang's meridians. It was somewhat similar to the strength imparting process. After the spiritual energy had entered Song Shuhang's body, it would be automatically transformed into liquefied true qi of the third stage realm by his body as time passed by. However, this transformation was going to have a certain delay. Before the transformation, the spiritual energy of the fifth stage rank would revolve into Song Shuhang's body according to the route of the 33 divine beasts technique. Thereupon, when senior sister Yi Si's spiritual energy entered Song Shuhang's body, it immediately started to open his four great mysterious meridians. The day before yesterday, when Song Shuhang came out of the cocoon, he opened the dazzling star meridian of the four great mysterious meridians, and now that this formidable spiritual energy was transmitted over from senior sister Yi Si's body, it made Song Shuhang literally fly. The pure spiritual energy that was transmitted over from senior sister Yi Si's body caused Song Shuhang to soar, allowing him to attack right away his second mysterious meridian, the overcast moon meridian. After ordinary cultivators of the third stage had broken through one of their four mysterious meridians, they would need to train for a certain period of time to adapt to the increase in power that the opening of the mysterious meridian had brought them. Afterward, they would need to strengthen their constitution and accumulated true qi so that they could break through the next mysterious meridian. However, the current level of Song Shuhang's constitution was already far beyond his realm. At this time, his constitution was infinitely approaching that of a cultivator that had opened his fourth meridian, the immaterial king meridian. In addition, the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi he'd originally possessed had been temporarily replaced by the spiritual energy of the fifth stage that senior sister Yi Si was transmitting over. This process was very similar to the strength imparting of a powerful expert. Of course, there were still some differences between the two processes. The strength that senior sister Yi Si was transmitting over was very gentle, and Song Shuhang didn't need to refine it. The only problem was that the amount of energy that was being transmitted over was no match for the one transmitted during the strength imparting process. The strength imparting process consisted in forcefully pouring energy into one's body. On the other hand, the spiritual energy that senior sister Yi Si was transmitting over was like a small and long-lasting stream. At this time, the second meridian in Song Shuhang's body, the overcast moon meridian, was especially aggrieved. What was happening was no fun at all. Whenever other people wanted to break through one of their four mysterious meridians, they would have to gather all the true qi and energy in their body and fight a major battle against the four mysterious meridians. Sometimes, they would even need to close up for several months in order to break through one of their mysterious meridians. On the other hand, Song Shuhang had hired a powerful helper and had this helper brutally beat up the overcast moon meridian, to the point that the overcast moon meridian didn't have any strength retaliate or resist. Given the speed Shuhang was progressing at, in half a day at most, the overcast moon meridian would be broken through. Senior sister Yi Si rummaged through Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse in a flurry, looking for the medicinal pills. There was a lot of medicinal pills in Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse, and she had no idea which ones were used to recover true qi and physical energy. But right at this time, Lady Onion cutely raised her small hand and passed her two types of medicinal pills. One was the volcano pill that the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group had gifted Song Shuhang back then, while the other was a type of medicinal pills to replenish physical energy that Song Shuhang had gotten from branch leader Jing Mo's belongings. "Teacher, you are probably looking for these 2 types of medicinal pills," Lady Onion said. After all, she was studying Senior Sister Yi Si's tome of never-ending tears, and she could be considered as a disciple of hers. Therefore, it wasn't wrong to call her teacher. Thank you. Senior Sister Yi Si took the medicinal pills from Lady Onion's hand and fed one pill of each type to Song Shuhang. Shuhang, do you feel a little better? Senior Sister Yi Si asked. As expected, there were some differences between Senior Sister Yi Si and ordinary ghost spirits. Ordinary ghost spirits were one with their master. The two parties didn't only share their energy, but also their thoughts and sensory organs, of course, that was unless the connection between the two parties was forcefully cut off. Anyway, it didn't seem that Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi Si shared their thoughts and sensory organs, or perhaps the two of them had instinctively cut off the thoughts and sensory organs sharing? Huff, yes, I feel much better now, Song Shuhang said. But right at this time, in the Jade Lake, the silver-armored female guard looked at Song Shuhang, and said, "Fellow Daoist, what came out of your body wasn't an enemy. In that case, you don't need us to kill her, right?" Song Shuhang waved his hand, and said, "Thanks, but yes, there is no need." "Oh," the silver-armored female guard muttered. Then, she maintained her on alert posture in case Song Shuhang decided to barge into the Jade Lake again. At the same time, she would raise her head from time to time and glance at Senior Sister Yi Si. After feeding Song Shuhang those medicinal pills, Senior Sister Yi Si likewise lowered her head and gazed at that female guard in the Jade Lake below. The two of them looked at each other without saying a word. Then, the female guard of the Jade Lake asked, "Fellow Daoist, have we met before?" Senior Sister Yi Si shook her head, and said, "From what I remember, I've never seen you before." "Oh," the female guard of the Jade Lake said. "Fellow Daoist, I'm getting a very familiar and gentle feeling from your body. However, I'm unable to recall where I've seen you." Senior Sister Yi Si slightly nodded but didn't reply. Soon after, Senior Sister Yi Si's voice echoed in Song Shuhang's head. She didn't use the secret sound transmission method, but directly spoke in his mind. "Shuhang, I feel somewhat restless after seeing those several armored guards below. I have the impulse to tear them to shreds." Although there were some differences between this method and the thought-sharing of normal ghost spirits, it seemed that Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi Si could directly speak into each other's mind. "Why would you get this kind of strange feeling?" Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. "I don't know, this feeling is very strange. It's very similar to the intimate feeling I get while seeing that fairy lychee. I have no idea how or why it happens," Senior Sister Yi Si replied. Song Shuhang. That mysterious feeling of kinship between Senior Sister Yi Si and Fairy Lychee was something that Song Shuhang had experienced firsthand. That feeling was simply too strange. "It's bad. I feel that I'll really rush over to tear those armored female guards apart if I look at them any further." "I'll go back first," Senior Sister Yi Si said. Song Shuhang asked, "Go back?" Was it possible that Senior Sister Yi Si could enter inside his body like a normal ghost spirit? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Senior Sister Yi Si, who was hugging him from behind, started to fuse with Song Shuhang's body. During the process, Song Shuhang felt once again that weak and numb feeling in his back. This bittersweet feeling was simply too comfortable. However, Senior Sister Yi Si suddenly stopped halfway through the process. "Did you get stuck?" Song Shuhang asked. "No, it's just that I felt that our current appearance was very cool," Senior Sister Yi Si said. At this time, her body below the waist had already fused with Song Shuhang's body. She and Song Shuhang were currently displaying the weakened version of the 3 heads and 6 arms skill, the 2 heads and 4 arms skill. Senior Sister Yi Si imagination started to run wild as she said, "Shuhang, imagine that you are fighting with someone, and while you are battling, I suddenly drill out of your back with half of my body and slash them." How does that sound? Song Shuhang earnestly pondered about it, and then gave the thumbs up. It sounds incredible. Later, we should look for someone and give it a try. In addition, I feel that I can drill out from any part of your body. For example, like this. Senior Sister Yi Si said as she completely merged with Song Shuhang's body. Then, two slender hands came out from Song Shuhang's shoulder area. Forearms magical technique. Senior Sister Yi said with a laugh. After Senior Sister Yi Si had said this much, she and Shuhang suddenly froze. In the next moment, a marvelous connection was established between Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi Si, or rather, between the arms of the duo. Song Shuhang felt that he could now control Senior Sister Yi Si's arms as if they were his own. Therefore, he tried to order Senior Sister Yi Si's arms to make a waving motion. In the next moment, Senior Sister Yi Si really started to wave her arms. But right at this time, Senior Sister Yi Si frightened voice echoed in his ears. Sob, sob, sob Shuhang, something bad is happening. My arms aren't listening to me anymore. Sob, 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 have we gone too far while playing around? When the effects of the tome of never-ending tears were combined with her state of anxiety, she couldn't help but start weeping. When she started crying, Song Shuhang's eye sockets likewise became red, and bean-sized teardrops started to fall from the corners of his eyes. Song Shuhang. No need to be afraid, everything is fine. Ye see, just now, I felt as if your arms had become mine, and they were thus under my control, Song Shuhang quickly comforted her. Does that mean that they aren't out of control? I really got a scare. Senior Sister Yi Si heaved a huge sigh in relief. In that case, can you see if you can give the control of my arms back to me? Don't be impatient. I was thinking of trying something first, Song Shuhang said. After saying this much, he made use of Senior Sister Yi Si's hand and engraved the rune of the lightning palm on her palm. Boom! In the next moment, a ball of lightning that had the diameter of 1 meter condensed in Senior Sister Yi Si's palm. Song Shuhang got a scare. Holy sheet! A ball of lightning with a 1 meter diameter, can this thing even be called lightning palm at this point? Therefore, he quickly dispersed the energy of the lightning palm with a thought. Just as I expected, the source of power of these arms is Senior Sister Yi Si's spiritual energy. In other words, just now, it was as if Senior Sister Yi Si was the one using the lightning palm, Song Shuhang said. This, fake, forearms magical technique was truly scary. Senior Sister Yi Si, let me try another thing now. Can you take out your legs? I would like to use the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork, Song Shuhang said happily. If he could use Senior Sister Yi Si's legs to use the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk or celestial sprint footwork, wouldn't that mean that he could put forth the speed of a fifth-stage spiritual emperor? No, it's better not to change the lower part, Senior Sister Yi said, somewhat embarrassed. Song Shuhang's face also became red. You have a point. Ahem, in that case, let's see if I can give you back the control of your arms, Senior Sister Yi Si. But how do I do it? Song Shuhang asked. I have no idea either. Just now, I only tried to make my arms come out of your shoulders, and that was it, Senior Sister Yi Si said. Song Shuhang thought back and said, I remember that I managed to get control of your arms when you jokingly shouted, forearms magical technique. As such, he held Senior Sister Yi Si's hands high and shouted, forearms magical technique, deactivate. After a short moment, nothing happened, and Senior Sister Yi Si had yet to get back the control of her arms. Song Shuhang. Yi Si. Lady Onion. Lady Onion felt that Song Shuhang's current appearance was simply too eye-blinding. At this time, he had Hulk-like muscles, and then a pair of slender arms was coming out from his shoulders. No matter how she looked at it, it was simply too eccentric. If they were in ancient times, and they encountered those monster hunters, they would surely mistake him for a monster and kill him. It seemed we went too far earlier, Song Shuhang said. What should we do in that case? I can't even take my arms back, Senior Sister Yi said anxiously. At this time, she also had half a mind to cry, but she forcefully endured the urge. Just as Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi Si were worried due to the four arms magical technique, in the sky, a sword light whizzed over. Venerable White got down from the sword light while pulling a giant ginseng behind him. At this time, that ginseng that seemed to have become a spirit was continuously struggling. From the looks of it, that thing was part of Venerable White's spoils of war. Shuhang, are you alright? Ahaha, what's up with your appearance? Venerable White landed and saw Song Shuhang's eye blinding appearing, laughing. Senior White, you have come back. Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, my current appearance is the outcome of an accident. Just now, Yi Si finally came out. Then, the two of us started testing an interesting new ability. However, we went too far while fooling around, and now that we have become like this, we can't revert to our previous appearance. Yi Si, oh, I remember now. It's that girl that really likes crying, Venerable White said with a nod. Did she become your ghost spirit? That should be the case. However, the relationship between the two of us is rather strange. It's somewhat similar to the one between a ghost spirit and its master, but also different at the same time, Song Shuhang said. Now, Yi Si's arms fell under my control, and I can't shrink them back in my body. You can't shrink them back? In that case, why don't you simply get them out? Venerable White said. While he was speaking, the huge ginseng behind him started to fiercely struggle, seemingly preparing to use all its strength to flee underground. TSK, still causing trouble? Venerable White turned around and gave the ginseng a powerful roundhouse kick. Bang! The huge ginseng fainted on the spot. Is that a ginseng that has turned into a spirit? Song Shuhang asked. At the same time, he controlled Yi Si's arms, waving them. Yi Si, can you try to come out of my body? Who knows, perhaps you'll regain control over your arms once you completely come out of my body. Yi Si laughed, somewhat embarrassed. Just now, they got too anxious, and the duo forgot about this point. Immediately after, Yi Si's drilled out Song Shuhang's head. Since both her arms were stuck in Song Shuhang's shoulder area, she could only come out from there if she wanted to get out of his body. Anyway, now, it felt as if there was an additional head growing out of Song Shuhang's head. PFFF, Venerable White laughed again. This scene is very similar to the one I saw in a movie a few days ago. In that scene, someone's soul left their body, and that soul also came out from the head, just like this. Song Shuhang. Yi Si took half of her body out of Shuhang's body, and her arms, which were previously stuck in Song Shuhang's shoulder area, also came out. Therefore, she exclaimed happily, success. Song Shuhang gave the thumbs up, and said, excellent. Yi Si couldn't resist the urge to stretch out her hand and likewise give the thumbs up. However, Yi Si's eye sockets became red. It didn't work. My arms are still not under my control, even if they left your shoulders already. Senior Sister Yi Si, in that case, why don't you try to completely come out of my body? Song Shuhang suggested. Yi Si pondered for a moment and jumped out of Song Shuhang's body. After a short moment, she lowered her hand and looked at Song Shuhang, with a layer of mist appearing in her eye sockets. It still didn't work. Song Shuhang forced a smile. It seemed that they had really gone too far while playing around earlier. Venerable White held his chin and pondered. What did you guys exactly do when you fused together and assumed that form with 4 arms? We didn't do anything in particular, the only thing I did was to try out the lightning palm. However, I didn't really use it, and just dismissed it in the end, Song Shuhang replied. In that case, try to control Yi Si's arms and use the lightning palm again. This time, use the lightning palm properly, alright? Perhaps the problem arose since you've interrupted the lightning palm halfway, Venerable White suggested. The eyes of the duo lit up. Afterward, Song Shuhang controlled Yi Si's arms again and used the lightning palm. A ball of lightning with a 1-meter diameter appeared on Yi Si's palm once again. Just as I've expected, it seems it's too difficult for you to control Yi Si's spiritual energy of the 5th stage rank with the current level of your mental energy. The lightning palm wasn't controlled properly and inflated up to this point, Venerable White said. Now, use the lightning palm. Song Shuhang controlled Yi Si's hand and aimed at the ground. Boom! The lightning palm exploded on the edge of the Jade Lake, creating a huge hole in the ground. However, the hole disappeared soon after it was created. Now, try to relieve the control you have over Yi Si's arms, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang followed Senior White's instructions and gave it a try. This time, Yi Si was finally able to regain control of her arms. Both Song Shuhang and Yi Si heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Venerable White. Yi Si greeted Venerable White. You are welcome. I just gave some advice, Venerable White said with a smile. Still, when you fused together with Shuhang and assumed that form with 4 arms, as well as when you drilled out of his head, it was very funny. Yi Si's face immediately became red. Next, she turned toward Shuhang and jumped. Song Shuhang instinctively stretched out his hands and prepared to catch Yi Si, however, what he grabbed was empty air. Yi Si directly entered his body, just like a swimmer diving into the water. Song Shuhang. He felt really awkward while having his arms foolishly stretched out. Ahahaha, Venerable White laughed happily. Ahem, Senior White. Song Shuhang coughed, and then put on a serious expression while trying to shift the topic of conversation. Earlier, when I was using a puppet to explore the area in my stead, I discovered a mountain valley. The mountain valley was very strange, and as soon as the puppet got inside, I lost contact with it. After a short while, the puppet was thrown out of the valley, but its body had been cut into 5 pieces. From the picture that was transmitted over after the connection with the puppet was re-established, I noticed that the mountain valley was full of formations. The puppet was destroyed by the sword chi of a formation. I suspect that something important is hidden in that mountain valley. Perhaps the core of this illusory reality is precisely in there. Shuhang, you are really bad at shifting the topic of conversation, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang. However, this mountain valley you've mentioned piqued my interest. Maybe we will find a few good things in there. For example, like this big ginseng that I found earlier. This thing is a treasure, and Medicine Master would surely like it if I were to sell it to him, Venerable White said. Senior White unexpectedly wants to sell this big ginseng? Song Shuhang said, Senior White, I thought you wanted to eat it. That thing is too bitter, and it doesn't taste good. Moreover, it's something that has become a spirit and gained intelligence. Therefore, it would be a pity to eat it, and also somewhat cruel. After all, this thing is the same as that Lady Onion. Oh, never mind. You ate Lady Onion several times already, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang. In the size-reducing purse, Lady Onion had already cried herself to sleep. Whenever she saw that huge pile of green onion sprouts next to her, sorrow would fill her heart. While they were discussing, a figure quickly approached from afar. It was Su Clan 16. After a few exquisite moves to reduce her speed, she steadily stopped in front of Venerable White and Song Shuhang. Then, she sized up Song Shuhang, and said, Shuhang, are you alright? Yes, I'm alright now, Song Shuhang said. 16, what about you? When we were talking earlier, you also seemed to be in the middle of a battle. Su Clan 16 sighed with emotion, and said, I've found several palace-like buildings earlier, but there were no living people inside, only a few skeletons. And what was battling with me were some resentful spirits that had even lost their intelligence. They pestered me for a while, and I retreated as soon as I was able to find an opening. When she saw those damaged palaces, she could vaguely get a feeling of how prosperous the heavenly city had been back in the days. But now, everything was gone, and only the souls of the dead were left roaming in those palaces. Resentful spirits? How was their strength? After hearing her words, Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up. He hadn't forgotten the black glow shining between his eyebrows, as well as the super-duper good divination. Therefore, he needed to look for an opportunity to strengthen his light of virtue and make it undergo a qualitative change. Their strength wasn't too high, and I alone could fight 10 or so of them without any danger. The only problem was that they were somewhat difficult to deal with, Su Clan 16 replied. In that case, is it fine if we go look for those palaces in a while? Song Shuhang said. Why do you want to look for those palaces? Su Clan 16 said in puzzlement. To ferry souls. Song Shuhang said. I want to increase the strength of the light of virtue shrouding my body. Are you planning to become a monk? Su Clan 16 asked. Of course not. I've never considered becoming a monk. Song Shuhang said. I'm doing this only to survive a calamity. Recently, a black glow is shining between my eyebrows, and my luck is absolutely terrible. Therefore, it would be a good thing to elevate the strength of my light of virtue to the next level, which should help me get through this unlucky phase. Su Clan 16 silently nodded her head. All right. I'll bring you over there in a while. Anyway, what do we do now? Venerable White said, Shuhang discovered an interesting mountain valley. Let's go take a look at it first. Su Clan 16 said, good. Shuhang, lead the way. Thereupon, Song Shuhang led the way, while Venerable White and Su Clan 16 followed after him. Venerable White still had that big ginseng in his hand and was dragging it alongside them. Just in this fashion, the party of 3 sped toward their destination. After Song Shuhang's group of 3 had disappeared into the distance, the female guards in the Jade Lake relaxed. After a short moment, the other 10 or so female guards once again sank into the soil at the bottom of the lake. Only the silver-armored female guard kept absent-mindedly gazing at the figures of Venerable White and the others disappearing into the distance. So handsome, the silver-armored female guard muttered after a long time. That Venerable White that had just left was really handsome. In particular, when he turned around and used that roundhouse kick to KO the ginseng spirit, he looked extremely cool. After a long time, her heart was throbbing with excitement once again. Now that the Imperial Pearl had broken, they needed the strength of a new belief to persevere in their mission. Perhaps love would work as a belief as well? At the entrance of Demon Venerable Lushan Street's mountain valley. It's this place. Song Shuhang said while gazing at the mountain valley. Then, he picked up the broken puppet lying on the ground. After it had turned into this appearance, even its nucleus had been destroyed. It was unknown if it could be fixed this time. Su Clan 16 said, there are many formations inside the mountain valley. In addition, each of the formations is of a very high level. If we barge into the valley just like this, we'll need to break each formation first, which is rather troublesome. These formations are all of the venerable rank. From the looks of it, that venerable of the limitless demon sect is hiding inside. The corner of Venerable White's mouth rose. Then, he waved his hand, signaling Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 to fall back. Afterward, he quickly made several hand seals while silently reading an incantation. Since the whole mountain valley was full of formations and traps, why should they bother trying to get inside? It was better to stand at the entrance and blow everything up. There was nothing that a good explosion couldn't fix, and if there really was a need to, he could create a few more explosions. From what Song Shuhang remembered, Venerable White rarely made hand seals or recited incantations while attacking. Under normal circumstances, Venerable White would just grab Meteor Sword and slash out with his sword chi, which would be enough to deal with the enemy. From time to time, he would also use some strange magical treasure to deal with his enemies. But now, while facing this mountain valley, Senior White had decided to take things seriously, and he was even chanting an incantation while casting this magical technique. Along with Senior White's incantation, a huge ring of light appeared in front of the people present there. In the next moment, all the surrounding spiritual energy crazily poured into the ring of light. Due to this spiritual energy pouring into the ring too quickly, the picture of a funnel appeared midair. It was a sign that this magical technique was powerful enough to affect the surrounding area and cause strange phenomena. After that, a huge oppressive strength was released from the ring of light the magical technique had generated. In Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse, Lady Onion was having trouble resisting the pressure, and her body had started to tremble. Is Senior White planning to use a forbidden spell? Song Shuhang said in a soft voice to Su Clan's 16. 16. Do you have any idea which magical technique is Senior White planning to use? I can't tell. I have very little knowledge in regards to magical techniques of the 7th stage rank, Su Clan 16 replied in a soft voice. But right at this time, Venerable White suddenly turned his head around and said, "Aha, do you know that you can directly ask me these questions? Well, let me explain. This is a magical technique I've personally created. During the past few days, I've been visualizing in my head the structure of this magical technique, and now, I can finally test its might. Senior White, don't get distracted while casting the magical technique." Song Shuhang said, somewhat worried. Wouldn't the forbidden spell blow up in their faces if Senior White got distracted and lost control over it? It was a magical technique that could even create a strange phenomenon in the surrounding area. If it were to go out of control and blow in their faces, both he and Su Clan 16 would be reduced to ashes, with not even their skeletons remaining intact. Don't worry, I'm taking the casting of the magical technique very seriously. Moreover, I've already completed the first step. Now, I only need to pour energy into the embryonic form of the magical technique. Therefore, you don't have to be so anxious, Venerable White said. On the other hand, how would this magical technique that had generated this ring of light attack the enemy? But right at this time, Venerable White called out, "Qing Wu, quickly come out and load all my disposable flying swords into the ring." In the next moment, that monster willow that Senior White had subdued, Qing Wu, drilled out of Venerable White's sleeve. Song Shuhang noticed that there was a belt winding around her tree trunk. After landing, the monster willow increased her size until becoming as big as a person and used her nimble tree branches to take out a few bundles of disposable flying swords from the belt coiled around her body. Each bundle was made of 20 swords. Afterward, she used her tree branches to continuously load these bundles of disposable flying swords into the ring of light. While she was loading the disposable flying swords, the tree branches of the monster willow were continuously shaking. From the looks of it, the magical technique was making her feel a lot of pressure, or perhaps those disposable flying swords were actually made from her tree branches? So many disposable flying swords? Song Shuhang was speechless. Venerable White smiled, and explained, I was somewhat bored as of late. Therefore, aside from practicing and watching the editing of the movie, I've been manufacturing flying swords. Then, without even noticing, I ended up making this many. Su Clan 16 silently nodded. While bored, Venerable White's practical skills soared to another level. While they were discussing, the monster willow had finished loading the disposable flying swords into the ring of light. She had loaded a whole 20 bundles of disposable flying swords there. That should be enough, Venerable White said. The consumption of this magical technique is truly high, and it has almost consumed all my energy. Now, it's better if you retreat a little. The strength of the magical technique might be higher than I initially thought. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and the monster Willow quickly retreated. Anyway, what was the Venerable of the Limitless Demon sect inside the mountain valley doing while Venerable White was busy casting the magical technique? They unexpectedly didn't come out to prevent Venerable White from using his big move and allowed him to cast it freely. Was it possible that the opposite party had reached a critical moment while closing up and couldn't move? Anyway, it didn't matter anymore, because Venerable White had now finished preparing his big move. Venerable White aimed the ring of light toward the mountain valley, and then said, "How should I call this move? You can give it whatever name you want, but Senior White, you have to seize this opportunity to blow that other Venerable up." Song Shuhang said. "Alright, we can choose a name later, then." This time, Venerable White actually compromised. The main reason was that the consumption of this magical technique was too big, and he was consuming a lot of energy for each instant he was maintaining it. Venerable White felt that he would really lose control of the magical technique if he kept wasting time. In the next moment, Senior White stretched out his hand and shoved it into the ring of light. Buzz, 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 layers upon layers of formations gushed out of the ring of light, for a total of more than 100 formations. All the formations were supplementary formations, and amidst the whole lot were present formations such as acceleration, acceleration LV.2, super acceleration, reinforcement, sharpness, energy doubling LV.2, lightning fast flash, storm cut, chain bombardment, flame boost, lightning boost, wind boost, spirit boost, split chain attack, energy discharge, blazing boost, etc. There were more than 100 formations altogether, without a single duplicate. One could easily imagine what kind of terrifying boost Venerable White's disposable flying swords would receive after getting strengthened by all these formations. From the looks of it, a single sword would have enough strength to cleave mountains and seas. And yet, Venerable White had thrown into that ring of light a whole 400 disposable flying swords. Song Shuhang gazed at the mountain valley. Even if the mountain valley was full of defenses, formations, and traps of the 7th stage Venerable rank, it would be impossible for it to withstand the power of Venerable White's move. That Venerable of the Limitless Demon sect inside the mountain valley could still keep their calm at this moment? Or had they already given up on resisting? "Preparations have been completed," Venerable White said in a soft voice. After those 100 or so supplementary formations came into effect, the nameless magical technique started operating. In the next moment, the space of the mountain valley was sealed. No matter what that Venerable of the Limitless Demon sect was planning to do, it was too late now. Now that space had been sealed, only if the opposite party had a godly space-type weapon would they be able to get out of the mountain valley. Otherwise, they could only meet Venerable White's move head-on. It's really a shame. I even spent all this time to prepare this magical technique as bait, but that guy still didn't come out of the mountain valley. Venerable White was actually feeling some regret right now. If the opposite party had lost their calm and come out of the mountain valley to interrupt the casting of his magical technique, he could have used those 400 disposable flying swords to instantly turn them into a porcupine. If the timing of the hand seal was right, he could have defeated the enemy with a single move. Actually, Venerable White could have instantly completed the casting of this magical technique. The reason he took his sweet time was to make the fish swallow the bait. But, unfortunately for him, the opposite party didn't take the bait. So unlucky. After sighing, Venerable White said in a soft voice, "Explosion." Whiz, 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 a myriad of beams of light capable of covering the whole world shot out of that ring of light. Each of those beams of light was a disposable flying sword. When the flying swords shot out, they orderly passed through the various supplementary formations. Each time a flying sword passed through a supplementary formation, a layer of light would be left on the body of the sword, and the strengthening effects of the formation would be added to it. As the 100 or so effects of the supplementary formations were applied to the various disposable flying swords, Song Shuhang discovered that there was now a strange 7-colored light covering the blades of the disposable flying swords. Had the disposable flying swords turned into divine weapons? In video games, the 7-colored radiance represented equipment of the divine rank. Therefore, should they be called disposable divine flying swords? The sword light rained down, and the whole world was instantly overshadowed. At this time, the whole world was filled with 7-colored sword light. Boom, 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 the flying swords slashed toward the mountain valley. A huge defensive formation instantly appeared around the mountain valley. However, this defensive formation of the 7th stage rank was as frail as paper in front of Venerable White's sword attack. The defensive formation was immediately ripped open. The first wave of 70 or so disposable flying swords bombarded the mountain valley, with the sound of explosions continuously echoing at this time. All the formations inside the mountain valley had been activated. It seemed that the 7th stage Venerable of the Limitless Demons sect had finally realized how scary that 7-colored sword light above their head was. They controlled all the formations, drawing forth all the energy stored within. Afterward, black mist rose from inside the valley, assuming the form of contorted tentacles that clashed against the 7-colored sword light in the sky. Ahaha! Venerable White gently laughed. Then, the 7-colored sword light in the sky instantly condensed and turned into a giant 7-colored beam of light. The beam of light covered the whole mountain valley. Then, it rained down with a boom. The black mist gushing out of the mountain valley disappeared without a trace under the bombardment of the beam of light. The 7-colored beam of light continued heading down. The formations of the mountain valley were getting burst open at speed visible to the naked eye. After a formation was broken, the piece of the mountain valley it protected would be immediately obliterated by the disposable flying swords. After all the defenses had been broken through, the 400 sword lights scattered and carried out one last wave of carpet bombing. Fire, lightning, wind, blazing rays of light, pure explosions, sharp sword chi. At this moment, the whole mountain valley had transformed into a mass of beautiful fireworks. Soon after, a powerful shock wave headed toward Song Shuhang and the others. However, Venerable White had already prepared for it. The huge ring of light in front of him ultimately transformed into an impenetrable defense that protected the party. So beautiful, Song Shuhang said. Ahaha! Venerable White laughed, seemingly very pleased. Behind him, the monster Willow Qing Wu was holding a camera and recording the whole scene playing before their eyes. This was actually Venerable White's idea. However, he wasn't like Fairy Lychee, who just liked to take pictures. The reason he decided to record the scene of this magical technique in action was so that he could study it later and find a way to improve it. The remaining strength of the nameless magical technique finally dispersed. The mountain valley had now been replaced by a bottomless pit. If one stood on the edge and looked downward, they wouldn't be able to see the bottom. Just how deep is this abyss? Song Shuhang said. Su Clan 16 said, did that 7th stage Venerable of the Limitless Demons sect inside the mountain valley die? Under such a powerful barrage of attacks, the opposite party might have really been reduced to ashes. However, there is something I don't understand. Why had the other party resigned themselves to their death and didn't fight back? Song Shuhang said. While speaking, Song Shuhang was still on guard and cautiously looking around. Recently, his luck was simply awful. Therefore, no matter what was happening or what he was doing, he always had to prepare for the worst. At this time, he was wondering if that 7th stage Venerable of the Limitless Demons sect had some kind of trick up their sleeve which allowed them to evade Venerable White's destructive attack. Perhaps that guy was now hiding somewhere in the dark like a poisonous snake, looking for an opportunity to make a surprise attack against them. Actually, the first part of Song Shuhang's guess was correct, but the latter wasn't. That seventh stage venerable of the limitless demon sect known as Demon Venerable Lushan Street indeed had a method to survive Venerable White's terrifying bombardment. After all, Demon Venerable Lushan Street was a very old venerable, and among the venerables that were still alive, he was one of the oldest. Since he was an old fogey, he had a lot of secret techniques, secret treasures, and secret medicine to preserve his life. Therefore, it wasn't strange in the slightest that he had survived Venerable White's bombardment. However, the opposite party didn't hide in the dark like a poisonous snake, but directly appeared in front of Song Shuhang and the others. "I've lived for a very long time, but I've never met an opponent like you before." In the sky, a mass of demonic mist suddenly appeared. "I'm not sure how to describe you, but before you even got to see your enemy, you consumed all your physical and spiritual energy. It's undeniable that your attack just now made me see the shadow of death, but since you failed to kill me, you're now done for." Thank you for the compliment," Venerable White said with a nod. He. Demon Venerable Lushan Street sneered. Then, he calmly raised his hand and said, "In that case, how are you planning to fight me now that you have consumed all your physical and spiritual energy?" "I can just eat medicinal pills to recover it," Venerable White said. "You can try if you want, but I need to remind you of something. In this stretch of land, the effects of medicinal pills are no different than that of ordinary candies. You don't stand a chance." The corner of Demon Venerable Lushan Street's mouth rose, and after he had said this much, he ruthlessly made a gripping motion with his hand. "I'll gladly accept your hearts." Along with his gripping motion, a burst of cursed energy emerged midair and headed downward. In the next moment, a cursed rune appeared on Song Shuhang's, Su Clan's 16th, and Venerable White's chest areas. Since the monster willow didn't have a heart, this curse-type magical technique that was specifically aimed at humanoid creatures didn't have any effect on her. Therefore, she wasn't in any immediate danger. Immediately after, the rune broke into small pieces. Even if it was a cultivator, they would die if their heart was crushed to pieces. It's a curse-type magical technique. "Yi Si, can you eat this curse?" Song Shuhang quickly asked. Yi Si said, "I feel that my appetite isn't that great. In addition, how am I supposed to eat something like a curse?" As expected, the ability to eat curses was the unique innate skill of his other ghost spirit. But right at this time, Venerable White gently smiled, and said, "Was there really a need to take out such a low-level curse-type magical technique?" After saying this much, Venerable White stretched out his hand and tapping on Song Shuhang's body. Soon after, that layer of light of virtue shrouding Song Shuhang's body bubbled up and inflated. The light of virtue was the natural enemy of curses and other evil things. As long as it was used properly, it was like a sharp weapon that could tear down curses. Song Shuhang was still rather inexperienced and it came to using the light of virtue. Up until now, only while using the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique could he transform the light of virtue into a golden giant to shroud his body and increase the power of the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique. At this time, under Venerable White's control, the light of virtue inflated and turned into 3 sharp swords that quickly slashed toward the curse. Crackle, 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 the curse was easily broken through. He. After his curse-type magical technique was broken through, Demon Venerable Lushan Street didn't get angry. Then, after smiling, he finally made his move. Just now, when he'd used that curse-type magical technique to crush the hearts of the enemy, he was only probing them. After testing the waters, he was now sure that the young venerable before his eyes had really consumed all of his energy. Then, when he got rid of his heart-crushing curse, the energy that the opposite party had recovered with great difficulty was depleted again. At this time, the enemy had none of his physical and spiritual energy left. He was nothing but an empty shell standing there and acting tough. Demon Venerable Lushan Street moved, but he didn't get closer to Venerable White and the others. Instead, he started to float up. Although this young venerable had completely consumed his physical and spiritual energy, he could still use martial skills. Demon Venerable Lushan Street, who didn't have much of his lifespan left, didn't want to engage in close-quarters combat with this young venerable. Therefore, he decided to bombard the trio with magical techniques and kill them using this method. Although it was going to take him more time, this method was surely safer. After he had floated high into the sky, 3 huge eyes appeared behind Demon Venerable Lushan Street. Afterward, the 3 eyes opened. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 felt their bodies becoming heavy. They could feel a power capable of destroying everything coming from the 3 pupils. If not for Venerable White standing in front of them and protecting them, they would be directly lying on the ground due to the pressure weighing down on their bodies. The disparity between a cultivator of the 3rd stage and a 7th stage venerable was simply too big. But right at this time, Venerable White said, I took a medicinal pill, and it really didn't have any effect. This place is ruled by a strange set of laws that made medicinal pills and liquefied pills useless here. I can't even absorb the spiritual energy inside spirit stones. Hee. In the sky, Demon Venerable Lushan Street had already started with his attack. When the 3 eyes opened, the ground beneath the feet of Song Shuhang and the others had turned into a demonic area. Under the sealing effects of this demonic area, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 were unable to move. Soon after, demonic chi welled up, transforming into blazing demonic flames. It was an attack of the 7th stage rank, and Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 would be reduced to ashes even if something as small as a spark stuck to their bodies. Sigh, the older one gets, the smaller their courage becomes. Even under these circumstances, he's unwilling to engage me in close combat. Venerable White sighed. He seemed really disappointed. While speaking, Venerable White stomped his foot. Raging spiritual energy spread from his foot, and the demonic area beneath the feet of the trio turned into fine sand. The blazing demonic flames were also buried beneath the sand. You've unexpectedly recovered a little bit of spiritual energy. I have to admit that the speed at which you are recovering your spiritual energy is faster than what I imagined. You are really a scary youngster, Demon Monarch Lushan Street said in a soft voice. However, even if the speed at which he was recovering his spiritual energy was faster than this, it was too late now. A huge formation had already started taking shape in the sky, transforming into a black beam of light that headed toward Song Shuhang and the others. Beneath their feet, that demonic area that had been buried beneath the sand had now turned into a huge formation that was coordinating with the formation in the sky. Heaven-slaying demonic eye. Demon Venerable Lushan Street shouted. This move was Demon Venerable Lushan Street's instant kill move. Countless 6th stage true monarchs had died under the power of this move. In the past, Demon Venerable Lushan Street had even killed 2 enemy 7th stage venerables by relying on this move of his. Venerable White's long hair fluttered in the wind as he replied, actually, the speed at which my spiritual energy is recovering is way faster than what you imagined. In fact, I've already finished restoring my mana, and I'm brimming with spiritual energy at this moment. While speaking, he took a sealed, crystallized lotus flower out of his sleeve. This crystallized lotus flower was truly a pay-to-win mana-restoring item. Even in this place governed by a strange set of rules, to the point that not even medicinal pills or spirit stones could restore one's mana, the crystallized lotus flower was unaffected, and the speed at which it allowed the user to recover their mana was as fast as before. Actually, even if he hadn't recovered his spiritual energy, Venerable White still had a lot of treasures with him that he could have used to deal with that venerable of the limitless demon sect. However, since he had recovered his spiritual energy, he could now use a simpler and cruder method to take care of the enemy. A huge ring of light suddenly appeared behind Venerable White's body. When he saw this ring of light, Demon Venerable Lushan Street's pupils couldn't help but shrink. That huge ring of light was part of the magical technique that destroyed the whole mountain valley earlier, but didn't this move require a very long time to be prepared and used? Demon Venerable Lushan Street got a very bad feeling at this moment. It seems you've guessed it correctly. Venerable White faintly smiled. If he wished to, Venerable White could use the magical technique instantaneously. As soon as the ring of light appeared, 100 or so supplementary formations popped out of it. Amongst the effects of the formations were acceleration, acceleration LV.2, super acceleration, reinforcement, sharpness, energy doubling LV.2, lightning fast flash, storm cut, chain bombardment, flame boost, lightning boost, wind boost, spirit boost, split chain attack, energy discharge, blazing boost, etc. The effects were the same as before, with no difference whatsoever. And when those 100 or so supplementary magical techniques popped out of the ring, a streak of sword light that couldn't wait to get into action likewise shot out of the ring of light. Just in this fashion, more than 100 supplementary formations and a streak of sword light had shot out of the ring of light. All of this had happened in an instant. Whiz, 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 the sword light split up and took two different routes. One of the streaks shot toward the sky at lightning-fast speed, directly aiming at Demon Venerable Lushan Street, who was currently hovering midair. The other headed toward that huge formation, also in the sky. The seven-colored divine sword thrust into the black beam of light, shattering it to pieces with its explosive power and forcefully interrupting Demon Venerable Lushan Street's instant kill move, the heaven-slaying demonic eye. Damn it, how is this possible? Things are turning for the worse. Demon Venerable Lushan Street's pupil suddenly shrank. He immediately activated all the defensive magical treasures on his body and threw out a large number of defensive talismans as well. In addition, he bit the tip of his tongue and spurted out a mouthful of blood essence. He decided to use this self-harming method to quickly make use of several magical techniques. Indestructible defense of the demonic monarch, immovable iron wall, double immovable iron wall, flame guard, lightning guard, wind guard, blazing guard, decelerating cursed field of force, repelling field of force. In the blink of an eye, he had set up layers upon layers of defenses in front of his body. However, all these defenses were still not enough. The defenses he had set up in the mountain valley were even stronger than the ones he'd used just now, and yet, they had still been flattened to the ground together with the whole mountain valley. That mountain valley was blown up so many times that it ultimately turned into an abyss. This move where the opposite party was shooting out a myriad of swords together was impossible to meet or resist head-on. The worst thing was that he had already used 4 of his life-preserving secret techniques, magical treasures, and talismans in a row to escape the myriad of swords that had rained down on him previously. At this time, he still had a magical technique to maintain his life, but this last magical technique could not guarantee that he would be able to survive the bombardment of those myriad swords. Just what kind of monster is this guy? Demon Venerable Lushan Street clenched his teeth and thought to himself, I must go all out. Because if I don't, this very same day might become my death anniversary the next year. But if he wanted to go all out, it meant that he would have to consume even that little bit of lifespan he had left. This was something that made his heart ache even more than when he'd consumed his blood essence earlier. After all, one could still recover and accumulate blood essence by making use of precious treasures. On the other hand, if one wanted to restore their consumed lifespan, it was going to be way more difficult, especially for someone like him that didn't have much left to live in the first place. At this time, he had only 200 years of lifespan left. For ordinary people, 200 years was an incredibly long period of time, but for a 7th stage venerable, it was nothing. That amount of time would pass in the blink of an eye when they were closing up. However, if he refused to go all out while facing this terrifying magical technique, Demon Venerable Lushan Street wouldn't even have any life left to worry about. If I want to get away from this terrifying magical technique, I will need to sacrifice at least 100 years of my remaining life. The firepower of the enemy magical technique was simply too high, and coupled with the fact that the surrounding space had been sealed as well, it made it very difficult for the target to dodge it. Ordinary fleeing techniques would have no effect under these circumstances. As such, he could forget about evading it unless he sacrificed 100 years of his remaining life. How can this guy be this monstrous? Why is he able to make use of the power of space? Demon Venerable Lushan Street sighed with emotion once again. Then, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He had ultimately decided to sacrifice his already dwindled lifespan. But right at that time, the seven-colored sword light crashed against Demon Venerable Lushan Street's defensive barriers and supplementary defensive formations. Bang, bang, bang. The various barriers and defensive methods were ripped open one after another. Soon after, 50 flying swords completely submerged Demon Venerable Lushan Street's body, with lightning, fire, and sword chi exploding all at once. The speed of the flying swords was simply too high, and Demon Venerable Lushan Street simply didn't have the possibility to dodge them. Is this guy really a 7th stage venerable like me? Or is he an 8th stage profound sage, or even worse, a 9th stage tribulation transcender in disguise? Demon Venerable Lushan Street forced a smile and secretly activated his last life-preserving method. Then, thanks to the few seconds he had gained through his life-preserving method, Demon Venerable Lushan Street successfully sacrificed 100 years of his remaining life, which were converted, through a secret technique, into the most powerful escape technique of the limitless demon sect. In the next moment, Demon Venerable Lushan Street's body turned into a streak of light that headed toward a distant place. The escape technique had actually managed to break through the sealed space of Venerable White's nameless magical technique. At this moment, Demon Venerable Lushan Street was overjoyed. He had managed to successfully display that escape technique after sacrificing his lifespan, breaking through the sealed space of the opposite party without a hitch. Although he had consumed 100 years of his life, he still had another 100 years left. As long as he was still alive, there was still hope for him. If he could advance to the 8th stage profound sage, he would definitely take revenge for what happened today. Demon Venerable Lushan Street was a man that had a firm resolution. Moreover, he had always been someone with a great destiny. So what if he had lost 100 years of his remaining life? The more the circumstances were adverse, the more he was motivated to defy the heavens. As long as he found a right opportunity, there was a chance he might be able to advance to the 8th stage profound sage realm within these 100 years he had left. Senior White, that 7th stage venerable of the limitless demon sect, ran away. Shuhang had a keen vision and saw that streak of light escaping from Senior White's nameless magical technique. I know. Venerable White nodded his head. We aren't chasing after him? Shuhang asked. At this time, the whole sky was filled with 7-colored flying swords, and by relying on the speed of the flying swords, it should be possible to catch up with that venerable of the limitless demon sect, right? The opposite party decided to sacrifice their lifespan, and the speed at which they are running away is simply too high. It's going to be very difficult to catch up to them, Venerable White said. In addition, he is about to die. There is no need for me to waste time and effort to chase after him. He is about to die. Shuhang gazed toward that distant place Demon Venerable Lushan Street had flown to, and said, how come is he about to die? It's very simple. Just now, he sacrificed all the life force he had left in one go. According to my calculations, his life should come to an end in a short while, Venerable White said. Speaking of which, Venerable White also found this situation very strange. Why had that 7th stage venerable of the limitless demon sect burned all the life force he had left when escaping? Wasn't that the same as committing suicide? Venerable White's voice had hardly faded when the flying demon Venerable Lushan Street, who was getting further and further away, suddenly crashed toward the ground. After crashing to the ground, his hair became white, and his skin dried up and wrinkled within a very short period of time. In just 3 seconds, Demon Venerable Lushan Street had turned from a handsome man full of spirit into an old man. What's happening? Demon Venerable Lushan Street was dumbfounded. Earlier, he still had 200 years left to live, and now, he'd sacrificed 100 to escape. As such, why had he turned into an old man? At this moment, he felt that the life force in his body was nearly exhausted. The spiritual energy in his body was also quickly dispersing. When the spiritual energy of a cultivator went out of control, returning to the world on its own, it meant that the cultivator was about to die. Why? I clearly still have nearly 100 years left to live. Demon Venerable Lushan Street had no idea as to what was going on. Boom! After the aged demon Venerable Lushan Street crashed to the ground, he created a large crater upon his impact with the earth. Even if the spiritual energy inside his body had dispersed, his body still had the strength of someone that was at the peak of the 7th stage Venerable realm. Therefore, the fall was unable to injure him. However, he didn't have any strength to move in his current state, and he could only absent-mindedly lie in the middle of that crater, gasping for breath. He, who hadn't eaten or breathed for a very long time, was now forced to breath once again. Afterward, he aged even more, and the hair on his head had started to fall out, with his body also beginning to shrink. Shortly after, he discovered that he was having trouble even while breathing. Was this how ordinary people felt when dying of old age? After a short moment, Venerable White arrived at the edge of the crater together with the monster willow. That big ginseng was also dragged over. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 arrived shortly after him. Oh, he's still alive. Venerable White squatted on the edge of the crater and gazed at Demon Venerable Lushan Street, who was lying below. Huff, huff, huff. Demon Venerable Lushan Street gasped for breath. What did you do to me? Why was all my life force exhausted? Venerable White patiently explained, aren't you the one that consumed all of his remaining lifespan in one go? I didn't tamper with your lifespan or anything. Demon Venerable Lushan Street gasped for breath, and said, impossible. I still had 200 years left to live. Huff, huff, just now, I sacrificed 100 of them. As such, why was my life force completely exhausted? I refuse to accept it. I still have 100 years left to live. Why was my life force completely exhausted? Although I'm not sure how much time you had left to live or how much of your life force you sacrificed. I clearly felt that you've sacrificed all your remaining lifespan while using that escape technique earlier. When you were done with your sacrifice, all the life inside your body had been snuffed out. Venerable White continued with his explanation. Demon Venerable Lushan Street. Was it possible that he had really made a mistake while using the technique and making the sacrifice, consuming all the life he had left? No, he refused to believe it. I replied to your question. Now, it's time for you to reply to mine, Venerable White said. Do you know where the core of this fragment of the ancient heavenly city is? Huff, 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 why should I reply to your question? Demon Venerable Lushan Street forced a smile, and said, my life is about to come to an end, and I will soon die, and all those secrets will also die with me, getting buried forever. Ha ha ha. He was going to die thoroughly, and even his soul would disperse. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about the opposite party seizing his soul and torturing it to get information out of it. As such, Demon Venerable Lushan Street was fearless and acting all tough. How stubborn, well, it's not like I dislike stubborn people, Venerable White said with a nod. He. Demon Venerable Lushan Street laughed and quietly closed his eyes, refusing to say another word. He. Venerable White likewise laughed. Then, he turned his head toward Song Shuhang, and said, Shuhang, do you have any of those seeds left? Venerable White had asked the people of the scholarly faction to exchange his share of seeds of the virtuous golden lotus for a more interesting treasure. Therefore, Senior White didn't have any of those lotus seeds with him at the moment. Yes, I have. Song Shuhang took out a lotus seed and gave it to Venerable White. Senior White, you are not planning to feed him the seed, right? The seeds of the virtuous golden lotus could increase one's lifespan by 50 years. But wasn't it a waste to feed it to that demon Venerable Lushan Street? In addition, the other party was their enemy. At this point, wasn't it better to just let him ferry his soul so that he could strengthen his light of virtue? Aha, I just thought of carrying out an interesting experiment. Don't worry, I won't give him an opportunity to cause trouble. In addition, I still have to get some information from him. Venerable White took the lotus seed in his hand and stretched out the other, dragging over the big ginseng, at this time, in the far-off spirit butterfly island. Father, I've finished engraving all the formations. Soft Feather said happily. Not bad, you engraved all the formations properly. Now, rest well and adjust your condition. You will try to break through to the 4th stage tomorrow. Venerable Spirit Butterfly nodded, very satisfied. I know. Right, Father, has Senior Song started shooting that movie he was talking about? Can I rush to the filming location after transcending my tribulation? Soft Feather said expectantly. During the past few days, to make her thoroughly concentrate on this matter related to the tribulation, Venerable Spirit Butterfly had confiscated her mobile phone, computer, tablet and other items that could allow her to get in touch with the outside world. Don't worry. Once you are done transcending your tribulation, you will surely be able to go there. Your father promises you, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said kindly. That's great. Soft Feather clenched her fists. Father, I'm going to rest well today, and I will break through to the 4th stage realm tomorrow. Rest well and don't get anxious, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said with a smile as he was sipping his tea. Yes. Soft Feather nodded happily. Then, she cheerfully left, preparing to adjust her frame of mind and get into her peak condition. After Soft Feather left, Venerable Spirit Butterfly cautiously took out his computer. After pondering for a moment, he contacted Venerable White and wrote, Fellow Daoist White, how are you doing lately? I wish to borrow Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless from you, please reply as soon as you see the message. It was about time to shoot that movie that had Thrice Reckless Mad Saber as the main character. Just as before, the director would be Mr. Jacob, and the name of the movie was My Reckless and Unrestrained Life. Venerable Spirit Butterfly had decided to shoot this movie a very long time ago, and at this moment, the main plot of the movie had already taken shape in his mind. For example, Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless Mad Saber would surge forward with great momentum on the surface of the sea, creating large waves and chaos. Then, he would be thrown into a crater lake, creating waves and chaos once more. Afterward, he would be thrown into corrosive mudflow, creating all sorts of waves and chaos over and over again. Venerable Spirit Butterfly had pledged that he was going to invest a lot of money in this movie and strive to obtain a perfect result. The fact that I wasn't a small caterpillar that practiced until becoming a spirit butterfly, as well as the fact that I don't know how to spin a cocoon, truly disappointed Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless back then. The movie is how I want to make it up to him. I heard that Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless was able to play only a very small role in the movie the Fellow Daoists of the 9 Provinces #1 group shot a while ago. Such being the case, I will take responsibility to help and give him the opportunity to play the role of the main character in this new movie. Venerable Spirit Butterfly thought to himself. But right at this time, Venerable White replied. However, it seemed that Senior White was very busy, and his reply was thus very short, sure, no problem. After a short while, Venerable White sent another message, reporting back to Senior Spirit Butterfly. Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber is still inside Senior White's secret realm of slowness. Senior, if you wish to, you can head to that place and bring Senior Thrice Reckless back home. As for the method to get into the secret realm of slowness, I will send it to you via email in a short while. Since Senior White is very busy at the moment, Song Shuhang, am replying in his stead. Venerable Spirit Butterfly slightly tapped on the table with his finger, and then wrote, very well. Little friend Shuhang, thank fellow Daoist White on my behalf. After pondering for a moment, Venerable Spirit Butterfly also wrote, right, little friend Shuhang. In this movie that I want to shoot for fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, there is a male character that likes to disguise as a woman. Little friend, are you interested in being cast as this character? Venerable Spirit Butterfly remembered that little friend Song Shuhang had that particular hobby of wearing female clothes. Therefore, wasn't it better to give him an opportunity to satisfy his craving? At this time, in the distant fragment of the ancient heavenly city, Song Shuhang was left speechless. He felt that Venerable Spirit Butterfly was deeply misunderstanding something. In addition, it was very likely that Senior Spirit Butterfly had no knowledge of the current state of his body. If he were to wear female clothing with his current build, the spectators would surely lose their eyesight. At that time, they would have no way to compensate for all the emotional damage they would cause. Thereupon, Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and politely refused. Thanks for your offer, Senior Spirit Butterfly, but I won't be able to play this character. My university will start soon, and I won't have the time to participate in the shooting of the movie. Venerable Spirit Butterfly quickly replied, that's really unfortunate. In that case, let's see if we will have an opportunity to collaborate the next time, little friend. After he finished the conversation, Venerable Spirit Butterfly switched off the computer. He felt that this hobby of little friend Song Shuhang was both good and bad. Personally speaking, Venerable Spirit Butterfly was rather supportive of little friend Song Shuhang's hobby. Was it really that wrong for a man to be somewhat abnormal? Therefore, Venerable Spirit Butterfly wondered if he should secretly give little friend Song Shuhang a push from the back. For example, he could give little friend Song Shuhang's hobby extensive care and room to nurture it. How about gifting him some new immortal clothing for women? When I'm free, I will have to find a way to instill into his mind some makeup-related knowledge and properly nurture this hobby of his. Venerable Spirit Butterfly started to lay out his plan. Helping others was the source of happiness anyway, he would implement this plan in a little while. Because now, it was time to grab Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Thereupon, Venerable Spirit Butterfly sent a short message to that lazybones of a disciple of his, Lu Jianyi, summoning him over. To cure Lu Jianyi's sloth cancer, Venerable Spirit Butterfly gave him duties non-stop lately, all to make him become a little more active. After receiving his teacher's message, Lu Jianyi came over with a bitter expression on his face. Teacher, do you have another mission for me? Recently, he had started to wonder if he had accidentally offended his teacher. Perhaps this was the reason his teacher was now giving him missions to complete all day long and making him suffer. Lu Jianyi felt that he had already lost quite a bit of weight as of late. Jianyi, there is something I need you to do. Head to these coordinates, you will find the secret realm of slowness there. Then, get inside and bring back fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. However, you have to be extra careful while going to pick him up and not fall inside the secret realm of slowness yourself. That place is rather troublesome, and one's action would be forcefully slowed down after getting inside. After he had said this much, Venerable Spirit Butterfly gave Lu Jianyi the coordinates of the secret realm of slowness, as well as the method to open it and get the trapped Thrice Reckless Mad Saber out. The secret realm of slowness? After hearing these words, Lu Jianyi's immediately lit up. Then, he nodded his head, and said, I understand. Teacher, in that case, I will head over there to bring fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless back. After saying this much, Lu Jianyi did something rather unexpected and left immediately, quickly heading toward the secret realm of slowness. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was confused. How come this Lu Jianyi fellow had become so active all of a sudden? In the meantime, in that fragment of the ancient heavenly city, Venerable White cautiously held a mass of light in his hand. Is this the soul of that 7th stage Venerable? Su Clan 16 asked. Correct. I have to admit that pulling the soul of a 7th stage venerable out of their body was rather troublesome, Venerable White said smugly. In order to take out his soul, I had to make sure that he was in an extremely weakened state. Therefore, I decided to make my move just as he was about to die. I fed him the seed of the virtuous golden lotus moments before his death, since the life-prolonging effects of the lotus seed would affect his soul first and start to restore his aged body only afterward. As such, there was going to be a certain lag between the two processes. During this small period of time, his body would be in a state of death, while the life of his soul would be prolonged by 50 years. And only during this special state of life and death would it be possible to successfully pull out the soul. Shuhang pondered for a moment, and then thought of a bug in an online video game he had previously played where the character would keep living after hitting 0 HP. Venerable White continued, as a result, I managed to pull out the soul of this 7th stage venerable, who was alive but extremely weakened. Everything went according to my estimations. Are we going to interrogate this soul next? Su Clan 16 asked. Not yet. Shuhang, you have to lend me another item. From what I remember, you should still have that spirit-binding ice bead with you, right? It's precisely that item you used to seal the ghost spirit, Venerable White said. Shuhang nodded and took an ice bead out of his size-reducing purse, handing it over to Senior White. This ice bead really brought back memories. It was precisely that ice bead that would make him feel a cool and refreshing feeling during the scorching hot summer, acting as an air conditioner. In addition, it would keep his mind clear, making it very easy for him to study. It was exactly due to the existence of this spirit-binding ice bead that he started to suspect that cultivators might be real. The scene of him heading to the neighboring city alongside Soft Feather to catch the ghost spirit was still vivid in his mind. Venerable White took the spirit-binding ice bead and placed it on the ground, engraving a small formation around the ice bead. Senior White, are you planning to seal his soul inside the spirit-binding ice bead? Shuhang asked. Still, would the spirit-binding ice bead even be able to contain the soul of a 7th stage venerable? Correct, Venerable White replied. After saying this much, he held the soul in both hands and pushed it toward the spirit-binding ice bead. In the next moment, the soul of that 7th stage venerable was successfully sealed within the spirit-binding ice bead. The formation on the ground disappeared, and the appearance of the spirit-binding ice bead also changed a little. A 1-meter-long tail was now growing out of the ice bead. Done, Venerable White said as he clapped his hands. Then, he pulled over the big ginseng. At this time, the ginseng had once again regained consciousness and opened its eyes. Although it still had the appearance of a ginseng, it had already become a spirit, and had thus grown a pair of eyes and a mouth. After waking up, it saw Venerable White and started to crazily struggle again. Don't cause trouble. Venerable White gently patted the ginseng with his palm, making it lose consciousness again. Then, he took the spirit-binding ice bead and stuffed it into the mouth of the big ginseng, leaving only that tail growing out of the bead hanging outside the mouth. Shuhang asked, Senior White, what are you doing? I'm doing this to allow the soul of that 7th stage venerable trapped inside spirit-binding ice bead to take control of the body of the ginseng spirit. In addition, it will make it easier to get information from him, Venerable White explained. When I sealed his soul inside the spirit-binding ice bead, I intentionally left behind a small flaw so that part of the soul in the ice bead would leak out. In the end, this is the soul of a 7th stage venerable, and even if it is extremely weakened, it should have no problems controlling the body of this ginseng spirit. Su Clan 16 blinked her eyes, and said, Senior White, why did you go through all this trouble? Couldn't we have directly interrogated the soul and gotten all the information we wanted? It wasn't that troublesome. In addition, the effects are going to be even better with this method. Venerable White said smugly. At this time, the big ginseng slowly opened its eyes again. I didn't die. Demon Venerable Lushan Street was confused. He remembered that his life force was completely exhausted, and his consciousness had also started dissipating. He was going to thoroughly die in a short while. As such, why was he able to open his eyes again? But right at this time, just as he recovered his eyesight, he saw an old and weak body. It was his own body. As expected, he had still died in the end. But since he had died already, why could he open his eyes? Was it possible that his soul had yet to disperse? No, that was impossible. Only a complete and thorough death awaited those cultivators that had completely exhausted their life force. After their corporeal body had died, their soul would follow suit and disappear as well. But right at this time, several other figures appeared in his field of vision. There was that handsome scary monster with incredible strength. Next to him was that little rascal of the third stage with a kind and gentle face. Then, there was still that girl, also of the third stage. Venerable White squatted next to the big ginseng with a smile, and said, "Did you finally wake up?" Demon Venerable Lushan Street, who had now been incarnated as a big ginseng, struggled with all his might. After struggling, he discovered that there was something wrong with his body. This body wasn't the body of a human. After adapting to your new body a little, you should be able to speak. Anyway, it's time for us to have a good chat, isn't it? What did you do to me? Venerable Lushan Street said. He felt as if there was something wrong with his mouth, just as though he was biting on a rope. I stuffed you inside the body of that big ginseng. I'm talking about that ginseng spirit I was dragging along earlier, Venerable White explained. Demon Venerable Lushan Street was speechless. Was Senior White talking about that pitiful ginseng? Now, he was unexpectedly inside its body? How did it even happen? Anyway, are you willing to reply to my question now? Where is the core of this fragment of the heavenly city? Earlier, I looked all around and searched several places that looked important, but I still couldn't find the core, Venerable White said. I absolutely won't reply to your questions, Demon Venerable Lushan Street said coldly. Even if I don't reply, what can you do to me? Venerable White didn't get angry, but laughed instead. Do you want to continue living? The reason we cultivators go through the trouble of practicing day and night and bear the suffering of the heavenly tribulation, isn't it all to achieve immortality? Especially someone like you, who has experienced firsthand what death looks like, don't you want to continue living more than anything else? Demon Venerable Lushan Street. This question really hit the nail on the head. Did he want to continue living? Of course he wanted. Every cultivator that didn't have a screw loose would want to keep living. However, there were several types of continue living. For example, obtaining a few additional years of life, or a decade, and then dying also fell under continue living. Becoming something akin to a living corpse and keep living on dishonorably also fell under continue living. Having one's soul refined and turned into a wicked magical treasure also fell under continue living. Lushan Street didn't want any of these. I want to continue living. Demon Venerable Lushan Street clenched his teeth, and said, but, before Demon Venerable Lushan Street could finish speaking, Venerable White had already taken a small teapot out of his pocket. It was a palm-sized teapot made of gold, and the style was closer to Western ones rather than anything Oriental. I was waiting for you to say this sentence. Venerable White said happily. Demon Venerable Lushan Street was confused. At the same time, he felt his ginseng root stiffening. It was the same as the hair of a human standing on end. It meant that something bad was about to happen. However, Venerable White made his move at lightning speed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed that tail hanging from the mouth of the ginseng spirit, pulling it out. Just in this fashion, the small tail and the spirit-binding ice bead attached to it were pulled out of the body of the ginseng. Ugh! Demon Venerable Lushan Street called out in grief. Soon after, his consciousness blacked out. When the spirit-binding ice bead was pulled out, demon Venerable Lushan Street lost control over the body of the ginseng spirit and his consciousness returned back into the small ice bead. Venerable White happily opened the small teapot and stuffed the spirit-binding ice bead into it, covering the teapot with the lid immediately after. Ding! A large number of runes that were engraved on the mysterious little teapot and its lid suddenly lit up. Soon after, the lid fused with the body of the teapot, becoming one with it. Contract established. A very simple message was issued from the mysterious teapot. The language the teapot used to issue the notification wasn't Mandarin. However, there was gentle mental energy concealed within the sound that translated the message for all those hearing it. As such, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 were able to understand the meaning of the words even though they had no idea to which country that language belonged. Contract established? Does that mean that Senior White went through all this trouble because he wanted to establish a contract between this small teapot and the soul of that 7th stage venerable of the limitless demon sect? Song Shuhang suspected that that other venerable trapped inside the body of the ginseng had fulfilled the conditions of the contract when he said out loud the words, "I want to continue living." From the looks of it, it was a magical treasure similar to the one the golden-horned king from Journey to the West possessed. If one replied according to a certain pattern, they would be sucked inside the gourd, or teapot, in this case. Just what kind of treasure was this small teapot? Aha! After so many years, I've finally found for you a soul of the 7th stage rank or above to act as the teapot spirit. Are you satisfied? Venerable White said with a smile while holding the small teapot. Buzz, 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 the small teapot issued a happy cry. The teapot itself was unable to speak. That contract established sentence from earlier was probably part of a pre-prepared set of lines that would be automatically played when certain conditions were fulfilled, and it wasn't the teapot speaking. It was a success, Venerable White said, very satisfied. But right at this time, that pitiful ginseng regained consciousness again. It slowly opened its eyes and was really scared. Earlier, it had a nightmare where it had lost control over its body, and even its soul had been suppressed by some external force. It was unable to control its body according to its will, and it couldn't even open its mouth to send out its voice. Its soul had been banished to one corner of its body, capable only of helplessly mourning. Luckily, it was nothing but a dream. When it opened its eyes just now, it could control its body just fine, and there was no scary external force vying against it for the control of its body. It was great that it was nothing but a nightmare. Right, the fact that it had been kidnapped by that pretty and delicate celestial being, was that also part of the nightmare? The ginseng expectantly looked all around after opening its eyes. In the next moment, it saw that Venerable White was standing next to it while holding a strange teapot in his hand, looking very happy. Sheet, it wasn't a nightmare. It had been really kidnapped by that delicate and pretty cultivator. Sometimes, reality was even worse than nightmares. Thereupon, the big ginseng instinctively started to struggle again. Sob, 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 How come it woke up again? After noticing the struggle of the ginseng, Venerable White turned his head around and looked at it, saying in a soft voice, from the looks of it, it woke again since its soul was stimulated. After saying this much, Venerable White turned his body around and gave the ginseng another beautiful roundhouse kick. Bang! The big ginseng blacked out again, losing consciousness. This time, Venerable White used a little more strength while kicking. Therefore, the big ginseng might stay asleep for a little longer this time around. The nearby monster willow quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Luckily, she could supply tree branches to Venerable White and was useful to him. She was nothing like that pitiful ginseng. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 curiously gazed at the small teapot in Senior White's hands. Venerable White shook the teapot, and said, "You want to know how this teapot works, right?" Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 repeatedly nodded their heads. Actually, this thing isn't a magical treasure that we cultivators created. It's something that I picked up in the middle of a desert while I was roaming the world several hundred years ago, and I'm also unsure which systems practitioners forged this marvelous treasure. Anyway, the small teapot has the capacity to house a soul that can then act as the teapot spirit. However, the soul of a cultivator of the 5th stage or above is required to become the teapot spirit. Additionally, this soul must willingly complete the contract before getting inside the teapot, becoming its spirit, Venerable White said. And what is its ability? Song Shuhang asked. Look carefully. Venerable White stretched out his hand and rubbed the small teapot a few times. Whoosh! A mass of mist came out of the teapot's spout. Next, the mass of mist assumed the appearance of a black-robed cultivator. It was Demon Venerable Lushan Street's appearance. A magic lamp? Song Shuhang eyes immediately lit up. Senior White, can it grant wishes as well? Grant wishes? How can there be something as exaggerated as that in this world? Venerable White waved his hand, and said, this magical treasure is actually a battle-type magical treasure. One can summon the teapot spirit 3 times per day for half an hour and have it fight for them. However, one has to be careful. If the teapot spirit dies, it will truly disappear. Therefore, whenever it gets seriously injured, one has to call it back inside the teapot to convalesce from its wounds. Song Shuhang said, but Senior White, didn't you say that you wanted to obtain the information related to the core of this fragment of the heavenly city from that guy? Can he still reply to your questions after becoming the teapot spirit? That's a given. Otherwise, why would I go through all this trouble to turn him into the teapot spirit? Venerable White laughed. Then, he tapped on the small teapot and asked the black-robed Daoist priest in the sky, what's your name? This poor Daoist's Dao name is Lushan Street, the black-robed Daoist priest replied truthfully. It could reply for real. That's truly incredible. Song Shuhang said. At the same time, he rejoiced that his Dao name didn't end up being Daoist Priest China, Zhejiang Province, Wenzhou City, Beijing Street. Otherwise, how would he even find the courage to reply if someone asked him for his Dao name? Then, Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity, Fellow Daoist Lushan Street, may I ask you a question? What is your mother's surname? Demon Venerable Lushan Street coldly looked at Song Shuhang and didn't reply. Song Shuhang. Well, that was awkward. Venerable White comforted Song Shuhang, Shuhang, don't take it to heart. The truth is that it will reply only to the questions of the owner of the teapot, and it is by no means looking down on you. Senior White, don't say it out loud. As soon as you mentioned this matter, I immediately felt that the teapot spirit was deeply looking down on me. Su Clan 16 couldn't help but laugh. Cough. Venerable White cleared his throat and said, Fellow Daoist Lushan Street, can you fill me in on this matter related to the core of this fragment of the heavenly city? Demon Venerable Lushan Street froze for a moment, and a conflicted expression appeared on his cold face. His will is truly strong, and it can actually revolt even after becoming the teapot spirit of the teapot. Venerable White stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the small teapot one more time. Demon Venerable Lushan Street finally opened his mouth, and said, the core of this fragment of the heavenly city is hidden in one of the palaces in the western side. But if you want to get to the place where the core is, you'll need my help. I've already gained some authority over the core of this fragment of the heavenly city. No wonder, it seems that the core was hidden all along because someone got to it before us. Now I understand why I didn't find anything even after searching for so long, Venerable White said. He hadn't expected that Demon Venerable Lushan Street had already gained some control over the core of this place. If this guy had been given a little more time, and had managed to make this fragment of the heavenly city his own, he would have certainly advanced to the 8th stage profound sage realm. But, unfortunately for Demon Venerable Lushan Street, there were no ifs or buts in this world, and he ended up becoming the teapot spirit of Venerable White's mysterious teapot before he could advance to the 8th stage profound sage realm. In that case, show us the way, fellow Daoist, Venerable White said. In the sky, a conflicted expression appeared on Demon Venerable Lushan Street's face again. But, after a short time, his will was unable to overcome the contract of the small teapot and was defeated. Thereupon, he took the lead and showed the way to Venerable White and the others, heading toward the palaces located in the western side of this fragment of the heavenly city. There were several groups of palaces in this fragment of the heavenly city known as Jade Lake. Venerable White and Su Clan 16 had also found several palaces while exploring the place earlier, and Su Clan 16 had even fought some resentful spirits in one of them. Anyway, Demon Venerable Lushan Street showed the way to Venerable White, Song Shuhang, and Su Clan 16, directly heading toward the western side of this fragment of the heavenly city. Then, after arriving in front of a black-colored wasteland, Demon Venerable Lushan Street stopped and pointed his finger toward the ground. Next, we can only proceed through the ground. You can keep showing the way. I'll keep up with you while bringing along the others, Venerable White said. As soon as he heard the words, proceed through the ground, Song Shuhang felt his belly becoming full. Luckily, Venerable White's earth crossing technique was excellent, and it was unlikely that he would screw up halfway. After traveling through the earth and reaching a depth of 200 meters, Song Shuhang and the others reached an underground palace. They could vaguely tell that this place must have been rather prosperous back in the day. But now, this place was in ruins, just like those palaces on the surface. Beyond that, the whole place was covered by a thick layer of dark gray mist. After Demon Venerable Lushan Street brought everyone there, a conflicted expression appeared on his face once more. He was struggling in his mind again. Venerable White couldn't bear it anymore, and said, I feel that this guy is becoming a little annoying. Had it happened only once or twice, he would have even praised fellow Daoist Lushan Street for his strong will. But if it kept happening at intervals of a few minutes, with the guy continuously going through a mental struggle with a conflicted expression appearing on his face again and again, one would start to get a little annoyed. But right at this time, Demon Venerable Lushan Street lost the battle of will again. Therefore, he sighed, and said, beware of that mist. That mist isn't normal, it's a mass of chaotic energy. Foul and evil beasts can condense and take shape from that mist, just like it happens in the netherworld realm. After all, this underground palace was once corroded and polluted with the energy of the netherworld realm. Song Shuhang gazed the grayish mist below. As expected, it was the energy of the netherworld realm, or, to be more precise, the essence of the energy of the netherworld realm. During the past few days, he had had a lot of dealings with the netherworld realm. Therefore, he was rather familiar with this type of energy. As expected, the destruction of the heavenly city in ancient times was probably related to the netherworld realm. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Just as they were discussing, the turbid energy within the mist started to revolve, finally condensing into a huge black dragon that dashed toward Venerable White and the others. However, the huge black dragon had yet to approach them that something flew out of Song Shuhang's body while emitting a dazzling golden light. It was the writing of the sage, a book that the super-amazing sage of the scholarly faction had personally written while he was still alive. Song Shuhang hadn't researched the book too much after receiving it, and he had no idea how it worked. Nevertheless, this classic book would automatically activate when facing things that were foul and evil. The writing of the sage projected in the air the picture of a 10-meter big golden book that immediately went to attack that huge black dragon made of turbid energy. Bang! The huge turbid dragon was immediately crushed to pieces. After the attack went well, the writing of the sage leisurely returned to Song Shuhang's body. While returning, it even brought along the chaotic energy the huge dragon had transformed into after getting smashed to pieces. It was like a cat capturing a mouse and smugly bringing the trophy back to show it to its master, not caring in the least about its master potentially getting a scare after seeing the dead mouse. Don't bring back the energy of the netherworld realm. It's useless to us. Song Shuhang called out. However, his voice had hardly faded when his heart aperture shook. It was again a familiar feeling. In the next moment, the nucleus in his heart aperture emitted a golden light, projecting the picture of a lifelike lotus flower in the air. The roots of the lotus flower spread out and took root in the mist. In the next moment, Shuhang felt that the lotus flower had absorbed a stream of energy, and most of this energy entered the nucleus in his heart aperture. Venerable White looked at the lotus flower and muttered, "Interesting, so aside from spirit stones, this thing can devour the energy of the netherworld as well? Wasn't this ability the same as that of the virtuous golden lotus of the scholarly faction?" The speed at which the lotus flower was absorbing energy was rather fast. When they were in Venerable White's treasure house, it managed to instantaneously absorb the energy of 600 spirit stones of the 5th stage. Then, in the time it took to say a few words, it had absorbed several thousand spirit stones. But now, while facing the essence of the energy of the netherworld realm, which was even easier to absorb, the speed at which the lotus flower was operating was 3 times faster. In the blink of an eye, a large portion of the thick mist shrouding the palace below them had disappeared. If things continued like this, all the mist covering the underground palace would be thoroughly absorbed by Shuhang within 1 hour. Demon Venerable Lushan Street closely watched Shuhang. Just how many hardships had he gone through to get past this mist the first time he got here? But now, all this mist that made him suffer so much back then had turned into the food of this small cultivator of the 3rd stage. Well, it seemed that everyone was different and had different strong points. But right at this time, the mist below seemed to have sensed how scary Shuhang's lotus flower was. The terrified cries of beasts were transmitted from within the mist. In the next moment, the mist curled up and retreated several thousand meters. However, that lotus flower that had come out of Shuhang's chest was unforgiving. Its roots infinitely stretched and closely chased after the mist. One was continuously retreating, and the other continuously advancing. Before long, the mist had already left the palace, retreating and shrinking toward the open space behind the palace. But the more the mist was retreating and shrinking its size, the more the roots of the lotus were getting greedy. It seemed it liked very much to absorb the compressed energy of the mist. At this time, a conflicted expression had once again appeared on Demon Venerable Lushan Street's face. This time, it wasn't because he was going through a mental struggle, but because he had no idea which expression he should make to express his inner turmoil after seeing this scene that was playing out before his eyes. Since the mist had already retreated, Demon Venerable Lushan Street brought Venerable White and the others down, arriving at the entrance of the palace. There is an invisible formation here that touches upon the power of space. If one wants to reach the place where the core is, they mustn't go astray. Back then, I was able to find the correct path only after several years of trial and error. Just follow me, Demon Venerable Lushan Street said coldly. As such, Demon Venerable Lushan Street took the lead and showed the way while Shuhang and the others were closely following behind. After changing direction several times, the whole group unwittingly entered into a small independent dimension. The roots of that lotus flower coming out of Shuhang's chest passed through this independent dimension and extended to the outside world, continuing to chase after the mist. Shuhang turned his head back and gazed at the roots extending from his chest. His imagination started to run wild. If he encountered some labyrinth-like ancient ruins in the future, he could perhaps use this ability of the lotus flower to solve the problem. It was the same as having a rope that could stretch infinitely, and that would allow him to find the exit to the labyrinth without fail. Of course, it would be possible only if he managed to completely control the nucleus in his heart aperture. The small independent dimension had an area of merely 100 square meters. In other words, it was just a room. Inside the room were 3 reclining chairs. Aside from them, the whole room was empty. The core is here? Su Clan 16 asked. Demon Venerable Lushan Street didn't reply, but started to take action. A chain of runes appeared in his soul. From the looks of it, it seemed a series of password-like runes. The chain of runes engraved itself in the air. After a short moment, some strange energy assembled in the air. It seemed a very complex type of energy. There was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, mental energy, the power of faith, and even the chaotic energy of the netherworld. All these different types of energy merged together and fell on the reclining chair in the middle. Soon after, a figure appeared on the reclining chair. It was a black-haired woman wearing a phoenix coronet on her head and an elegant golden-red dual-colored phoenix robe. Back in the day, this dress must have been so elegant that words weren't enough to describe it, but now, the black-haired woman was lazily reclining against the chair as if she was on the verge of death. After a while, the black-haired woman finally raised her head. She had a pale complexion and slit pupils. Beyond that, there was an eye-catching beauty mark around the corner of her right eye, which made her look lovely. "Oh, you have come back." The black-haired woman gazed at Demon Venerable Lushan Street, who was floating in the air. After a while, the black-haired woman suddenly tilted her head, and said, "You died? Damn it." Song Shuhang. He felt that this black-haired woman was taking a long time to react to the things happening around her. In addition, for some unknown reason, Song Shuhang got nervous when he saw the black-haired woman raising her head. To be more precise, he wasn't the one getting nervous, it was Yi Si inside his body who was getting nervous. Yi Si's mood affected Song Shuhang's and made him feel nervous as well. Thereupon, Song Shuhang retreated a few steps and hid behind Venerable White and Su Clan 16. "Yi Si, do you owe her money or something?" Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Yi Si replied, "No, I don't owe anyone any money. In addition, I don't even know her." Just as they finished speaking, the face of the black-haired woman simultaneously resurfaced in the minds of Song Shuhang and Yi Si. When the black-haired woman resurfaced in the minds of the duo, her facial features were somewhat indistinct, but the beauty mark around the corner of her eye was incredibly clear. Soon after, teardrops started to fall from the corner of the eyes of the black-haired woman in their minds. She looked truly heartbroken. At the same time, Song Shuhang and Yi Si felt their hearts tightening, just as though someone had grabbed it and squeezed it. "Yi Si, are you sure you don't owe her money?" Song Shuhang asked to be sure. "I'm sure I don't owe her," Yi Si said resolutely. But this time around, she was somewhat uncertain. From what she remembered, she had never seen this woman with a beauty mark before. However, there was still a chance that she had simply forgotten about her. Yi Si was aware that her memories were somewhat incomplete. Perhaps what she owed to this woman with a beauty mark wasn't money, but something even more important? At this time, after another short while, the woman with the beauty mark said again, "Damn it. Since you died, you won't be able to help me support the Jade Lake realm." Just when I had found with much difficulty a suitable 7th stage Venerable Demon Venerable Lushan Street had a cold expression on his face. After another short while, the woman with the beauty mark turned her head around and saw Venerable White, Song Shuhang, and Su Clan 16. There are other guests as well. Did you see us just now?" Song Shuhang couldn't help but ridicule in his heart. "I'm sorry, but there is something wrong with my current state, and I'm rather slow to react to everything," the woman with the beauty mark said. After saying this much, she looked at Venerable White, and said happily, "You are also a 7th stage Venerable, and a living one on top of that." Chapter 8:13 There could be only one truth. Staying in this place all day long and hoping to find a 7th stage Venerable wasn't easy. The woman with the beauty mark gazed at Venerable White, and said, "Can you think about it a little and decide if you want to help me support the Jade Lake realm?" There was no test about one's character or any other type of test. It didn't matter if the opposite party was good or evil, nor how their character was. As long as they were a 7th stage Venerable and were willing to accept the duty, the woman with the beauty mark would slowly transfer the control of the core of the Jade Lake realm to them. Help you support the Jade Lake realm? No, I refuse. Venerable White refused without a second thought. Ah. Song Shuhang gazed at Venerable White in puzzlement. Earlier, Senior White went through all that trouble to pull out Venerable Lushan Street's soul and make him sign the contract to become the Teapot Spirit. Didn't he do all that so that he could find the core of the Jade Lake realm and take the whole place away? Why had he suddenly changed his mind? What I want is the whole Jade Lake realm. I'm planning to take the whole thing away, therefore, I don't want to help you support it, Venerable White added. After some time, the woman with the beauty mark laughed charmingly. You are really an interesting fellow. If you think you can support the whole Jade Lake realm by relying on your strength alone, I don't have any problem handing the place over to you. Although the Jade Lake realm was built using the illusory reality of 7th stage venerables as the foundation, the ancient heavenly city had later become the way to immortality of the heavenly emperor, and was thus very different from ordinary illusory realities. The surface area of the Jade Lake realm was very large, and one could forget about supporting the whole place by themselves unless they had the strength of a 9th stage tribulation transcender. The woman with the beauty mark was planning to give Venerable White control over the core of the Jade Lake realm step by step, allowing him to slowly make the whole place his own. Then, after Venerable White had advanced to the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm, he would finally be able to control the whole Jade Lake realm. At that time, by using his strength of the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm, he would be able to make the Jade Lake realm flourish again. The dried-up Jade Lake, the bleak prairie, and the wilderness would return to what they were before. Ah, that was something that brought back memories of the Jade Lake realm from ancient times. The beautiful landscape, and the familiar people. Actually, speaking of familiar people. After some time, the woman with the beauty mark turned her head around and looked at Song Shuhang. I felt that there was an old acquaintance, so it was you. No, it can't be me. Song Shuhang immediately said. Calm down and carefully look at my face. You are mistaking me for someone else. Song Shuhang still remembered the time that Bamboo Shoot and Small White Dragon mistook him for someone else, beating him up for no reason and then saying that they had gotten the wrong person. What a vile turn of events. I'm not mistaking you for someone else. It's definitely you, the woman with the beauty mark said resolutely. But I have no idea who you are, Song Shuhang said. I've never seen you before. Cheng Lin, you rascal, the woman with the beauty mark smiled charmingly. Do you think I won't recognize you just because you altered your appearance? I would recognize your aura even if you were to turn into ashes. Who is this Cheng Lin? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. I don't know, either. It's my first time hearing this name, Yi Si replied inwardly. Yi Si, is it possible that you met her while you were using the name, Cheng Lin, as your alias? Song Shuhang asked. After all, Yi Si got really nervous as soon as she saw that woman with the beauty mark. Therefore, there was definitely some relationship between the two. Impossible, my name has a very special meaning to me. Therefore, I wouldn't use an alias no matter what. In addition, this Cheng Lin name doesn't even ring a bell, Yi Si replied. Cheng Lin? At this time, the nearby Venerable White held his chin, and said, Are you talking about that immortal that liked to take selfies? Fairy Cheng Lin? The woman with the beauty mark turned her head around and looked at Venerable White. Then, she looked at Song Shuhang again. Do you still have something to say? Cheng Lin. Even your companion confessed. Song Shuhang. But right at this time, Venerable White added, you misunderstood. That fairy Cheng Lin you knew is very likely dead already. Ah, the woman with the beauty mark opened her eyes wide. The reason I know her name is because I explored some ancient ruins recently and those ruins happen to be Immortal Cheng Lin's immortal cave, Venerable White slowly explained. Afterward, I found a recording in those ruins. In the recording, I saw another immortal, whose arms were covered with eyes, barging into Fairy Qinglin's immortal cave. Then, this guy grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up. Then, he squeezed her head until it exploded. It was really a sad and cruel story. Arms covered with eyes, so it was that guy. Qinglin didn't try to resist, the woman with the beauty mark asked in a soft voice. She didn't, Venerable White said calmly. That's not very Qinglin-like. The woman with the beauty mark sighed. Then, she said to Venerable White, such being the case, I'm even surer of it. Qinglin isn't that easy to kill. Therefore, the recording you saw must be fake. Venerable White shrugged his shoulders. I'm just telling you what I saw. As for how you want to interpret this information, it's up to you. After saying this much, Venerable White glanced at Song Shuhang. He had to find the time to bring Song Shuhang to Immortal Qinglin's immortal cave. Who knew, perhaps they would obtain some unexpected benefits. But right at this time, the woman with the beauty mark turned her head toward Song Shuhang with a smile, and said, my judgment after interpreting that piece of information is, Qinglin, stop pretending. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, we are back to the starting point. At the same time, he said to Yi Si, do you want to come out and meet this black-haired woman? Song Shuhang felt that there was definitely some relationship between senior sister Yi Si and this black-haired woman. No, I refuse. Senior sister Yi Si readily refused. She got incredibly nervous after seeing this woman with the beauty mark through Song Shuhang. Therefore, she wouldn't come out to meet her even if she got beaten to death. Alright, regardless of me being this immortal Qinglin, you know of or not, which I'm pretty sure I'm not, there is nothing I can do if you insist on saying that we are the same person, Song Shuhang said to the woman with the beauty mark after heaving a sigh. Hee hee. Qinglin, you rascal, you finally admitted it. The woman with the beauty mark laughed charmingly. Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders. Just do as you wish. With a nod, Venerable White said, can we put off this matter related to Qinglin's identity until later? And have you considered leaving the core of the Jade Lake realm to me? Given your condition, I don't think you can support this place for long. After a while, the woman with the beauty mark said, indeed. That's the reason I'm looking for someone to inherit this place with such haste. I don't have a problem with leaving you the core. However, there is something I want to do before that. Fine, Venerable White said. The woman with the beauty mark turned toward Song Shuhang, and said, Qinglin, just as we've agreed, I preserved the Jade Lake realm for you. Such being the case, it's now time for you to do what you've promised me back then. Song Shuhang. Was he going to bear the consequences of someone else's actions? He felt that it was going to be a very troublesome promise. Therefore, he was unwilling to become the scapegoat. Venerable White was in deep thought. He had gained some important information from the words of that woman with the beauty mark. From the looks of it, Immortal Qinglin was the original master of this Jade Lake realm. But right at this time, the woman with the beauty mark stared at Song Shuhang, and said in a gentle voice, Qinglin, kiss me. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16 turned her head around and looked at Shuhang. Venerable White also tilted his head and looked at Shuhang, laughing. Song Shuhang continuously waved his hand, and said, hold on. As expected, I can by no means accept this Qinglin's identity. In addition, wasn't Qinglin a fairy maiden? And this woman with the beauty mark before his eyes should be a fairy maiden as well, right? Was it really okay for them to do this while having the same gender? No, wait a moment, thinking of it, even if they were wearing a phoenix coronet and that gorgeous phoenix robe, this person with the beauty mark never said anything about their name, status, or gender. Was it possible that they were actually a man? Song Shuhang, who was a seasoned netizen, had learned that it was wise not to determine the gender of a person from their outward appearance. Qinglin, do you want to break your promise? The woman with the beauty mark turned her body around, lying on her side and revealing her long and slender white legs from within the phoenix robe, lazily overlapping them. When matched with her posture, this movement looked extremely charming. What I mean is that I'm not really that fairy Qinglin. Even if I kiss you, I won't be able to fulfill what you two have promised to each other. Song Shuhang explained. The woman with the beauty mark rolled her eyes. Is it going to kill you to give a kiss? It might happen, Song Shuhang replied. Speaking of which, it was rather embarrassing. This was his first kiss, as such, how could he casually give it someone he didn't even know? If this woman with the beauty mark turned out to be a man, his first kiss would turn into a lifelong nightmare. He would get shivers whenever he thought of it. It might happen. Oh, I get what you mean. The woman with the beauty mark laughed. Song Shuhang, she got what I meant. But I just replied thoughtlessly. What meaning did she exactly get from my words? At this time, the woman with the beauty mark stretched out her hand and gently tapped. Afterward, that small independent dimension was split into other 3 smaller but still independent spaces. Venerable White and Su Clan 16 were sent into one of the other spaces. I have to agree that it's not too appropriate to kiss me in front of your new sweetheart. In that case, can you kiss me now that I've separated you from your sweetheart? Qinglin, it's time to fulfill your promise from back then. The woman with the beauty mark assumed an even more charming posture and beckoned Song Shuhang over with her finger. I even did more than what I had to do while fulfilling our promise from back then. The whole basic structure of the Jade Lake realm is still intact. As such, Qinglin, you are not going to break your promise, right? I feel that there is a deep misunderstanding between us, Song Shuhang said. After receiving this kiss and fulfilling the promise, I'll be able to leave this world without regrets. Are you telling me that you want to break your promise right at the end? The woman with the beauty mark said bitterly. Wait a moment. Can you give me a little more time and let me ask you something? Song Shuhang had thought of a possibility. Can you tell me what this Qinglin looks like? Song Shuhang had a lot of fragmentary clues in his mind, and they were about to link together. There could be only one truth. As long as he could get an idea of what Fairy Qinglin looked like, he would get to the truth. But in the end, Song Shuhang was unable to obtain any clue about Fairy Qinglin's appearance, losing this important piece of information that could have led him to the truth. The reason was that the woman with the beauty mark got angry. You keep asking things again and again because you want to find a pretext to break the promise, right? The woman with the beauty mark closely watched Song Shuhang, and said, Do you really think I didn't notice that your current appearance is completely different from before? Then, after I'm done describing your previous appearance, you will probably use it as an excuse to shrink from your duty, right? Song Shuhang, what the woman with the beauty mark said was indeed reasonable, and he had no idea how to refute her argument. Song Shuhang felt that his speech skill was simply too underleveled. Perhaps he should join some debate club after his university had started to increase his proficiency in this field. Just like we've agreed back then, I've kept intact the Jade Lake realm after the destruction of the Heavenly City. In addition, I took your place and supported this whole realm for so long, fulfilling my part of the agreement. Now, I'm like the dying embers of a burned-out fire, and yet, you are still unwilling to give me a kiss? The more the woman with the beauty mark was speaking, the more bitter she was getting. Shuhang, perhaps, we really owe her? Senior Sister Yi Xi's voice suddenly echoed in Song Shuhang's mind. The face of this woman with the beauty mark was continuously resurfacing in her mind along with that beauty mark around the corner of her eye and her falling tears. The whole scene made her feel very anxious. It's not we, it's you. Song Shuhang reminded. There are no divisions between us anymore. Right now, we are like one single entity. Senior Sister Yi said. Senior Sister Yi Si, if that's really the case, don't be that scared and come out to meet this woman with the beauty mark. Song Shuhang ridiculed in his heart. Just as he was in deep thought, the woman with the beauty mark instantly appeared in front of Song Shuhang. She had been too quick, and Song Shuhang didn't even see when she got there. Immediately after, she lowered her head and tyrannically grabbed Song Shuhang's chin. Song Shuhang's current height was 1.82 meters. Just how tall was this woman with the beauty mark to be able to grab his chin and look down on him from an elevated position? Song Shuhang couldn't help but lower his eyes and look downward, and it was at that time that he discovered that the woman with the beauty mark was actually floating midair. No wonder she seemed so tall. Wait a moment, it wasn't the time to worry about this matter. Since the woman with the beauty mark was acting so overbearingly, did it mean that he was going to kiss him forcefully? Wait, let me explain. Song Shuhang wanted to make a last-ditch effort to resist. But in the next moment, his whole body became numb and he lost the strength to revolt. Soon after, the woman with the beauty mark brutally kissed Shuhang. That was my first kiss. Song Shuhang guaranteed that he could write a 10,000 words essay to describe his feelings and how he felt after this first kiss of his. After a short moment, the woman with the beauty mark licked her lips, very satisfied. The promise was fulfilled. This kiss is what you owed me. And what is owed to me, I'll definitely take back. After saying this much, she retreated and returned to the reclining chair, weakly lying there just as if he had lost all her strength. It felt as if forcefully kissing Song Shuhang had drained her of her strength and will. The promise had been fulfilled, along with her long-lasting wish. As such, the body of the woman with the beauty mark slowly began to become transparent. Starting from her white toes, her whole body turned into particles of light bit by bit, starting to dissipate. You were waiting just for Fairy Qinglin's kiss? Song Shuhang said with a forced smile as he gazed at the disappearing body of the woman with the beauty mark. This was what you've promised me, and I was simply waiting for you to come back and repay the debt you owed me, the woman with the beauty mark said while lying on her side on that reclining chair. Song Shuhang opened his lips, but this time, the words "I'm not Qinglin" didn't come out of his mouth. If I meet Fairy Qinglin in the future, I'll definitely tell her that you were waiting for her to come and give you the kiss she owed you, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Or else, we can have Fairy Qinglin give us back our kiss when we meet her. After all, that was our first kiss. Senior Sister Yi Si said. Our first kiss? Song Shuhang felt that there was something wrong. Just now, she killed two birds with one stone. When she came over to kiss you, the two of us were overlapped. Therefore, she kissed both of us. Your first kiss is gone, and mine is gone as well, Senior Sister Yi Si replied. Actually, that was what happened. When that woman with the beauty mark decided to forcefully kiss Song Shuhang, Senior Sister Yi Si found it somewhat improper. She felt that Song Shuhang shouldn't be the one bearing the kiss. That kiss Fairy Qinglin owed to this woman with the beauty mark should be received by her instead. This was, after all, her duty. Under this great sense of duty, Senior Sister Yi Si stopped being nervous. Thereupon, she decided to drill out of Song Shuhang's head and receive the overbearing kiss of that woman with the beauty mark in his stead. But little did she expect that her body would stiffen just as she was coming out. As a consequence, the woman with the beauty mark ended up kissing both of them. This time, they had really suffered a great loss. Song Shuhang, body fusion can work like this too. Wait, that's not the point. Not only I was forcefully kissed, but Yi Si was also forcefully kissed. This time, it was a great loss for both us. After gazing at the body of that woman with the beauty mark, which was slowly transforming into particles of light, Song Shuhang heaved a long sigh and said, "Do you have any other wish?" The woman with the beauty mark pondered for a moment and stretched out her hand to take off the phoenix coronet on her head, throwing it toward Song Shuhang. Then, she made an effort to take off the phoenix robe she was wearing, throwing that to Song Shuhang too. After she took off the phoenix robe, the long hair of the woman with the beauty mark dropped down. Coupled with the white full-body underclothes beneath the phoenix robe, it gave her the image of a melancholic beauty. Song Shuhang took the phoenix robe and the phoenix coronet. Both of these items were real. He could tell from the fluctuation of energy coming from them that they were precious magical treasures. The phoenix coronet and the phoenix robe are the cores of the Jade Lake realm. When you go back in a while, give them to that 7th stage venerable that came here with you. With these 2 items, he will be able to control the Jade Lake realm. However, that companion of yours is only at the 7th stage venerable realm, and it will depend on his skills how much of the Jade Lake realm he would be able to support. I hope his strength can match his confidence, allowing him to support the whole Jade Lake realm by himself. Although I already fulfilled my part of the deal, I still hope that the Jade Lake realm can be preserved in its entirety without breaking to pieces. The voice of the woman with the beauty mark was getting weaker and weaker as she spoke. Song Shuhang carefully put away the phoenix coronet and the phoenix robe. Do you still have any words left that you want to say to Cheng, to me? Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and decided to just accept the fact. Since he had decided to play Cheng Lin's part, he would have to do it until the very end. The woman with the beauty mark looked at Song Shuhang and rolled her eyes. Then, she gathered all her remaining strength and said, Cheng Lin, you are a big jerk. Beep, 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 Song Shuhang. I was really asking for a scolding with those words. After the stream of curses, the woman with the beauty mark completely lost her strength. She softly lay on the reclining chair, not moving in the slightest. Her body was getting more and more transparent, and her lower part had already turned into particles of light. Her eyes had also lost focus. Song Shuhang joined his palms together and silently read the verses of Xidigarba's soul-ferrying scripture. He wasn't really ferrying her soul, but wishing this woman with the beauty mark to have a safe trip to the afterworld. The woman with the beauty mark slightly tilted her head and looked over, gazing at Song Shuhang, who had both his palms joined together at this time. For a moment, she saw a familiar figure overlapping with Song Shuhang's. That forever slanted Daoist cap, not straightening no matter how much one tried, and that spacious Daoist robe with golden patterns. Gold was one of the colors she liked the most. Although she looked gorgeous while wearing that phoenix coronet and phoenix robe, she liked wearing that slanted Daoist robe even more. The original master of the Jade Lake realm, and one of the immortals of the heavenly city, the Jade Lake Empress Cheng Lin, and also the criminal that betrayed the ancient heavenly city. The woman with the beauty mark smiled, looking very satisfied. Then, her whole body disappeared, dispersing into the air. And right at that time, Song Shuhang finished the last verse of Xidigarba's soul-ferrying scripture. After separating his hands, Song Shuhang sighed with emotion, and said, "What a pity. I had one final question that I wasn't able to ask her." Yi Si's drilled out of Song Shuhang's neck, and said, "Did you forget to ask her name?" When senior sister Yi Si's head suddenly drilled out of his neck, Song Shuhang got a scare. From the looks of it, it was going to take him a very long time to get used to having senior sister Yi Si inside his body. He gently shook his head, and said, "No, that's not what I wanted to ask. What I wanted to ask was something even more important." Senior sister Yi Si asked, "What was it?" "I forgot to ask her what her gender was," Song Shuhang said. "Was she a woman or a man?" Senior sister Yi Si replied, "She should be a woman, right? If she was a woman, he would leave it at that. But if she was actually a man, Song Shuhang would feel like crying. Let's act as if nothing of all this happened, alright? I feel that everything that happened was rather inappropriate," Song Shuhang said. "Don't worry. We should note down this enmity and ask Fairy Cheng Lin for double the payback when we meet her," senior sister Yi Si comforted him. "However, there is a chance that this Fairy Cheng Lin has died already," Song Shuhang said. "You have a point. Does that mean that we can't take our revenge?" Senior sister Yi Si sighed, somewhat depressed. Afterward, she returned back inside Song Shuhang's body. That's possible, Song Shuhang replied. Just as they were discussing, the dimension they were in, which had been split into 3 parts, returned to its previous state. Venerable White and Su Clan 16's forms appeared next to Song Shuhang. Senior White was curiously looking at Song Shuhang. On the other hand, Su Clan 16's small face was very tense as she was anxiously looking at him. How come you are alone? Senior White asked. Su Clan 16 likewise looked all around, but was unable to see the silhouette of that woman with the beauty mark. Song Shuhang nodded his head and was about to reply when a layer of golden flames started to burn on his body. The golden flames were burning more and more violently, and Song Shuhang felt that they were slowly condensing and taking the shape of a person. What's that? Su Clan 16 asked in puzzlement. Song Shuhang replied, It's my light of virtue, it suddenly started to burn up. What's the matter? Your light of virtue is undergoing a qualitative change. What did you do just now? Venerable White asked. The light of virtue was undergoing a qualitative change. Song Shuhang forced a smile, and said, So that's what happened. What I did earlier was probably considered ferrying her soul. He just read the verses of Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture when he was beside that woman with the beauty mark, and didn't really use the soul-ferrying technique. However, he still ended up gaining a large number of virtue points. Venerable White immediately understood what was going on. Did you ferry the soul of that person? Yes, Song Shuhang said with a nod. Damn. Venerable White was startled. If you ferried the soul of that person, it means that the Jade Lake realm has lost its support. If that's really the case, the Jade Lake realm will get destroyed very soon. Sigh, what a pity, why didn't she leave me the core first? With the core, I would be able to support the Jade Lake realm myself. The core? Song Shuhang immediately took out the phoenix coronet and the gorgeous phoenix robe, handing them over to Senior White. Senior White, this is the core. Both the phoenix coronet and the phoenix robe were accessories for women. How would Senior White look after wearing them? Song Shuhang felt that he was somewhat looking forward to seeing the scene. Venerable White took the phoenix coronet and the phoenix robe, stretching out his hand and examining them. These are indeed the cores of the Jade Lake realm. Shuhang, you did well. With the core in hand, I can support the Jade Lake realm again and take it away, turning it into my new holiday residence, Venerable White said. It seemed that collecting holiday residences was one of Senior White's hobbies. After saying this much, Venerable White took off the robe he was wearing, staying only in his underclothes. Then, he opened that golden-red phoenix robe. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 had a tacit understanding and took out their mobile phones at the same time, clicking on the camera app. Venerable White furrowed his brows and said, Wait, these are female clothes. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, you can't hesitate now. Otherwise, the whole Jade Lake realm will be destroyed. If you don't take control of this place right this instant, everything would have been in vain. These words looked particularly hot-blooded when matched with the blazing golden flames burning on Song Shuhang's body. Venerable White gazed at the mobile phones in Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16's hands and was rendered speechless. After a short moment, he sighed and said, You are not allowed to spread the pictures. Otherwise, I'll make you board a disposable flying sword and send you to the secret realm of slowness to keep company to Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 repeatedly nodded their heads. Venerable White stretched out his hands and skillfully wore the golden-red dual-colored phoenix robe. Behind him, the monster Willow Qingwu also stretched out her tree branches, holding Venerable White's black hair up and making him wear the phoenix coronet. The whole clothes-changing process was very natural and smooth. Senior White, have you worn similar clothing in the past? Song Shuhang probed. After all, Senior White seemed really proficient in wearing this phoenix robe. Yes, I have worn similar clothing in the past, Venerable White replied with a nod. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up. Was it possible that Senior White had the hobby of disguising as a woman in the past? Don't indulge in flights of fancy. I only tried the clothes for someone, and that was it. Speaking of which, it has been already 300 years since that time. Back then, I knew a very interesting fellow Daoist. Her Daoist name was Winter Melon, and she was a fairy maiden. If I'm not mistaken, she should be one of the elders of Fairy Lychee's sect. The Daoist names of her generation were from the vegetable series, while the Daoist names of Fairy Lychee's generation are from the fruit series, Venerable White explained while putting in order his clothes. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang felt that one needed to have very strong willpower to join this sect Fairy Lychee was part of. The previous generation had Daoist names of the vegetable series, while the current one of the fruit series. As such, which kind of Daoist names would have the generation after Fairy Lychee's? Cereal series? True Monarch Rice, Fairy Wheat, Fairy Barley, Daoist Priest Sorghum? Just thinking about this made him cringe. Anyway, Fairy Winter Melon really liked designing immortal clothing. She wasn't interested in selling the clothes, it was just one of her hobbies. Then, she would frequently call me over and make me try the clothes for her. As such, I wore clothes similar to this phoenix robe several times, Venerable White replied. That was how it was. No wonder Senior White didn't dislike wearing the phoenix robe that much, and this was also the reason he seemed so familiar with the process. Is that Fairy Winter Melon still safe and sound? Song Shuhang asked. After all, Senior White hadn't mentioned her since he had come out of secluded meditation, and neither had she called him over to try her clothes. When I held the hand-guided tractor competition the last time, I tried to contact her. However, I heard from her senior sister that she went to some other celestial body to look for raw materials to manufacture immortal clothing. I heard she wanted to create jade clothing sewn with golden thread, the glistening type. She has left for a few dozen years already and has yet to return. After he had said this much, Venerable White fixed the phoenix coronet on his head. Then, he stretched out his hands in front of him and closed his eyes, meditating and communicating with the phoenix coronet and phoenix robe. As long as he could establish a connection with the core, he would be able to take over the Jade Lake realm and support this fragment of the heavenly city anew. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 quietly took a few steps back so as to avoid disturbing Senior White. At the same time, the virtuous golden flames burning on Song Shuhang's body started to shrink and entered the second phase of the qualitative change process. It was unknown when would the mutation come to an end. Senior White is really good looking, Su Clan 16 said. If I were a man, would surely marry Senior White. Song Shuhang said, 16, you are making a mistake here. Don't mistake Senior White's gender. That wasn't my meaning. Su Clan 16 smiled slyly. Then, she gazed at Song Shuhang, and said, Shuhang, if I manage to successfully transcend the heavenly tribulation, I'll come to the Jiangnan area to look for you. This time, you'll surely transcend your heavenly tribulation. I can guarantee you that, Song Shuhang said. In that case, let us meet in the Jiangnan area. Su Clan 16 smiled and nodded. This time, she would absolutely transcend the tribulation, there was no room for failure. Right, 16. What do you know about the secret realm of slowness? Aside from each action getting slowed down while inside, is there any other effect? Song Shuhang used the secret sound transmission method to ask. Why are you asking this question? Su Clan 16 asked out of curiosity. Don't you feel that keeping the pictures of Senior White wearing the phoenix coronet and the phoenix robe hidden in our phones is too much of a waste? To tell you the truth, I had the impulse of sending these pictures of Senior White in the 9 provinces #1 group, Song Shuhang said jokingly. Su Clan 16 put on a serious expression, and said, Shuhang, later, you should avoid contact with Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and Senior Copper Trigram as much as possible. If you get in contact with them too much, you might get infected. Don't worry, I was just joking. I'm not really interested in visiting the secret realm of slowness, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Song Shuhang's voice had hardly faded when he heard a thud coming from behind. It was the sound of an object falling to the ground. He turned his head around and discovered that it was Senior White's mobile phone that had fallen to the ground. Earlier, Venerable White got a message from Venerable Spirit Butterfly. However, Senior White was too busy at that time and asked Song Shuhang to help him reply. Afterward, the mobile phone had just stayed with Song Shuhang. In the Jade Lake realm, the mobile phones in Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16's possession were unable to get a signal. Only Venerable White's supermagically modified mobile phone showed no weakness and could still get in contact with the external world. Song Shuhang started to get restless as soon as he saw the phone. He had put the mobile phone in the front pocket of this Daoist robe, the one around his chest area. As such, how come the phone fell from his waist area just now? He quickly picked up Venerable White's mobile phone. The screen of the phone happened to be unlocked. Song Shuhang took a look at it, and what appeared before his eyes in the next moment was the chat interface of the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Venerable White was still logged in with his account. Then, he saw that someone had sent to the 9 Provinces number 1 group a series of beautiful pictures where Venerable White was wearing a phoenix coronet and a phoenix robe. Ye see! Song Shuhang roared inwardly. Only Ye see, who was currently fused with his body, was capable of secretly taking Venerable White's mobile phone from his pocket. Ye see explained, about that, just now, I heard you say that you wanted to send Venerable White's pictures to the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Then, for some unknown reason, I felt that it was a very good idea and approved of it very much. Afterward, I subconsciously took this mobile phone and took several pictures, uploading them to the group. I think it's the power of the contract between the two of us. What power of the contract? I was just joking, how did it even involve the contract? Song Shuhang quickly stretched out his hand, deleted the pictures that Senior Sister Yi Si had sent to the group. System notification, your message has been deleted. Luckily, it was still possible to delete the pictures since 2 minutes had yet to pass. Just now, no one had popped up in the 9 Provinces number 1 group to write something. Therefore, there was a chance that none of the seniors had seen these pictures. After a short moment, in the 9 Provinces number 1 group, Sun-splitting Halberd Guada sent several messages in a row, picture of a cute puppy. Picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed. I'm done with my self-deprecating humor, and no one interrupted my combo, feels good man. At I'm Mr. Yellow Mountain's loyal dog. At Venerable White, Senior White, what was the message you deleted just now? I didn't see it. Song Shuhang rejoiced inwardly. If they hadn't seen it, even better. But right at this time. Dongfang Snow, wahahaha. Senior Brother Guada, you didn't see? I managed to see it. In addition, I was quick enough to save the pictures. Wait a moment, I'll send you the pictures. They are beautiful. Dongfang Snow, beautiful picture of Senior White wearing a phoenix coronet and phoenix robe. Dongfang Snow, Ayaya, Senior White is too beautiful. Senior White, marry me. Northern River's loose cultivator, just now, I was bamboozled and did not dare to make a sound. However, if I stay silent any longer, it would hurt my reputation as the always online holy warrior of the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Senior White is too beautiful. Senior White, marry me. +1-inch fairy firefly, I've already saved the picture. Senior White is too beautiful. Senior White, marry me. +2-inch young master phoenix slayer, the picture was something that Senior White sent on his own initiative. Although it was later deleted, it was something that Senior White sent personally. Therefore, we can save it without having to worry. Senior White is too beautiful. Senior White, marry me. +3" in the Jade Lake realm. The hand Song Shuhang was using to hold the mobile phone was now shaking. He felt that a movie with an apocalyptic setting had just invited him to be the main character. Shuhang, you don't need to be this worried, Senior Sister Yi Si comforted him. Even if Senior White sends you to the secret realm of slowness, don't you still have me to keep you company? At least, you won't be as bored as Senior Thrice Reckless. Song Shuhang. In addition, if you carefully think about it, we aren't in such a hopeless situation, Senior Sister Yi Si added. I discovered that the mobile phone has a feature to delete the chat logs. If we make haste and delete all the chat logs related to the pictures from Senior White's mobile phone, wouldn't everything be fine? If Senior White didn't find any chat logs related to the pictures, wouldn't the problem suddenly cease to be a problem? It's useless, Song Shuhang said. If it was some other topic, the seniors of the group would quickly forget about it and jump to another. But if the conversation is related to Senior White's pictures, they wouldn't let it go for days given how much the seniors in the group like to seek death. The situation was similar to when Senior White's expression package was released. In other words, it didn't matter how many chat logs they deleted, for the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group would keep mentioning this matter over and over again. How can you know without trying? I'll be in charge of deleting the chat logs, and you'll be in charge of shifting the subject. Perhaps it will really work? Senior Sister Yi Si suggested. If they tried, there was a chance they might succeed. If they didn't try, they would fail for sure. Thereupon, Yi Si started to quickly delete all the chat logs related to the pictures from Venerable White's mobile phone, swiftly deleting all of them. On the other hand, Song Shuhang would have to shift the attention of the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group to another subject. But, what topic can I use to shift their attention? Unless it's really good, I won't be able to pique their interest. Song Shuhang thought to himself. In the 9 provinces #1 group, the conversation was still related to the pictures. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, who took these pictures? The angle is very good. Senior White is too beautiful. Senior White, marry me. +9" I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end, Senior White is too beautiful. Senior White, marry me. +20" I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end, Senior White is too beautiful. Senior White, marry me. +21" I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end, Senior White is too beautiful. Senior White, marry me. +22" True Monarch White Crane had entered into flooding mode and was literally on fire. It had decided to seize this opportunity to brazenly confess its feelings to Senior White. Afterward, more and more seniors popped up, following the example of the others and maintaining their flooding formation. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Under these circumstances, it was going to be very difficult to find a topic capable of shifting the attention of the seniors. He scratched his head and started to ponder, somewhat worried. After a short moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Instead of going through the trouble of finding something to shift the topic of conversation, wasn't it better to just repeat the words that Senior White had said back then? Thereupon, Song Shuhang wrote in the 9 provinces #1 group, Seniors, please wait a moment. Earlier, Senior White said that he would make all those spreading these pictures board a disposable flying sword and sent them to the secret realm of slowness to keep Senior Thrice Reckless company. These were words that Venerable White himself had said, although he was referring to Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 at the time. The originally lively 9 provinces #1 group immediately quieted down. Northern River's loose cultivator, There is something wrong here. It wasn't Senior White that sent the pictures? No, it wasn't Senior White that sent them. It was Yi Si and I that made a mistake and accidentally sent them to the group, Song Shuhang replied. Fairy Firefly, Northern River's loose cultivator, little friend Shuhang, you are a backstabber. Treasure forging heavenly mansions Yang quickly delete all the messages we've sent just now. Thrice reckless Mad Saber is already in such a pitiful state. We should learn from his mistakes and not follow his example. Dongfang Snow, it's no use, 2 minutes have passed already, and we can't delete most of the messages by now. Shuhang, quickly delete the chat logs from Senior White's mobile phone. As long as Senior White doesn't see this conversation, everything will be fine. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, it makes sense. Song Shuhang wrote, I already did that, therefore, now that you are finished saving the pictures, we can change the topic and chat about something else as Senior White has yet to wake up. Northern River's loose cultivator, I can't think of anything to chat about. Treasure forging heavenly mansions Yang, how about discussing the movie that everyone shot together not too long ago? Was the editing completed, and was the movie examined and approved already? I remember that after the filming, the movie has to be examined and approved by the concerned departments and get permission before it can be screened in public. When is our movie going to be screened? Northern River's loose cultivator wrote, I heard that True Monarch Yellow Mountain wanted to hold the premiere of the movie on the 24th and then screen it nationwide on the 25th. Dongfang Snow, today is already the 20th, right? Can it be examined and approved in such a short amount of time? I heard that the approval of movies has become rather troublesome as of late. Don't worry. True Monarch Yellow Mountain has his ways and will solve the problem. I heard that he has several filmmaking companies under him. Therefore, he can definitely take care of something like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have announced that the movie would be screened nationwide on the 25th, right? True Monarch Fallout replied. In the end, cultivators held extraordinary power, and they could easily take care of matters that not even money could resolve. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to seeing this movie screened. When that happens, many spectators would surely remember my dashing appearance, Fellow Daoist when the bright moon appears said expectantly. Even if people couldn't remember his Daoist name, they would surely remember the character he was cast as, Evil General Mingyue. After all, it was the biggest villain in the movie. After Fellow Daoist when the bright moon appears said those words, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group quieted down a little. It was because they had no idea how to comfort Fellow Daoist when the bright moon appears. The trailer of the movie was now available online, and it had spread everywhere. However, from the feedback they had received from various sources, it appeared that very few people mentioned the big villain of the movie, Evil General Mingyue. And even when he was mentioned for half of the sentence at most. For example, I remember that the villain of the movie was also very cool, although I can't recall his appearance. Anyway, he was nowhere as cool as my Ling Yi. Ling Yi is too beautiful. Ling Yi, marry me. The villain of the movie isn't Senior Brother Gao Sheng? I thought Senior Brother Gao Sheng was the main villain. There is a villain in the movie? Now that I think about it, there was this guy wearing some cool armor. That armor was really incredible, much better than the rough stage props found in other movies. The comments were similar to the ones above. The first half of the sentence would be about the villain, while the second half would either be about the main character Ling Yi, Senior Brother Gao Sheng, whom many thought to be the real villain of the movie, or about the various stage props that were used in the movie. In short, the situation was extremely tragic, and he didn't even get a full sentence of praise. Actually, had Fellow Daoist when the bright moon appears gone online as of late and read these comments? If he were to see them, he would probably cry himself to sleep. In the Jade Lake realm, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were thoughtful enough. It was great that everyone was working together with him to shift the subject. All deleted. Yi Seek cooperated as well and returned Venerable White's mobile phone. Now, all the messages in the 9 provinces number 1 group that were related to Venerable White's pictures had been deleted from the phone. Well done. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. Such being the case, he would have dodged this calamity as long as Venerable White didn't discover anything about the deleted chat logs. Hopefully, he wouldn't need to head to that secret realm of slowness to keep Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber company. Speaking of which, during his days in the secret realm, Senior Thrice Reckless couldn't even renew his movie membership by himself. Wasn't that a little too pitiful? After heaving a sigh of relief, Song Shuhang raised his head and saw that Su Clan 16 was attentively looking at the 2 hands coming out of his chest. Just now, Su Clan 16 had been staring at the 2 hands quickly fiddling with Venerable White's mobile phone and deleting the chat logs. The hands were long, slender, and pure white. It took just a glance to determine that they were the hands of a woman. 16 raised her head and looked at Song Shuhang, asking, "Shuhang, what's the deal with those hands coming out of your chest?" 16 had seen Senior Sister Yi Si's hands. How can I explain it? This is my new superpower. Song Shuhang replied after pondering for a moment. Superpower? Su Clan 16 was baffled. Song Shuhang stretched out his 2 hands, and said, 16, take a good look, 2 heads and 4 arms superpower. Inside his body, Senior Sister Yi Si was speechless. But in the end, she still cooperated with Song Shuhang. She first drew the hands back from Shuhang's chest and then made them come out from his shoulder area. After that, her head drilled out of Song Shuhang's neck. 2 heads and 4 arms style. Su Clan 16, could someone tell her what was going on? Even if it was a superpower that allowed one to grow 2 heads and 4 arms, why were the head and arms that came out of Song Shuhang's body those of a woman? Just what kind of superpower was this? Wait a moment, this girl was rather familiar. Wasn't this girl Senior Sister Yi Si? The same person that was sitting next to her and Song Shuhang when they were shooting the movie? Afterward, she suddenly turned transparent and disappeared. Su Clan 16 said, Senior Sister Yi Si, what are you doing inside Shuhang's body? It's because Song Shuhang and I signed a contract, therefore, I became his ghost spirit. Since I'm his ghost spirit, I can obviously get inside his body, Yi Si replied. Senior Sister Yi Si is a ghost spirit? Su Clan 16 opened her eyes wide. Half and half. I'm also unsure of what I am. However, I'm different from ordinary ghost spirits. For example, even after signing the contract, I'm still me, an independent individual, Yi Si replied. Su Clan 16. Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi Si had signed a contract, and Yi Si had become his ghost spirit, and a ghost spirit and its master shared their thoughts, energy, and even sensory organs. Just as Song Shuhang and the others were discussing, the flames of virtue burning on Shuhang's body underwent another change. The light of virtue, which was previously shrinking bit by bit, inflated again, starting to burn even more violently. The temperature also increased until it reached the same temperature as real flames. Afterward, the flames curled up and wrapped around Song Shuhang's body like a long dragon. Hot, Song Shuhang blurted out. It seems that the qualitative change of the light of virtue is about to come to an end, Su Clan 16 said. At the same time, she quietly took a step back so as to avoid getting affected by the light of virtue, which was now burning more and more fervently. After so many changes, the evolution process of the light of virtue is finally about to come to an end. Now then, does everyone have to go through all this trouble when their light of virtue undergoes a qualitative change? Song Shuhang asked. At this time, he felt as if someone had thrown him into a steamer. Sweat was already streaming down his face when he said the sentence above. I have no idea. There is no one in our Su clan that cultivates the light of virtue, Su Clan 16 said. Yi Si wasn't really affected by this degree of heat. Therefore, she raised her head and looked on top of Song Shuhang's head. I see something. From the looks of it, the light of virtue is about to condense into the form a huge dragon. Two small claws had already become visible amidst the curled-up light of virtue. Therefore, the shape it was going to assume in the end was very likely that of a dragon. Song Shuhang stuck out his tongue like a dog due to the heat, and said, "It seems it's transforming into something very cool." If the light of virtue really ended up shrouding his body like a dragon, it was going to look rather cool. He would have a golden dragon protecting his body. If Song Shuhang used the body-protecting saber chi of the inverted scale saber technique on top of that, it would seem as though two dragons were protecting him when he was fighting others. The level of the special effects would be off the charts. Earlier, when the light of virtue just started to burn up, it was giving signs of assuming the shape of a person. At that time, Song Shuhang got somewhat worried, afraid that the light of virtue would end up taking the shape of something strange. Strange. Now, it seems as if the spiraling flames are about to take the shape of a person. Su Clan 16 said suddenly. Song Shuhang immediately turned his head around and looked up. He saw that the light of virtue, which was previously wrapping around his body like a dragon, had now started to assume the shape of a person on the top of his head. However, only the part above the waist of this person was visible. How could that be? Is it possible that when the thought of the light of virtue assuming the shape of a person flashed through my mind, the light of virtue followed my will and really started to assume the shape of a person? There is really such a possibility. After all, the light of virtue is currently taking shape, and it might have been influenced by my will. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang closed his eyes and started to mutter, "Dragon, dragon, 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 dragon." At the same time, he started to visualize the picture of a huge dragon in his mind. Deer-like horns, camel-like head, rabbit-like eyes, snake-like neck, clam-like belly, fish-like scales, hawk-like claws, cat-like palms, and cow-like ears. After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang's head was full of pictures of dragons. Therefore, he asked, 16, "Ye see, how does it look now? Did the shape of the light of virtue revert back into that of a dragon?" Song Shuhang didn't open his eyes to look at the light of virtue above his head, afraid that he might influence the shape of the dragon in his mind if he were to glance at it. Su Clan 16 replied, "It didn't change, and it has the same shape as before. From the looks of it, my will was not firm enough." Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, "Dragon, dragon, 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 dragon." At the same time, he visualized, again and again, the pictures of dragons in his mind. After a short moment, Song Shuhang felt that the flames of the light of virtue burning on his body had reached their peak power. This was the right time. Whether the light of virtue would end up turning into a dragon or an insect would be decided in this instant. Song Shuhang suddenly opened his eyes, and shouted, "Dragon." When he gently shouted, the light of virtue shrouding his body condensed. The lower part, which was wrapped around Song Shuhang's body, transformed into lifelike glittering scales, extremely dazzling to the eye. "It's the body of a dragon." Song Shuhang was overjoyed. Then, he moved his eyes upward. In the next moment, he saw the glittering upper part of a stickman. A stickman was a very simple drawing of a person composed of a few lines and curves. The head was represented by a circle, and the limbs by straight lines attached to the main line that represented the torso. At this time, the lower part of Song Shuhang's light of virtue, the one wrapping around his body, was entirely covered with golden scales. It looked like a lifelike snake tail. As for the upper part, it had the appearance of a rough stickman. It had no eyes, ears, nose, lips, or tongue. It was nothing but a mass of light condensed together. What kind of creature was this? Stickman monster snake? The style of the lower and upper parts were completely different. Why did it become like this? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that one's will can't determine what kind of shape the light of virtue will assume after condensing, Senior Sister Yi Si said. Even if Song Shuhang kept visualizing pictures of dragons in his mind, it had no relationship with the shape his light of virtue was going to assume after the condensing process was complete. Su Clan 16 added, Shuhang, after the qualitative change of your light of virtue took place, I feel as if the upper part is still an incomplete version. Perhaps your power of virtue wasn't enough, and you have to collect some more virtue points before the upper part of your light of virtue takes shape properly? Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at that Stickman monster snake with two completely different styles from top to bottom. Then, he faintly sighed, and said, from the looks of it, I'll have to ferry souls again in a short while and see if I can make my light of virtue take shape properly. Although it didn't end up taking the shape of a huge dragon, a monster snake is also passable. At the very least, it will be better than this Stickman monster snake. Su Clan 16 gently smiled, and said, you have to remember that it was just my guess. Perhaps you should mentally prepare yourself for your light of virtue staying like this forever. Song Shuhang raised his head once again, looking at the upper part of the Stickman monster snake, and sighed again. Shuhang, can you control your light of virtue and make it return back inside your body? Senior Sister Yi Si asked. I'll give it a try, Song Shuhang said, and then issued a mental command. In the next moment, the light of virtue, which had materialized and taken the shape of a Stickman monster snake, whizzed back inside Song Shuhang's body. The only thing left behind was a pale layer of light of virtue protecting Song Shuhang's body. However, if Song Shuhang were to suffer the effects of a curse, evil technique, or ghastly thing, the solidified light of virtue would immediately come out and protect him from harm. It seems I can control it freely, Song Shuhang said, very satisfied. Next, he asked out of curiosity, right? Yi Si, since both you and the solidified light of virtue are staying inside my body, will it give rise to conflicts of any sort? Let me see. After saying this much, Yi Si returned back inside Song Shuhang's body. After a short moment, she replied, there isn't any conflict, actually, I can't even tell in which part of your body that solidified light of virtue is residing. It's good, then, Song Shuhang said with a nod. Next, he thought of another interesting thing. Yi Si, let's try to use our 2 heads 4 arms superpower again. Song Shuhang said. You still haven't had enough of it? I thought of a new way to use it. Wait for my instructions and then come out with your head from my left side. I need to prepare a little, Song Shuhang said. Yi Si replied, all right. Song Shuhang closed his eyes and pondered for a short moment. Then, he smiled at Su Clan 16, and said, 16, take a look at my new superpower. ? Su Clan 16 was confused. Yi Si, get ready. This time, we'll use the 3 heads and 6 arms superpower. Song Shuhang called out. In the next moment, Yi Si coordinated with him and made her head come out from Song Shuhang's left side. Then, her 2 arms came out of Song Shuhang's shoulder area. At the same time, the head of a Stickman drilled out from Song Shuhang's right side together with a pair of stick-like arms drilling out of his shoulder area. 3 head 6 arms mode. 16, how is it? How does it look? Song Shuhang asked. Su Clan 16. Yi Si turned her head around to look at Song Shuhang's other side, and then said, I feel that our current appearance isn't too cool. The head coming out from your right side is literally a ball of light, a ball that has been squashed, to be precise. Su Clan 16 added, in addition, those 2 arms coming out from behind your shoulders look like 2 sticks of light that have been inserted in your body. After saying this much, she took out her mobile phone and took a picture of Song Shuhang. Afterward, she gave him the phone, and said, you can see how it look by yourself. Song Shuhang took the mobile phone and gazed at the screen. The right side having the appearance of a stickman ruined the feeling of the whole picture. If my solidified light of virtue could be improved a little, changing into a person with a proper head and arms, the 3 heads and 6 arms would look perfect. That might not be the case, EC said after visualizing the picture. If the face of the solidified light of virtue turns out to be the same as yours, my head and arms would ruin the whole picture while using the 3 heads and 6 arms superpower. You have a point. Song Shuhang returned the mobile phone to Su Clan 16. However, it's still going to be better than the current Stickman, ahaha. Su Clan 16 took her phone and blinked her eyes, asking, Shuhang, can I send this picture to the 9 provinces #1 group and give the seniors something to talk about, preventing them from seeking death and mentioning Senior White's matter again while chatting? You can send it if you want. Song Shuhang didn't seem to mind. Su Clan 16 nodded and swiped on the screen of the phone, sending the picture to the 9 provinces #1 group. In the 9 provinces #1 group. After they finished chatting about the screening of the movie, the seniors couldn't find any new topic. Thereupon, the group had temporarily quieted down. But right at this time, Su Clan 16 sent that picture where Song Shuhang had 3 heads and 6 arms. The first one to reply was obviously Northern River's loose cultivator. That's an interesting picture. Is this little friend Shuhang's new way of amusing himself? Isn't the little friend on the left side Fellow Daoist Thrice from the crystal clear water pavilion? But what's that thing on the right? Did you use a magical technique to condense it? At True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, since you are the 8-armed sword sage, do you have anything to say about little friend Song Shuhang's 3 heads and 6 arms mode? True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, we can shoot Journey to the West, or the Investiture of the Gods as our next movie. At that time, little friend Song Shuhang can play Little Nez's role. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, speaking of which, I just remembered about a picture I took some time ago. I'll look for the picture and show it to you guys. After a short moment, True Monarch Yellow Mountain sent a picture, 3-headed infernal Doudou. In the picture, Doudou was still very young and looked adorable. Then, there were 2 adorable dog heads made of plaster growing on both sides of his real head. Stupid Yellow Mountain, I'll fight you until the bitter end. Come, let's fight a deadly battle. I'm Mr. Yellow Mountain's loyal dog, used the vocal message feature to shout. In the next moment, Doudou quickly sent a small video in the group. He was well aware that the mean True Monarch Yellow Mountain would mute him immediately after he had said the words, "Let's fight a deadly battle." Therefore, he had to swiftly and coolly send this video. As expected, as soon as Doudou sent the video, True Monarch Yellow Mountain muted him. However, the link Doudou had sent was already in the chat. At this time, Doudou was very pleased with himself. Stupid Yellow Mountain, I've seen through your moves. This time, it's my win. In the 9 provinces #1 group, the members of the group saw the link to the video. The title of the video was, "A Marvelous Song That Can Make You Sing Over and Over Again." The preview of the video was a cool picture of True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Marvelous song? Northern River's loose cultivator was confused. However, he didn't click the link to the video. When she saw the video, Fairy Dongfang Snow said happily, I know. The content of this video is surely the Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain. I'm sure of it. Sun-splitting halberdguada, I don't think that's the case. Given Doudou's disposition, he's unlikely to use the same trick over and over again while fighting to the death against Senior Yellow Mountain. This video has probably nothing to do with that song, and should be Doudou's latest work. After Sun-splitting halberdguada had sent his message, the 9 provinces #1 group quieted down. Of course, it wasn't because True Monarch Yellow Mountain had used his mass muting technique. It happened because after hearing that the video was Doudou's latest work, the members of the 9 provinces #1 group lost control of their hands and immediately clicked on the link, eager to enjoy this new work that Doudou had produced after the Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain. After the video started, the sound of the song spread out. But after hearing it, the members of the 9 provinces #1 group were somewhat disappointed. The fragrance of blooming flower baskets hear this song of mine, just like Fairy Dongfang Snow had guessed, the song was precisely the Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain and not Doudou's new work. Was that all? It wasn't that amusing, then. We have heard the Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain already, and there is no point in hearing it again. Northern River's loose cultivator thought to himself. Most of the members of the 9 provinces #1 group shared Northern River's loose cultivator's thoughts. There is something amiss. After hearing the song, I feel as if my body was drained of all strength, becoming soft, Fairy Dongfang Snow said through the vocal message feature. I feel like throwing up. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, likewise through a vocal message. We fell into a trap. This is Fellow Daoist Creation's voice. Snow Wolf Cave said. Come to the Great Yellow Mountain, it's a beautiful place with beautiful sceneries, there are crops everywhere with a stupid yellow mountain all over the place, that's indeed Dharma King Creation's voice. My ears are about to go numb. But, this time, the lethal power of his voice is somewhat low. Aside from my strength getting drained and this feeling of nausea, I don't feel anything else. I can easily survive this, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. Sending a message to let you know that I survived. Northern River's loose cultivator wrote. Proof that I survived as well. Cave Lord Snow Wolf wrote. Dongfang Snow, ahahaha, although I have been drained of all my strength, I have to admit that Fellow Daoist Creation sang the song pretty well. After hearing it, I discovered that the lyrics are continuously reverberating in my head. In particular, there are crops everywhere with a stupid yellow mountain all over the place part is continually playing in my head. It's very interesting. Fairy Dongfang Snow was that person that really liked the Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain. She wasn't someone that would seek death normally, but whenever the Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain was involved, her death-seeking tendencies would reach new levels. F***ck, it's really continuously reverberating in my mind, Northern River's loose cultivator said. Same here. My mind is now filled with the lyrics of the song, Medicine Master Weekly replied through the vocal message feature. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Senior Spirit Butterfly, are you online? Your disciple fell into the secret realm of slowness and can't come out. Help. Great Master Swallow Cloud, damn it, my head is also filled with the lyrics of the song. For how long will the song keep reverberating in my mind? Great Master Profound Principle, emoji banging its head against a wall. Fairy Lychee, ahahaha, I was quick-witted enough not to click on the video. You guys were too naive. Dongfang Snow, vocal message. Fairy Lychee casually clicked on Fairy Dongfang Snow's vocal message. In the next moment, Dharma King Creation's loud voice was transmitted from her mobile phone. It was the last verse of the song, there are crops everywhere with a stupid yellow mountain all over the place part. Immediately after, Fairy Lychee also sank into that endless cycle, with the song continuously reverberating in her mind. Fairy Lychee. Dongfang Snow, Fellow Daoist Lychee, no need to thank me. I'm always happy to help others. As we said before, although Fairy Dongfang Snow didn't seek death usually, her death-seeking tendencies would go out of control whenever the Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain was involved. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire. Did I get into the wrong group? At True Monarch Yellow Mountain, are you sure you added me to the right group? For some reason, I feel that this group is filled with Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless second accounts. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. There was no mistake. This group is precisely the 9 provinces #1 group you wanted to join. There is only this one group listed on my chat account. True monarch Yellow Mountain had suddenly changed his nickname. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team. Brother Eternal Fire, don't worry. You'll get used to it in a few days, and you will be able to blend in with the others just fine. I also felt that things weren't right when I just got added, but I quickly got used to it. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire. I would rather go read the 4 books and 5 classics of my scholarly faction. In this fashion, the message that Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had spent so much effort on disappeared within the rain of comments the members of the group unleashed after listening to Dharma King Creation's song. He had been unable to create a single ripple and was brutally ignored. It was unknown when Thrice Reckless Mad Saber would be able to send another message. In the secret realm of slowness, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had tears streaming down his face. He gazed at the not-too-distant Lu Jianyi, who had a happy expression on his face, and faintly sighed. It seemed that Lu Jianyi really loved this secret realm of slowness. He looked very happy in this place where even moving one's hand or leg took a long while. There was simply no place more suitable than this for him. This place where everything was super slow was like a paradise in his eyes. He wanted to settle down and stay here forever. In the meantime, in the faraway wandering temple, a small monk was looking at the sky, somewhat bored. It had already been some time since he had returned to the faraway wandering temple after leaving to treat his hemorrhoids. After he had treated his hemorrhoids, the butt of the small monk Guoguo was fine and didn't hurt anymore while he was sitting in meditation. He felt great. After the treatment, his efficiency while meditating and practicing had increased by a notch. At this time, the small monk had already opened another aperture, the ear aperture, and awakened a pretty good innate skill, the ears of wisdom. After awakening this innate skill, whenever Guoguo used his ears to listen to the text of cultivation techniques or other types of knowledge, he would be able to comprehend them at a faster pace. As such, whenever the seniors in the temple were discussing profound concepts, he would be able to comprehend even more stuff and figure out things by analogy. So boring. Senior Brother Shuhang didn't look for me as of late. I really want to go to his place and look for Doudou to play together with him, the small monk muttered to himself as he gazing at the sky. Should he look for an opportunity to quietly slip out of the temple? He had heard that a bunch of guests had come to the faraway wandering temple today. Perhaps he could blend into the crowd and sneak out alongside the visitors? However, he had no idea where these guests were, and if he wanted to blend into the group, he would first have to get familiar with them, right? After pondering for a moment, the small monk joined his palms together, and said, "Buddha, please listen to the request of this disciple, make it so that Senior Brother Three Realms shows mercy, bringing me out to play." After saying this much, the small monk pondered for a while and joined his palms together again, saying, "Senior White, help the adorable little Guoguo this time. Give me a chance to leave the faraway wandering temple. Senior Brother Doudou, while you are at it, you also give me the strength to run away from home." After he had said this much, the small monk opened his eyes and looked all around. Now, it was time to see which one between Buddha or Senior White was more effective. Would Senior Brother Three Realms suddenly lose his mind and bring him out of the temple to play? Or would he suddenly get a chance to leave the faraway wandering temple? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Guoguo heard the voice of 2 young girls getting transmitted from a place not too far away. Since he had already opened his ear aperture, he was able to hear their conversation very clearly. One of the voices was rather immature, and the age of the person to whom the voice belonged should be the same as Guoguo's. The other voice was a little deeper, and the person to whom it belonged seemed slightly older than Guoguo. These were very likely the guests that had come over to visit the temple. "Senior sister, I heard our teacher mention that evil aura has recently arisen in the Jiangnan area and that evil spirits and other similar creatures might appear there. Do you want to go there to take a look? I've studied magical techniques for a very long time, but I've never got the chance to kill monsters and vanquish demons," the girl with the puerile voice said. But we don't know where this Jiangnan area is. In addition, we are in the faraway wandering temple right now. It won't be easy to elude our teacher and leave this place, the slightly older girl replied. The faraway wandering temple is very big, and we can just look for a senior brother and ask him to do us a favor and show us around the temple. Then, we'll find an opportunity to sneak away, the girl with the puerile voice said. As for where the Jiangnan area is, it doesn't matter. We can simply take a taxi to go there. I've heard a senior brother of the sect mention that if one arrives in an unfamiliar area and doesn't know where the place they are looking for is, they can look for directions through their mobile phone or take a taxi. In that case, should we look for a senior brother? The slightly older girl said happily. In a distant place, the small monk Guogua had tears streaming down his face. Wasn't this his chance to run away from the temple? In addition, he was even familiar with the Jiangnan area, and even knew that the university senior brother Song Shuhang attended was precisely Jiangnan's university. As for that place where this evil aura was spreading from, they wouldn't have any trouble finding it as long as he could get in touch senior brother Song Shuhang. As expected, Senior White was more reliable than Buddha. Hello, Buddha. It's time for us to part ways from today onwards. I'm changing religion. The small monk rubbed his face, trying to hide his excitement. Then, he tried to appear as calm as possible as he headed in the direction of the voice of the two young girls. Jiangnan area, senior brother Song Shuhang, I'm coming. In that distant fragment of the heavenly city known as Jade Lake Realm, Song Shuhang suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. How come I felt a shiver run down my spine just now? The flames of virtue were burning up to a moment ago. As such, my body should be still scalding hot. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Then, he gazed towards Senior White and said, Senior White has yet to finish? Su Clan 16 said, the Jade Lake realm is very big, and even with the core in hand, it's not easy to support the whole thing. Speaking of which, how come you haven't deactivated your 3 heads and 6 arms mode yet? I almost forgot about it. Song Shuhang needed but a thought to make that stickman made of solidified light of virtue return back into his body. At this time, only the indistinct projection of the lotus flower that the nucleus in his heart aperture had created was left outside. The lotus flower was still greedily absorbing the evil energy of the netherworld outside. From the looks of it, it wouldn't give up until it had absorbed all the evil energy in the Jade Lake realm. After that stickman made of solidified light of virtue disappeared, Senior Sister Yi Si didn't keep up the 2 heads and 4 arms mode, and returned back to Song Shuhang's body. In a distant place, Venerable White slowly raised his hands until they reached the area above his head. The phoenix coronet swayed, and the phoenix robe fluttered in the wind. Phew! At this time, Venerable White suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied expression. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, you succeeded? Venerable White kept his hands raised, and said, it's all taken care of. You two stand properly and don't move. We are leaving this place. Behind Venerable White, the monster Willow Qing Wu coiled her willow branches around Demon Venerable Lushan Street's small teapot and arrived next to Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16. In the next moment, blue-colored radiance spread in the surrounding area, covering Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and the monster Willow, forming a barrier around them. The barrier shone slightly, and Song Shuhang felt his body shake immediately after. In the next moment, they had already left that small independent dimension, returning to the surface of the Jade Lake realm. Teleportation? Su Clan 16 asked. However, the feeling was somewhat different from when Senior White used his own teleportation skill earlier. The nearby Venerable White kept his hands high as he replied, yes, it's a teleportation skill. But just now, I didn't use my own space-related innate skill to make you leave that place. I used my authority as the master of the Jade Lake realm to instantly move you here. While in the Jade Lake realm, I need but a thought to teleport anywhere within its boundaries. It's worthy of something that an immortal personally created. Some of its features are really convenient. Senior White, were you able to successfully take over the Jade Lake realm? Song Shuhang asked. Of course. The corner of Venerable White's mouth rose. At first, I was worried that it would be somewhat troublesome to support the whole Jade Lake realm with the current level of my strength. After all, the original master of this place was an immortal. Therefore, I was ready to give up on a few parts of the Jade Lake realm and retain only the core region. But when I took over the Jade Lake realm, I discovered that the energy needed to preserve it was much lower than what I had initially thought. Before dissipating, that woman with the beauty mark had said that Venerable White would be able to support the whole Jade Lake realm only after he had advanced to the 9th stage realm. But now, it turned out that Venerable White was able to easily support the whole Jade Lake realm even with the current level of his strength. After saying this much, Venerable White finally lowered his hands. Then, he gazed at the huge Jade Lake realm before his eyes and started to ponder about something. Senior White, Senior White? Song Shuhang cautiously called him out. However, Venerable White didn't reply to his call. It seemed he was earnestly pondering about something. That's bad, Senior White is distracted, Song Shuhang said. Draw back, everyone, quickly draw back. Let's retreat 300 meters, no, let's make it 500 to be safe. While distracted, Venerable White was prone to creating sinkholes. Therefore, it was better to keep a certain distance for safety purposes. After hearing his words, Su Clan 16 and the Monster Willow quietly retreated 500 meters, looking from afar at the distracted Venerable White. After a short moment, Venerable White gently pounded on the palm of his right hand with his left fist, and said, as expected, no wonder I felt that there was something missing. Since I've already taken over the Jade Lake realm, I can't let it stay in this state. After saying this much, Venerable White turned his head around and discovered that Song Shuhang and the others were standing very far from him. What are you guys doing? Venerable White said. Nothing, nothing. We were just cooling ourselves off, Song Shuhang said with a serious expression on his face. Do you need to go that far to cool yourselves off? Venerable White waved his hand, and said, don't worry, I didn't get distracted just now, and even if I were to get distracted, you wouldn't be able to escape just by standing 500 meters afar. Song Shuhang. Did it mean that the power of Venerable White's ability to stumble on flat ground and create sinkholes had increased yet again? However, it's a good thing that you are standing there. You will avoid getting involved in what I'm going to do next. Qing Wu, create a barrier to protect Shuhang and 16. Some of the shock waves might reach your location, Venerable White said. The Monster Willow Qing Wu obediently created a barrier and protected Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16. Senior White, what are you going to do next? Su Clan 16 asked out of curiosity. I want to reactivate the Jade Lake realm and make it return to what it was in the past. If I fail, things might get stormy. Therefore, pay attention to your safety, Venerable White said as he took out again the sealed lotus flower. There was still a lot of spiritual energy stored inside the lotus flower, enough for Venerable White to restore his spiritual energy several times. After seeing the lotus flower in Venerable White's hand, Song Shuhang lowered his head and gazed at the new lotus flower that the nucleus in his heart aperture had projected out of his chest. This new lotus flower looked the same as the old one. After all, they were just projections. Anyway, if this new lotus flower was sealed as well, what would happen to the evil energy of the netherworld realm it had absorbed? Would it change into a type of energy that cultivators could use to replenish their own, just like the energy inside that lotus flower in Venerable White's hand? Or would it change into a type of energy that only the demons of the netherworld could make use of? But right at this time, Venerable White started reactivating the Jade Lake realm. Start! Senior White gently shouted. In the next moment, a huge amount of spiritual energy stormed out of his body, pouring into the Jade Lake realm through the phoenix coronet and phoenix robe he was wearing. The whole Jade Lake realm began to shake. In the next moment, vegetation started to grow in the surrounding wilderness at speed visible to the naked eye. The withered big trees absorbed the spiritual energy and grew out new branches and buds in the time it took to breathe 2 or 3 times. Sweet spring water gushed out of the ground and filled once more the dried-up small streams and riverbed, moistening them and filling them with new life. At this moment, Venerable White was pouring new life into the lifeless Jade Lake realm. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion and said, "It feels as if a miracle is taking place right before my eyes." Unfortunately, he wasn't that talented when it came to making videos. Otherwise, if he had recorded the whole scene down, it would have surely blinded all those that saw it with how amazing it was. It feels like the creation of a new world. Su Clan 16 was likewise amazed. Perhaps this is one of the secrets of the immortals of the ancient heavenly city? In their own small realm, which belongs exclusively to them, they are an existence akin to God. After all, the Jade Lake realm looks like an independent world that was created from scratch, Senior Sister Yi Si said. An independent world that was created from scratch? Song Shuhang couldn't help but recall, wielder of the wool-striped dragon, whom he met when he was dreaming of the life of the virtuous golden lotus, and those 2 worlds that the golden and black lotus flowers had created. In fact, what wielder of the wool-striped dragon was doing back then also involved the creation of a new world. When the Heavenly Emperor founded the ancient heavenly city, was the Emperor also planning to create a new world? Speaking of which, was the Heavenly Emperor still alive? If the Emperor lived, the pearl lived, if the Emperor died, the pearl died. Since the Imperial Pearl suddenly broke, it meant that something unexpected had happened to the Heavenly Emperor, right? Whether the Heavenly Emperor was alive or not, it had nothing to do with Song Shuhang. In addition, if the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion back then was really related to the Heavenly City, Song Shuhang would be happy with the death of the Heavenly Emperor. After all, he was someone with close ties to the crystal-clear water pavilion. At this moment, the Jade Lake realm was still coming back to life, and spring had returned to the land. The wilderness had changed into a grassland. The withered forest was now once again lush, and the dried-up rivers were filled with cool spring water. Now, the final step. Venerable White raised both his hands high and spiritual energy blasted out of his body. In the whole Jade Lake realm, the place that needed the most care was also the most important one, the dried-up Jade Lake. At this time, those several female guards at the bottom of the Jade Lake had come out of the soil and were absent-mindedly looking at the myriad changes taking place in the Jade Lake realm. "The Jade Lake realm is coming back to life," the silver-armored female guard said happily. "Has our master returned? Or perhaps it's the Heavenly Emperor that has come back to rebuild the heavenly city?" A likewise excited voice was transmitted from behind her back. "I have no idea, but I was really hoping that the Jade Lake could one day be restored. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time." The silver-armored female guard gently jumped, reaching the shore of the Jade Lake. Then, she knelt and used her hands covered with steel to carefully touch the green grass on the ground. This scene made her recall memories from a long, long time ago. In ancient times, the edge of the Jade Lake was just like this, full of vitality. Back then, the edges of the Jade Lake were full of spirit grass and spirit plants. Countless spirit medicine had turned into spirits thanks to the spiritual energy of the Jade Lake and would sing and dance on the shore of the lake. At that time, the Jade Lake was like a paradise within the heavenly city. The silver-armored female guard turned her head around and looked at the dried-up Jade Lake. Would the most important and treasured land of the Jade Lake realm return to its former glory today? Boom, 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 in the sky, a huge quantity of spiritual energy gathered together and covered the Jade Lake. Afterward, that huge amount of spiritual energy tyrannically rushed toward the Jade Lake. "It's coming," the silver-armored female guard said in a soft voice as she tightly clenched her fists. In the next moment, equally tyrannical energy that belonged to the netherworld realm broke out from the bottom of the Jade Lake, transforming into a ferocious wild beast that bared its fangs and rushed toward that mass of spiritual energy in the air. Back in the day, the heavenly city was broken into pieces, and the Jade Lake realm likewise fell. The most important place of the Jade Lake realm, the Jade Lake, was the one that got contaminated the most with the foul energy of the netherworld realm. If one wanted to restore the Jade Lake to its previous state, they would first have to take care of this energy of the netherworld contaminating it. No wonder I sensed something strange beneath the Jade Lake. That place was actually hiding such a massive amount of evil energy, Venerable White said in a soft voice. Anyway, since that thing was made of highly concentrated energy of the netherworld, it was going to be easy to handle. Venerable White raised his head and controlled that mass of spiritual energy, making it evade the evil energy of the netherworld realm. After all, that was the energy he was going to use to resuscitate the Jade Lake, and he couldn't waste it to take care of that evil beast. After that huge mass of spiritual energy floated high up in the sky, that mass of energy of the netherworld that had taken the shape of a ferocious beast also stopped in its track. From the looks of it, its objective was to protect the dried-up Jade Lake. At this time, it was continuously circling around it and safeguarding its territory, not allowing anyone to get close to it. Venerable White quietly nodded and decided to use his trump card. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Whiz! Song Shuhang's group again experienced that teleportation skill, getting teleported to a place that was 700 meters away from the Jade Lake. Afterward, Venerable White said, "I choose you, Shuhang." Song Shuhang. Shuhang, go. Venerable White pointed at that ferocious beast made of evil energy, and shouted, "Kill it." Song Shuhang looked at that ferocious beast made of evil energy. That thing seemed a real heavyweight, comparable to those monsters in science fiction movies capable of destroying the world. Song Shuhang's whole body was as big as the tip of the claws of the beast. Even if there were other 100,000 cultivators of the third stage like him, they wouldn't be able to kill that ferocious beast made of evil energy. Thereupon, Song Shuhang lowered his head and gazed at that lotus flower projected out of his chest. Was it possible that Venerable White wanted him to use this lotus flower that the nucleus in his heart aperture had projected out to drain the strength of the evil beast? Still, would the lotus flower be able to do it? After all, that evil beast seemed very awe-inspiring and strong. And even more importantly, the nucleus in Song Shuhang's heart aperture didn't even listen to his orders. After taking a deep breath, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and pressed on his heart aperture, saying, "Change your target and go devour that evil beast in the middle of the Jade Lake that was born from the energy of the netherworld realm." After saying this much, Song Shuhang also added, "If you don't do what I told you, I'll seal once again the lotus flower you projected out of my body." The fact that the nucleus growing inside his body didn't listen to him was very annoying. After leaving this place and returning to the main world, he would look for Senior Medicine Master and see if he could get the nucleus out of his body with a surgical operation. Then, if he managed to find a way to control it, he might consider returning it where it was. Song Shuhang's voice had hardly faded that the nucleus in his heart aperture reacted and seemed delighted. Actually, as soon as that ferocious beast made of evil energy made its appearance, the nucleus in Song Shuhang's heart aperture was already hungry and could barely hold back. However, it was afraid that its host, Song Shuhang, would get angry if it were to suddenly go on a rampage. It was afraid that the lotus flower it had projected out would be sealed once again. Therefore, it forcefully endured its hunger. Just as Song Shuhang had guessed, the nucleus in his heart aperture had a certain intelligence and wasn't an inanimate object. However, its intelligence wasn't high, and was only comparable to that of a puppy. As such, after receiving Song Shuhang's permission, the lotus flower the nucleus had created immediately retracted all its roots. Immediately after, its body shook and instantly transformed into a 50-meter big golden lotus. At this time, it looked the same as the virtuous golden lotus of the scholarly faction. After the lotus flower increased in size, its roots also became stronger and thicker. In addition, thanks to the huge amount of energy that the nucleus in his heart aperture had absorbed earlier, the number of roots of the lotus flower had increased as well. This time, the lotus flower that the nucleus in his heart aperture had created went all out, mobilizing more than 10,000 roots all at once. The thick and numerous roots covered the sky and shot toward that ferocious beast made of evil energy. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The roots coiled around the ferocious beast, their speed extremely quick. Roar, the ferocious beast made of evil energy roared. Although it was something made of pure energy, it possessed a little bit of intelligence. From the looks of it, this ferocious beast had undergone a few mutations after staying in a treasured land like the Jade Lake for such a long time. Afterward, the ferocious beast made of evil energy brandished its sharp claws, ready to cut to pieces those frail-looking roots. While facing the roots, that ferocious beast made of evil energy didn't even try to dodge. After all, it could destroy these frail-looking roots with just one of its attacks. Bang! However, the claws of the ferocious beast hit empty air. The roots of the lotus flower simply passed through its sharp claws. It felt as if the roots were immaterial, and it was unable to touch them. After that, the 10,000 plus roots of the lotus flower looked for the places they liked the most and took root in each part of the body of that ferocious beast made of evil energy. The roots of the lotus flower had dashed forward like thirsty men that had just seen a stream of sweet spring water, draining and absorbing the energy of the evil beast with all their strength. The nucleus in Shuhang's heart aperture was becoming stronger and stronger with each mouthful of energy it was absorbing. With the nucleus getting stronger, more and more roots were coming out of the lotus flower, which mercilessly took root in the body of that ferocious beast made of evil energy. It was a very unfair battle. That ferocious beast made of evil energy roared again and again, rolling about and brandishing its sharp claws. However, no matter how hard it tried, it was unable to touch the roots of the lotus flower. On the other hand, the roots of the lotus flower had firmly taken root in each corner of its body, crazily absorbing the essence of the energy within its body. From beginning to end, not even half a minute had passed, yet the size of the body of that ferocious beast made of evil energy had decreased by a notch. Then, along with the nucleus in Shuhang's heart aperture getting stronger and stronger, the number of roots was also continuously increasing. As a consequence, the speed at which the energy of the netherworld realm was getting absorbed was also getting faster and faster. Although that ferocious beast made of evil energy was very big and scary, it looked rather pitiful now. It crazily brandished its claws, rolled about, roared, shot out beams of energy, and used its energy to corrode all the surrounding area. However, even after using all these methods, it was unable to touch the roots of the lotus flower. What was even more pitiful was that although the head of this ferocious beast made of evil energy was very big, its brain seemed rather small. Therefore, the level of its intelligence was also low. After discovering that it couldn't touch the roots of the lotus flower, it didn't even think of following the roots to get to the source and kill Shuhang, the criminal pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Actually, it even neglected the presence of the huge golden lotus flower. It had a one-track mind and kept making futile attempts to attack those roots it couldn't even touch. Shuhang was very happy at this moment. What kind of enemy was the most adorable one? Definitely the kind that was similar to this ferocious beast. Additional remark, as for the kindest enemy, it was definitely the one that would cause harm to their own teammates. That's it. Devour it completely. Venerable White nodded, very satisfied. There were no useless things in this world. The reason they seemed useless was that one hadn't found the way to make them work. On the shore of the Jade Lake, those several female guards were dumbfounded. They had been defending the borders of the Jade Lake all this time to prevent outsiders from barging into it, and also to prevent that ferocious beast made of evil energy from coming out and destroying the Jade Lake realm. They had fought against this ferocious beast made of evil energy once, and they were well aware of how terrifying it was. If not for the fact that the beast considered the Jade Lake its territory and didn't want to leave, they wouldn't have been able to block it even if they wanted to. But now, that huge lotus flower in the sky had extended countless roots from its body and tied up the ferocious beast, giving it a brutal beating. The body of the ferocious beast made of evil energy was continuously shrinking, with the speed getting quicker and quicker. If things continued like this, perhaps the Jade Lake would be restored for real. Roar! The ferocious beast made of evil energy went mad. After losing a large amount of energy, its pitiful brain suddenly had a sudden realization. As such, the ferocious beast made an attempt to run away. The beast retreated to the underground area of the Jade Lake. Since it couldn't defeat the enemy, it could escape. But around 2 breaths later, that ferocious beast made of evil energy anxiously drilled out of the underground area of the Jade Lake. Space couldn't block the roots of the lotus flower. As long as they were glued to something, they wouldn't let go no matter what. Even if one were to escape to the end of the earth, they wouldn't be able to get rid of the roots. Even if one used the power of space to teleport away, the roots of the golden lotus would still stay glued to their body. After all, this was something wielder of the wool-striped dragon created. Still, this nucleus had appeared in Song Shuhang's heart aperture out of nowhere. In the end, he had only dreamt of the life of the virtuous golden lotus, and he found himself with this nucleus in his heart aperture. Nonetheless, the abilities of the nucleus were still incredible, and the quality top-notch. After discovering that it couldn't hide, that ferocious beast made of evil energy roared again and again. But right at this time, its vision was finally diverted from the roots and fell on the body of the golden lotus. As such, the ferocious beast made of evil energy roared and pounced toward the golden lotus. It stretched out its claws and tried to rip the lotus flower apart. Aha! If you want to sneak attack the golden lotus and Shuhang, it won't be this easy. Venerable White laughed. It seemed he had prepared himself beforehand. Without anyone realizing, the monster Willow Qingwu had already delivered the small teapot to Su Clan 16. As the ferocious beast made of evil energy charged toward them, Su Clan 16 rubbed the small teapot. In the next moment, the teapot spirit, Demon Venerable Lushan Street, was summoned. Block that evil beast, Su Clan 16 ordered. A conflicted expression appeared on Demon Venerable Lushan Street, but his body still moved and carried out the orders of the master of the small teapot, welcoming the ferocious beast made of evil energy that was charging over. In the next moment, Demon Venerable Lushan Street and the ferocious beast made of evil energy were engaged in battle. Although the body of that ferocious beast made of evil energy was huge, Demon Venerable Lushan Street used all sorts of magical techniques in rapid succession to keep it at bay. The ferocious beast made of evil energy roared angrily, and then opened its mouth to shot out a waterfall-like beam of energy that headed toward Demon Venerable Lushan Street, Song Shuhang, and the golden lotus flower. Demon Venerable Lushan Street could only erect a huge shield with much difficulty to block the energy beam of the ferocious beast. But right at this time, a golden-colored stickman with a snake tail drilled out of Song Shuhang's body. The snake tail wrapped around Song Shuhang and the golden lotus flower, firmly protecting them. The stickman also crisscrossed its hands to enhance the defense. When it sensed the foul and evil energy of the netherworld realm approaching, the solidified light of virtue inside Song Shuhang's body automatically came out. Boom, 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 with the combined effects of Demon Venerable Lushan Street's shield and Shuhang's light of virtue, the energy beam of that ferocious beast made of evil energy didn't accomplish much. But right at this time, Song Shuhang felt a cool and refreshing feeling getting transmitted from his heart aperture to the rest of his body. From the looks of it, the nucleus in his heart aperture was about to mutate. Song Shuhang discovered that the nucleus in his heart aperture was mutating. The process was the same as for that virtuous golden lotus beneath the scholarly faction. After absorbing a sufficient amount of energy of the netherworld, it would mature and bear fruits, spraying out those lotus seeds that could prolong one's life and grant extraordinary skills. At this time, Song Shuhang was undergoing something similar. Although his body wasn't that of a lotus flower, the nucleus in his heart aperture was identical to the nucleus inside the virtuous golden lotus, and their effects were also identical. Now that he had absorbed a sufficient amount of energy of the netherworld realm, there was something that wanted to come out of the nucleus in his body. What bad luck! In the end, the virtuous golden lotus of the scholarly faction was still a lotus flower, and it could produce lotus seeds. However, Song Shuhang was a human being. And as if that wasn't enough, he was a man. He was unable to give birth to lotus seeds like a lotus flower or children like a woman. As such, how was his body going to produce this lotus seed-like object? Song Shuhang panicked. At this time, that ferocious beast made of evil energy in the sky was again engaged in battle with the teapot spirit, Demon Venerable Lushan Street. Demon Venerable Lushan Street used several magical techniques in rapid succession, forcing the ferocious beast back and bringing the fight far from Song Shuhang and the Golden Lotus. After becoming the teapot spirit, Demon Venerable Lushan Street turned out to be extremely reliable. At this moment, that half-snake half-stickman made of solidified light of virtue was still tightly wrapped around Song Shuhang, protecting him and preventing the evil energy from harming him. Demon Venerable Lushan Street and the ferocious beast were engaged in a major battle, the type that would last for 300 rounds. In the meantime, the small brain of the ferocious beast stopped working again. While facing Demon Venerable Lushan Street, who was a worthy opponent, the ferocious beast promptly forgot about the projection of the Golden Lotus and Song Shuhang, the main culprits behind its demise, and happily joined Demon Venerable Lushan Street in this dog fight. These brainless enemies were truly the best, and they allowed one to feel good both in mind and body. Shuhang, are you alright? You weren't injured, right? Su Clan 16 asked, somewhat worried, while holding the small teapot in her hand. She saw that Song Shuhang's complexion was somewhat pale. As such, was it possible that the beam of evil energy the ferocious beast shot out of its mouth earlier injured him? I'm fine, I'm not injured, Song Shuhang replied. Then, he stretched out his hand and placed it on his chest. He could feel that the nucleus in his heart aperture was getting more and more restless. He got the feeling that his body was going to produce something akin to a lotus seed. However, he didn't know for sure what would come out in his case. Song Shuhang had a sudden idea, and asked, 16, I have a question. Since men can't give birth to children like women, what can they give birth to instead? After hearing these words, Su Clan 16 was dumbfounded. After a short moment, her face became slightly red as he said, Shuhang, you're an idiot. Song Shuhang. What did I ask that I shouldn't have asked? Just as he was in deep thought, Song Shuhang discovered that the nucleus in his heart aperture was shaking. That's bad, that thing is about to give birth to something. But what is it exactly going to give birth to? Perhaps a bunch lotus seeds? Lotus seeds, lotus seeds. Right. Don't I have that lotus blossoming tongue skill? Perhaps I can just use the lotus flowers of the skill to produce those seeds? Should I try using the lotus blossoming tongue skill? Unfortunately, Song Shuhang didn't even have the time to get into action that the nucleus in his heart aperture had already completed its evolution. His heartbeat sped up. In the next moment, his consciousness sank downward and got inside a black space. The jet-black world was full of chaos. Amidst this world of chaos was a small dot of light, which was slightly trembling alongside Song Shuhang's heartbeat. Is this my heart aperture? Song Shuhang immediately understood where he was. This chaotic space was the starting point of each cultivator, their very first step on the path of cultivation, the heart aperture. And that small dot of light was obviously the nucleus giving Song Shuhang so much trouble. At this time, the nucleus seemed to have sensed Song Shuhang's arrival. Therefore, it quickly dashed toward him and circled around his body twice. Was it trying to curry favor with him? Shuhang wasn't totally sure. After all, the first impression the nucleus gave him was that it was cold and reserved. It didn't follow his orders or listen to what he was saying. It was precisely for this reason that Shuhang wanted to get it out of his heart aperture. But now, the nucleus had quickly dashed over, just as if it was trying to curry favor with him. Was it just his imagination? Or had the nucleus become obedient after Venerable White sealed the lotus flower it projected out the last time? After circling around Shuhang a few times, the dot of light returned at the center of the heart aperture, apparently very satisfied. In the next moment, the nucleus bloomed. That tiny dot of light spread out like running water. At this moment, it felt as if the nucleus had transformed into the mouth of a spring, with water continuously flowing out of it. Very soon, a living spring had appeared in Shuhang's heart aperture. And the nucleus was the mouth of this living spring. Along with the living spring taking shape, Shuhang's heart aperture underwent great changes. The heart aperture was the foundation of a cultivator during their early stages. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the second stage realm and opened their original dantian, the original dantian would take the place of the heart aperture, becoming the new foundation of the cultivator. But even so, the heart aperture, as well as the other four apertures, would keep producing qi and blood energy. Later, this qi and blood energy would converge in the heart aperture, getting sent to the original dantian where it would be later transformed into very pure, true qi. Although the quantity of this true qi wasn't much, its quality was top-notch. Usually, whenever cultivators absorb the spiritual qi inside spirit stones and medicinal pills during their practice, they use this true qi as a supplement to increase their efficiency while refining this external spiritual qi. At this time, just as the living spring in Shuhang's heart aperture took shape, spring water gushed out of it. A little bit of it followed the qi and blood energy in his heart aperture and headed toward his sea of qi dantian. Earlier, when Senior Sister Yi Si had regained consciousness, spiritual energy of the fifth stage spiritual emperor rank was transmitted back to his body from hers, causing his true qi to impact his second mysterious meridian of the third stage, the overcast moon meridian. According to Shuhang's guess, the second mysterious meridian in his body, the overcast moon meridian, would get breached by this evening in the worst case. Now, a little bit of that living spring had mixed in the qi and blood energy and headed toward his sea of qi dantian, starting to coordinate with the spiritual energy of the fifth stage that Senior Sister Yi Si had transmitted over earlier. The pitiful overcast moon meridian was once again thrown to the ground and beaten to a pulp. Earlier, it was engaged in women's singles with Yi Si's spiritual energy of the fifth stage. But now, with the addition of the living spring, the battle had turned into a set of mixed doubles. The overcast moon meridian couldn't bear it anymore, and decided to throw in the towel. Thanks to this sudden stroke of luck, Shuhang had advanced a small realm, becoming a cultivator of the third stage overcast moon meridian realm. The liquefied true qi in his body was now shrouded in a faint layer of moonlight. At the same time, his constitution also became stronger, releasing an elusive aura. His constitution had reached the same intensity as that of a cultivator of the third stage immaterial king meridian realm. After defeating the overcast moon meridian in that set of mixed doubles, that stream of true qi in Shuhang's body that had the spiritual energy of the fifth stage, as well as the power of the living spring, mixed in it finally came to a stop. After breaking through a small realm, the true qi started to temper Shuhang's body, as well as the newly breached overcast moon meridian. During the tempering process, his body started to accumulate energy anew. The next objective was obviously the third meridian, the blazing sun meridian. In light of this, Shuhang's constitution would reach the same intensity as that of a cultivator of the fourth stage, or perhaps even higher, once he had opened his blazing sun meridian. Shuhang slowly opened his eyes. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he had already broken through. What a marvelous feeling. You broke through again? Su Clan 16 asked. I just topped up my level increasing cheat, and the effects were truly excellent. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion, and said, beyond that, the nucleus in my heart aperture underwent a small mutation just now. Therefore, I got a few benefits and advanced a small realm. Su Clan 16. From the way Song Shuhang was speaking, she felt as if breaking through and advancing in realm was something rather common for him. Right. 16, are you thirsty? Song Shuhang suddenly asked. Su Clan 16 replied, no, I'm not thirsty. Sigh, 16 really doesn't want to cooperate, and here I thought I could show off a bit. Song Shuhang sighed inwardly, and then asked, still, do you want to drink something? Su Clan 16 blinked her eyes, and then stared at Song Shuhang for a moment. She smiled, and said, sure, why not? Thereupon, Song Shuhang started to happily rummage through his size-reducing purse. But after rummaging through his purse for a while, he raised his head and, somewhat embarrassed, said, 16, do you have a cup? Su Clan 16 held back her laughter and stretched out her hand into the bag behind her, taking out 2 glasses. Song Shuhang took one of the glasses and coughed, somewhat embarrassed. He was planning to show off in front of his companion since he had gotten something good, but little did he expect that he would fail again and again during his attempts. Song Shuhang used one hand to grab the glass and the other one to gently rub it. In the next moment, half a cup of limpid spring water appeared in the glass out of nowhere. Although it was only spring water, it still emitted an inviting smell of fruits. This spring water came from the living spring that the nucleus in Song Shuhang's heart aperture had evolved into. Just like the virtuous golden lotus, after the nucleus had absorbed enough energy of the netherworld, it gave birth to an auxiliary product that was similar to the seeds of the golden lotus. Since he was the host, Song Shuhang could clearly tell the effects of the living spring after it had formed. Just like the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus, it possessed the capacity to prolong one's life. That half a cup of living spring in 16's hand was comparable to one seed of the golden lotus. It, too, could increase one's lifespan by 50 years, and its effects didn't overlap with that of the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus. In other words, if one ate one lotus seed and then drank half a cup of living spring like the one 16 was holding in her hand, their lifespan would be increased by 100 years. The living spring was unable to bestow extraordinary skills. However, it had other properties of its own. For example, it was very tasty. Aside from the marvelous ability to prolong one's life, the living spring had another property: it was very tasty. Song Shuhang believed that something had gone wrong when the living spring in his heart aperture took shape. Why were the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus able to prolong one's life and grant an extraordinary skill to whomever ate them, while the nucleus in his heart aperture, which had transformed into a living spring after absorbing a large quantity of energy of the netherworld, only turned out to be tasty? Song Shuhang didn't flip the table only because the living spring in his heart aperture had, at the very least, the decency of not spurting out of his body like those lotus seeds. Anyway, the fact that he now possessed this living spring capable of prolonging one's life was still something worth celebrating. In addition, compared to the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus, it was far more convenient to take this spring water home and make his parents and friends drink it. After all, aside from prolonging one's life, the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus would also grant an extraordinary skill to whomever ate them. If Papa Song suddenly turned into Super Song after eating a lotus seed, it would be rather awkward. After getting his hands on the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus, Song Shuhang was thinking of finding a place similar to those holiday residences in Venerable White's possession and eventually have his parents move there. Afterward, he would slowly tell them about the world of cultivators and make them eat the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus. But now that he had gotten his hands on this living spring, he could make his parents drink it directly, increasing their lifespan by 50 years without any side effect. Beyond that, the taste of this spring water was pretty good. Such being the case, would immortal fairy Bishui be interested in this living spring as well? Su Clan 16 took the glass, and said, "This aura is very similar to the aura of seeds of the virtuous golden lotus." Indeed. They are almost the same thing, after all, Song Shuhang replied. Does that mean that this spring water also has the ability to prolong one's life? Su Clan 16 asked. Song Shuhang replied, exactly. In addition, its effects don't overlap with the effects of the virtuous golden lotus. In that case, can it also grant to whomever drinks it an extraordinary skill? Su Clan 16 asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang said, in your opinion? He found it hard to say out loud that other than prolonging one's life, it was just, very tasty. Su Clan 16 gently smiled and drank the living spring in the glass. Just like when she ate the seed of the virtuous golden lotus, Su Clan 16 felt the vitality in her body rise after drinking this living spring. Her lifespan had now increased by another 50 years. If we count the seed of the virtuous golden lotus she ate in the White Cloud Academy, her lifespan had increased by 100 years within just a few days. Afterward, she carefully examined her body to find other changes. After a short moment, she raised her head in puzzlement, and asked Song Shuhang, "That was it?" Song Shuhang deeply sighed, a little sad, and then said, that was it. So this spring water doesn't have any other effect aside from prolonging one's life? Su Clan 16 asked in puzzlement. Didn't you find it very tasty? Song Shuhang asked in return. Su Clan 16 looked at Song Shuhang and was speechless. Song Shuhang said, 16, don't look at me with that gaze full of pity. After all, it's not like I can decide the properties of the living spring. When I got that delicious lotus blossoming tongue skill, as well as those saber intent condensing lotus seeds derived from it, I already felt like crying. Now, I even got my hands on this very tasty living spring. If things continue like this, I can single-handedly prepare a table of immortal dishes. Such a scene feels both beautiful and tragic. Su Clan 16 said, don't blame me for not reminding you, stop setting up these random flags. Song Shuhang. But right at this time, the monster willow took a step forward and poked Song Shuhang with her tree branches. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at Qing Wu in puzzlement. The monster willow passed Song Shuhang a cup, and said, Venerable White ordered me to bring him some of that living spring that Fairy 16 drank earlier. He smelled its aroma from afar. Song Shuhang. Indeed, aside from immortal Fairy Bishui possibly liking this living spring in his heart aperture, Senior White was another person that might like it. Perhaps, in the future, he could sell him this spring water to repay the debt. Thereupon, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the cup the monster tree Qing Wu was holding, filling the cup with this living spring that Shuhang had personally brewed. During the whole time, the monster willow Qing Wu made sure to keep some distance between her and Song Shuhang. After all, the energy of the netherworld in her body hadn't been completely purified yet. Therefore, she didn't dare to get too close while facing Song Shuhang, who was protected by that layer of light of virtue. After the cup was filled, the monster tree Qing Wu carefully held it and flew to Venerable White's side. Without them realizing, this monster tree had wholeheartedly accepted her life as Venerable White's monster pet. Was she subdued by Venerable White's charm? The monster tree Qing Wu seemed to be a naturally gifted maidservant. If she managed to assume human form one day, perhaps she would start taking care of Venerable White's food, lodging, and so on, maybe even to the point that Venerable White would only have to open his mouth to be fed and hold out his arms to be dressed. 20 minutes later. Sigh, how long is it going to take to get rid of that ferocious beast condensed from the evil energy of the netherworld? Song Shuhang gazed, somewhat bored, toward Demon Venerable Lushan Street and the ferocious beast that were engaged in a great battle. Although the speed at which the golden lotus was absorbing the energy of the netherworld was getting faster and faster, the volume of that ferocious beast was simply too big. Even after draining its energy for so long, they hadn't been able to take care of it. At this time, the ferocious beast had 3/5 of its original size left. Take it easy and don't get anxious. However, the teapot spirit seems to be reaching its time limit, Su Clan 16 said. The teapot spirit in the small teapot could be summoned 3 times per day for half an hour each time. However, one had to be careful and let the teapot spirit get some rest as well. If it was summoned once again right after an intense battle, the teapot spirit would be in a weakened state. In addition, if the teapot spirit was seriously injured, one had to immediately call it back so that it could recuperate from its wounds. Otherwise, it would die, and if it died, it would die for real. Su Clan 16 said, "We'll summon the teapot spirit again in a short while when the time is up. But if we fail to take care of this ferocious beast the next time as well, things will get troublesome." Song Shuhang nodded his head. Demon Venerable Lushan Street and the huge beast were engaged in a fierce battle, and they had consumed a lot of energy. After 20 minutes of intense battle, Demon Venerable Lushan Street's momentum wasn't as strong as it was in the beginning. After all, in his teapot spirit state, Demon Venerable Lushan Street was somewhat different from when he'd possessed a physical body. At least when it came to the speed at which his energy was recovering, he was in a far worse state from when he had had a physical body. It would be perfect if the absorption speed of the golden lotus could increase. Song Shuhang said. Although the absorption speed of this golden lotus that his nucleus had projected out of his chest was very fast, and was getting faster and faster as time passed by, it would be even better if it could be increased further. The dream would be to suck dry that ferocious beast made of evil energy before Demon Venerable Lushan Street had completely exhausted his energy. Song Shuhang's voice had hardly faded when a classic book flew out of his clothes. The writing of the sage flew out on its own and transformed into a 10 meters big book. Immediately after, that heaven and earth worshipping brush, a treasure of the 3rd stage rank, also flew out of Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse. This heaven and earth worshipping brush was the reward Song Shuhang had received after completing, with great difficulty, his test the first time he'd been dragged to that infinite makeup test dimension. The writing of the sage opened and projected a piece of golden text in the air. Afterward, an invisible hand grabbed the heaven and earth worshipping brush and started to write according to the golden text the writing of the sage had projected in the air. Whenever a character of this ancient text was written down, it would transform into a huge golden sword that would dash toward that ferocious beast made of evil energy. These huge golden swords were the manifestation of the righteousness in the world, and they were the natural enemy of the demons of the netherworld and other creatures birthed from evil. The sword slashed down, cutting off a small piece of the huge body of the evil beast. When that small piece was cut off from the main body, the golden lotus instantly devoured it. When something was too big, it couldn't be eaten properly, but if it was cut into small pieces, it would become much easier to eat. What happened in this case was very similar. Just as the characters of that golden text in the sky were written down, they would transform into huge golden swords that would rain down on that ferocious beast made of evil energy, continuously cutting off parts of its body. Within this short period, the speed at which the golden lotus was absorbing the energy of the beast increased by 50%. Luckily, the brain of that ferocious beast made of evil energy wasn't too developed. Otherwise, it would have surely filed a complaint against Song Shuhang using cheats. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion and said, "I didn't think that the writing of the sage had this kind of ability. It should be the will the sage left behind in the writing of the sage. After all, this is something the sage wrote with his own hands," Su Clan 16 said. All the energy of the netherworld was moved to the nucleus in Song Shuhang's body after getting absorbed. The living spring in Song Shuhang's heart aperture was getting bigger and bigger. In addition, he didn't know if it was just his misconception, but Song Shuhang felt as if the nucleus in his body had started giving birth to the embryonic form of a small world. The virtuous golden lotus of the scholarly faction had created a small world only after maturing, with its body bursting open in the process. However, it seemed that the nucleus in Song Shuhang's body had directly skipped this step. Still, Song Shuhang wasn't too knowledgeable in this field, and he wasn't sure if things were really like this. But if the nucleus in his body wasn't going to burst open, it was surely a good deed. Perhaps one day Song Shuhang, too, would have his portable world or dimension like those main characters in novels. At this time, in the Netherworld realm, Senior White 2 and the ball of liquid metal were still fighting. These two different rulers of the Netherworld realm sure were having a good time. All the area in a circumference of 5 million kilometers had become a forbidden zone. No demon dared to enter this area for fear of getting shredded to pieces due to the shock waves generated by this fight between the two rulers. Whenever a ruler got angry, the ground would be littered with corpses. "I'm going to kill you." The ball of liquid metal was still mad. Senior White 2 said, "So boring. For how long have we fought already? I feel that it's going to be very boring if we keep going on like this. How about giving my handsome face some face and signing a truce?" Angry_smile, in your dreams. You want a truce after destroying the plan I've been carrying out for the past tens of thousands of years? Today, one of us will fall, the ball of liquid metal roared. But we can't die while in the Netherworld realm. You can't kill me, Senior White 2 said. The ball of liquid metal gritted its teeth, and said, "Sneer, but I can still seal you." It was looking for an opportunity to seal Senior White 2 into that damnable world of the Black Lotus. That's impossible. Your sealing techniques are just too bad. Previously, you were unable to seal me even while I was sleeping, let alone now that I'm in an active state. Therefore, let's just stop here, Senior White 2 said earnestly. Actually, Senior White 2 was regretting what he had done. This time, he had thoroughly enraged the ball of liquid metal, making it go berserk and unable to let go of this matter. Therefore, he didn't even have the time to take a nap. But even if he somewhat regretted it, he would still choose to ruin the plans of the ball of liquid metal if he had the opportunity to go back in time and make the choice again. After all, his heart would get filled with joy whenever he saw the angry appearance of the ball of liquid metal. The Netherworld realm was such a boring place, and making the ball of liquid metal seethe with anger was his only source of enjoyment. The more the opposite party was angry, sad, and in a wretched state, the happier he would get. But after fighting for a while, Senior White 2 got bored and didn't want to continue anymore, since he lacked the motivation. Therefore, he suggested, how about taking a break? If we continue like this, things will keep getting more and more boring. Therefore, isn't it better to take a short break? I can even tell you a few jokes during the halftime to make you happy. Only if you obediently allow me to seal you will I be happy, the ball of liquid metal said bitterly. Senior White 2 deeply pondered for a moment, and then said, "How are you planning to seal me? And does this place where you are planning to seal me have a personal space I can use? In addition, can I come out for a stroll once in a while? Even if I like sleeping, I'll get bored if I sleep too much. Therefore, I would like to come out sometimes to relax. Then, it would be better if the place were a little big because I would like to spin a cocoon and sleep in it. I didn't have the opportunity to spin one after getting my hands on the Demo Dragon medicine yet." Ball of liquid metal. Right, for how many years are you planning to seal me? Can we not exceed 200 years? The quality of my sleep hasn't been too good recently, and I would automatically wake up after sleeping for around 180 years. It must be because I'm getting old, and I don't feel like sleeping that much, Senior White 2 added. Go to hell, the ball of liquid metal roared, and rushed forward once more. Billions of metallic fists exploded from its body, overshadowing the entire world and heading toward Senior White 2. Sword art, light speed sword. Senior White too casually brandished his jet-black sword, warding off all those metallic fists. As such, the two of them engaged in close combat once again. However, although the ball of liquid metal seemed to have gone berserk, it was quietly directing the battle toward a certain place. In that place was a secret entrance to the world of the Black Lotus it had prepared beforehand. As long as they could get to that area, it would be able to use a sealing technique to seal this damnable white inside the world of the Black Lotus. At that time, it would be the only king of the Netherworld realm. After becoming the sole ruler of the Netherworld realm, there were many things it wanted to do, and it could influence the main world through the Netherworld realm. I can do it, I refuse to disappear. I went through so much trouble to become an eternal and indestructible being, how can I disappear just like that? The ball of liquid metal thought to itself. The more it thought about this matter, the redder its eyes became. Afterward, it crazily attacked Senior White 2 again. What a stubborn fellow. It won't even give me an opportunity to negotiate. Senior White 2 said helplessly. Actually, negotiating was a good thing because not everything could be solved through violence. Sometimes, it was possible to solve the matter with just a few words, reaching an agreement with the opposite party. After that, you would be happy, I would be happy, everyone would be happy. Unfortunately, the ball of liquid metal had gone crazy and didn't even give him the opportunity to negotiate, and to keep fighting like this wasn't an option either. So boring as expected, I'll have to look for that little friend Song Shuhang again and drag him into that infinite makeup test dimension where he can tell me a few jokes. However, I didn't obtain any good information as of late that I can use to carry out a transaction with him. Indeed. Senior White 2 was a person of principle, and he firmly stood by the principle of equal exchange. Although he himself would often decide what was equal and what wasn't. For example, each time he pulled Song Shuhang into that infinite makeup test dimension, he would use information in exchange for his jokes to complete the transaction. However, he still had yet to hear a good joke even after all these transactions. Perhaps I can use some item in exchange for little friend Song Shuhang's jokes? For example, the seeds of the sinful black lotus that the ball of liquid metal cultivated? The taste of those seeds wasn't bad, and one would even obtain a demonic technique after eating them. That day Senior White 2 barged into the place where the ball of liquid metal was cultivating its sinful black lotus. He conveniently took away a handful of lotus seeds. After all, they were something that belonged to the enemy and thus spoils of war. Although he was unable to directly enter the main world, and give the seeds of the sinful black lotus to Song Shuhang, he could use the same method he'd used to carry out the transaction for the Demodragon medicine and send one of his subordinates to complete the transaction with Song Shuhang in his stead. After thinking up to this point, Senior White 2 got somewhat distracted. Of course, he hadn't stopped fighting back. He was simply doing two things at the same time. While fighting against the ball of liquid metal, he had projected part of his consciousness into that infinite makeup test dimension, preparing to drag Song Shuhang to that special space as well. After arriving in the familiar infinite makeup test dimension, Senior White 2 tried to summon over Song Shuhang's consciousness. But this time, he was unable to summon him over. Actually, he couldn't even detect his presence. Strange, just what is happening? Senior White 2 said in puzzlement. Was it possible that that youngster called Song Shuhang had died? Sigh, humans are such fragile creatures. They die just like that, with no warning whatsoever. Senior White 2 faintly sighed. He had found this entertaining human with much difficulty, but now he had died just like that. After sighing, Senior White 2 pulled his consciousness out of that infinite makeup test dimension. But just as his consciousness was leaving, he thought of another possibility. Perhaps that youngster named Song Shuhang hadn't died, but entered some interesting ruins, secret realm, or forbidden area, that would produce a similar effect and prevent him from summoning him over here. Although he had a black glow shining on his forehead, he didn't look like someone that would die a premature death. Such being the case, I'll try to summon him again the next time, Senior White 2 said in a soft voice. After he finished his sentence, his consciousness returned to his main body in the netherworld realm. Now, he had fallen in a disadvantageous position. Doing two things at the same time while facing an enemy that was as strong as him wasn't easy. Although the ball of liquid metal was a balls-busting entity most of the times, in the end, it was someone truly equal to Senior White 2. The two of them were evenly matched under normal circumstances. Therefore, when Senior White 2 decided to do two things at the same time, he was forced to retreat in defeat again and again. Die, the ball of liquid metal roared. Sigh, since the start of the battle up until now, you have been shouting the words, die, I'm going to kill you, go to hell, again and again. Can you change your lines a little? Senior White 2 said. The ball of liquid metal froze for a moment, and then shouted, White, you are finished. This whole matter is ending. Senior White 2. Seal. Right at this time, the ball of liquid metal stretched out its 1,000 arms. The numerous arms covered the entire world. Those 1,000 arms quickly made several hand seals, with the sealing technique getting completed in an instant. In the next moment, Senior White 2's body was teleported away, forcefully moved to a certain place. The ball of liquid metal appeared in front of him. Fiendish_grin, White, this time, you'd better be obedient and stay sealed here. What's this place? It's similar to the netherworld realm, but at the same time different. Oh, I remember now. This must be the world of the Black Lotus. Senior White 2 said. Correct, it's precisely that place. From now on, you'll stay in the world of the Black Lotus, forever sealed here, the ball of liquid metal said smugly. Senior White 2 said, forever sealed here. Complacent_smile, White, you lost. In addition, I need to tell you something. I've been deceiving you all along. My sealing techniques are incredibly powerful, and they are one of my strong points. Earlier, you felt that my sealing techniques were weak because I was deliberately making them look bad, the ball of liquid metal said. You scheming testicle, Senior White 2 said. You can say whatever you want, I don't care. This matter is over. From today onwards, I'm the sole ruler of the netherworld realm, and you won't be able to interfere with my plans again. After it had said this much, the ball of liquid metal disappeared from the world of the Black Lotus. Senior White 2 gently shook his head, and then shrugged his shoulders. Then, he calmly took out that vial of Demodragon medicine. At this point, he might as well stay in this world of the Black Lotus for a while. First, he was planning to drink the vial of Demodragon medicine and spin a cocoon to see if it was really that comfortable to sleep in. It had been a long time since he had slept for 1,000 years in a row. After drinking the vial of Demodragon medicine, Senior White 2 looked for a suitable place in the world of the Black Lotus and started to happily spin his cocoon, seemingly very skilled in this aspect. Recently, he had studied how to spin a cocoon with several demons of the netherworld that were capable of spinning one. The act of spinning a cocoon wasn't difficult, and he had easily learned it after witnessing it a few times. Speaking of which, that world of the Golden Lotus in the main world was taken over by the people of the scholarly faction after I passed that information to Shuhang, right? Such being the case, I'm probably unable to get inside the world of the Golden Lotus from here. Senior White 2 thought to himself. If he could become the new master of the world of the Black Lotus, and then have Shuhang open the channel between this world and the world of the scholarly faction, would he be able to enter the main world through the world of the Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction? The first half of the plan was feasible. But the second half not so much. The people of the scholarly faction hated the demons of the netherworld realm to the bone, and since he was the boss of the netherworld realm, there was no way the scholarly faction would let him enter their world of the Golden Lotus. What a worrisome matter. In the Jade Lake realm, that huge and ferocious beast made of evil energy finally gave in. It died, feeling very dejected. The huge golden swords that the writing of the sage generated were slicing it from above. The teapot spirit, demon venerable Lushan Street, was attacking it from the front, and the roots of the golden lotus that the nucleus in Song Shuhang's body had generated were making long-range attacks from behind. But, more importantly, it was a monster with very low intelligence. Therefore, it had died just like that, dejected and confused. At the very least, big bosses in games would unleash some powerful skills at the point of their death, like an indestructible AoE shield or some move with high attack power to kill as many people as possible alongside it. However, that ferocious beast made of evil energy had died silently, unable to unleash any skill before dying. Before dying, its body had been consumed until reaching the size of a bull. Then, a myriad of scary tentacles filled the world and ruthlessly stabbed its body from all directions, sucking it dry in the blink of an eye. What a tragic scene. Phew. Su Clan 16 heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she recalled the exhausted demon venerable Lushan Street back inside the small teapot. Demon venerable Lushan Street had fought 2 consecutive battles, and was very tired. Therefore, he needed some rest. Song Shuhang also heaved a huge sigh of relief. That half-snake half-stickman creature made of light of virtue protecting his body also retreated and returned back inside his body. However, the projection of the golden lotus in front of his chest didn't disappear. The 100,000 tentacles extending from the golden lotus were still not satisfied after devouring that ferocious beast made of evil energy. They stretched infinitely and reached every corner of the Jade Lake realm. There was still a lot of energy of the netherworld left in many parts of the Jade Lake realm. Although it wasn't as pure as the one that had given birth to the ferocious beast hiding at the bottom of the Jade Lake, its quantity was much higher, and it worked just fine as food. The golden lotus that the nucleus had projected wasn't a picky eater, and didn't mind gobbling it all up. This time, Song Shuhang didn't stop the golden lotus. Venerable White was planning to take away the whole Jade Lake realm, and to do so, he would first need to get rid of the energy of the netherworld realm infesting the place. Therefore, it was better to let the nucleus eat to its heart's content and help Venerable White at the same time. In a distant place, Venerable White saw that the ferocious beast was finally taken care of, his mood drastically improved as a result. It finally died. Shuhang, retreat a little. I'm going to revive the Jade Lake. They had reached the final step. Su Clan 16 and Song Shuhang quickly retreated a little. In the next moment, that huge mass of spiritual energy hovering above the Jade Lake came down and sank into the Jade Lake. Boom, 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 the earth shook, and the whole Jade Lake realm dimmed. After the spiritual energy poured into the Jade Lake, shock waves were produced continuously, just as though there was typhoon suddenly ravaging the area. The shock waves lasted for around 20 breaths, and only then did they slowly die down. The Jade Lake realm brightened again. Soon after, the originally lifeless Jade Lake was revived, starting to radiate vitality again. Venerable White clapped his hands, very satisfied, and said, "Now, we only have to wait for the spiritual spring to gush out of the Jade Lake once more." As he was speaking, mist rose from the Jade Lake, moistening the dried-up ground. Around 20 breaths later, the spiritual spring that should have gushed out of the Jade Lake in great quantity didn't come out. Venerable White said curiously, "Strange, is it possible that I didn't revive the Jade Lake in the correct manner?" Su Clan 16 said, "Perhaps the Jade Lake is still hiding some other secret? Is it possible that something blocked the mouth of the spring?" Song Shuhang thought about the living spring in his heart aperture. If they wanted water to come out of the spring, the water needed an opening. "I'll go take a look." Venerable White gently jumped, heading toward the Jade Lake. Song Shuhang reminded, "Senior White, wait a moment. There are still several guards defending the Jade Lake. If you carelessly barge into it, they will attack you." After hearing these words, the silver-armored female guard and the other female guards stood in their original places, not moving in the slightest. Venerable White asked, "I almost forgot about you, will you stop me if I want to get inside the Jade Lake?" The silver-armored female guard shook her head and took the lead to place one knee to the ground alongside the other female guards. They had decided to use this method to let Senior White know of their choice. Venerable White was already the master of the Jade Lake realm. From today onwards, they would follow his orders. Venerable White nodded, satisfied. Then, he headed toward the depths of the Jade Lake. "Should we also go down?" Su Clan 16 asked. Song Shuhang looked at the several female guards and shook his head. "It's better to wait for Senior White here." Just as they were discussing, Venerable White's loud voice was transmitted from the Jade Lake. "Shuhang, 16, you two also come over to take a look." "Let's head over," Su Clan 16 said with a smile. Song Shuhang looked at the silver-armored female guard, and said, "Fairy maiden, you won't chop me to pieces if I enter the Jade Lake, right?" The silver-armored female guard looked at Song Shuhang and gently shook her head. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and the monster Willow arrived next to Venerable White. This place was the center of the Jade Lake. There was a deep hole beneath Venerable White's feet, and inside this hole was located a very complex device. The main part of this device consisted of a huge transparent crystal tank that had the size of a small truck. Then, countless pipe-like things extended from the huge crystal tank, reaching each corner of the underground area of the Jade Lake. This seems a high-tech product. Is this some magical treasure that ancient cultivators manufactured? Song Shuhang asked. Venerable White said, "Why do I feel that this thing is more similar to modern equipment instead? It's somewhat similar to an engine." Previously, Venerable White had disassembled a few things that were related to engines, the majority of them being vehicles. Therefore, he was very familiar with the structure of this thing. Su Clan 16 nodded, and approved their ideas. Now that Senior White mentions it, it's indeed similar to an engine. Venerable White said, "As such, I was wondering if this thing was like a hand-guided tractor and also needed a handle, which would have to be inserted somewhere and then spun." Song Shuhang said, "It might be possible." Senior White, did you see a handle somewhere? I didn't see any, actually. Venerable White shrugged his shoulders. Therefore, I was wondering if I should start disassembling it. Senior White, have mercy, Song Shuhang said quickly. One needed but a glance to tell that this thing was the heart of the Jade Lake. Moreover, it was very likely a unique device, and only one existed in the entire world. Therefore, it would be troublesome if Venerable White were to ruin it. That's why I called you two over here. Venerable White pondered for a moment, and said with an unwilling expression, "I'll watch from the sidelines. Shuhang, you go disassemble that thing." Venerable White would have really liked to disassemble this thing himself. However, he was afraid that he might end up ruining it. If it was ruined and there was no way to repair it, it might be really impossible to restore the Jade Lake to its previous state. Would the Jade Lake realm still be the Jade Lake realm without the Jade Lake? Therefore, he left, very unwillingly, the task to disassemble the device to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, "Senior White, I don't dare to disassemble it either. Perhaps we can ask those female guards? Which ancient sect manufactured this device? Does it have a warranty, some after-sale maintenance service, or instruction manual?" After hearing these words, Venerable White turned his head and looked at the female guards. The silver-armored female guard shook her head, and replied in a loud voice, "Venerable, although we sisters are the guards of the Jade Lake, we never ventured into its depths. We didn't even know that such a device existed in the center of the Jade Lake. Before the destruction of the ancient heavenly city, they were the guards of the Jade Lake, and had always stayed at the edge of the Jade Lake. After the destruction of the ancient heavenly city, the Jade Lake dried up, and the center of the lake was occupied by that ferocious beast made of evil energy. Therefore, they never had the chance to venture into the depths of the Jade Lake. See, there is no alternative. We can only disassemble it, Venerable White said. If you don't dare to disassemble it yourself, stand on one side and record me with your phone as I disassemble it. With the video in hand, we can easily reassemble it. 16. You'll separate into groups the parts I'm going to disassemble. At that time, we can simply reassemble it by following the chronological order. It seems we can proceed only this way. Senior White, disassemble it slowly. I want to record each part of the process. Shuhang took out his mobile phone and started to make a video. He would have to try his best not to miss any detail. If any of the details were left out, and Senior White ended up reassembling the device with some of the components missing, the heart of the Jade Lake realm would end up exploding. Don't worry. I'll proceed slowly. Venerable White rolled his sleeves up and took out several tools from his spatial equipment. Just as Venerable White was about to go all out, Yi Si's head drilled out from the top of Song Shuhang's head. She looked at the device before her eyes and, astonished, said, Isn't this thing the 21st century spiritual spring generator of our crystal clear water pavilion? 21st century spiritual spring generator? Who gave it this ridiculous name? Song Shuhang ridiculed. What? Wait a moment. Song Shuhang asked again, is this thing a treasure of the crystal clear water pavilion? Yes, there is no mistaking. From what I know, this device is something a friend of Pavilion Master Chu designed for our crystal clear water pavilion. According to the rumors, there is a valuable godly weapon of the Tribulation Transcenderank installed inside this 21st century spiritual spring generator. It has mysterious powers that are likely related to the concept of lifespan. Anyway, after putting spirit stones inside the big tank and activating that godly weapon of the Tribulation Transcenderank, spiritual spring would endlessly gush out of the 21st century spiritual spring generator. With the presence of the spiritual spring, spirit plants would start growing on the edges. In addition, it's also very handy to refine pills. It's definitely something worth having, Senior Sister Yi Si replied. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang's heart was moved. A treasure of the crystal clear water pavilion that had suddenly appeared in the ancient heavenly city. As expected, the master of the Jade Lake realm, Fairy Chenglin, had a complicated relationship with the crystal clear water pavilion. Shuhang had a certain theory, and he believed that Fairy Chenglin and Yi Si also had a very close relationship. If he had the opportunity to see the appearance of this Fairy Chenglin in the future, he would have the possibility to confirm his theory. But right at this time, Venerable White asked, Fellow Daoist Yi Si, in that case, do you know how to start this 21st century spiritual spring generator? Of course. Senior Sister Yi Si said as she drilled out of Song Shuhang's body. Then, she arrived next to that transparent tank that had the size of a truck, and said, First, we have to put enough spirit stones here. As she was speaking, she stretched out her hand and patted on the top of the tank. In the next moment, the lid of the transparent tank, which had the size of the door of a vehicle, automatically opened. The device was quite ingenious. It was indeed worthy of being something you would find in the dwelling of an immortal. Even after so many years, the lid didn't get stuck, the quality was excellent, and none of the key parts got rusty. How many spirit stones do we have to put there? Venerable White asked. You can put in as many as you want. Usually, the spirit stones we used were all of the 5th stage. After filling the tank to the brim, the device can keep working for around 500 years. It's very cost-effective, Senior Sister Yi Si said. Venerable White said, that's not a problem. I'll provide the spirit stones. As such, Senior White opened his spatial equipment and threw some spirit stones of the 5th and 6th stage inside, enough to fill half of the tank. I don't have too many spirit stones of the 5th and 6th stage with me at the moment. Let's just use these for now. I'll fill it to the brim later, Venerable White said. This number is more than enough. Yi Si covered the truck-sized transparent tank with the lid and then embraced it, spinning it around once to firmly secure it to the base. Along with the tank getting secured, a big stick made of crystal popped out from the top of the 21st century spiritual spring generator. That thing was probably the lever to activate the mechanism. But just as the crystal lever appeared before his eyes, Shuhang felt that there was something wrong with it. The problem lay in the shape of the item. The top part of the lever was straight, but when the whole thing appeared before his eyes, Shuhang discovered that it was actually a huge, Z-shaped handle. Its shape was similar to the starting handle of a hand-guided tractor, just somewhat bigger. Don't tell me that this ancient device with a crappy name but wondrous effects is the same as a hand-guided tractor, and one has to insert the handle somewhere and then rotate it with all their strength. If that was really how it was activated, it was simply too eye-blinding. This thing is a starting handle, and as long as you insert it in this hole over here and rotate it with all your might, all the while holding this other switch, you'll be able to activate the device, Senior Sister Yi Si explained. Shuhang. It was really a starting handle. Venerable White was very happy. It's really the same as a hand-guided tractor. Let me. Thereupon, Senior White took the huge starting handle from Yi Si's hands and inserted it into the 21st century spiritual spring generator. Senior Sister Yi Si helped to hold the thing down so that they could start it, while Senior White happily rotated the handle. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions. Senior White was very skilled in performing this action. Rumble, 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 that familiar rumbling sound echoed. The 21st century spiritual spring generator was successfully switched on. Venerable White asked, "Are things settled?" "Yes, everything is settled. Now, we only have to wait for the spring water to come out," Senior Sister Yi Si replied. Around 10 breaths later, the rumbling sound of the 21st century spiritual spring generator finally died down, and only a nearly imperceptible rumbling sound was left. However, the spring water had yet to come out. Yi Si, is there still something missing? For example, the mouth of the spring? Shuhang asked. Don't worry, it's not ready yet. In the past, I remember Pavilion Master Chu mentioning that there was a formation inside the generator that could draw in the various elements in the world and convert them into spring water, Senior Sister Yi Si replied. But after pondering for a moment, she also added, but if you wish to speed up the process, you can add some spring water that contains spiritual energy into this part of the 21st century spiritual spring generator over here. The spring water will act as a conductor. While speaking, Yi Si gently tapped a certain place of the 21st century spiritual spring generator, and a bucket-sized container suddenly popped out. Spring water that contains spiritual energy? Here I come. Shuhang stretched out his hand and rubbed the container a little. A thought flashed through his mind, and some spring water was picked up from the living spring in his heart aperture and brought over. In the next moment, a layer of spring water had appeared at the bottom of the container. Is that enough? Shuhang asked. His voice had hardly faded that the living spring at the bottom of the container seemingly started getting absorbed. Yi Si quickly stretched out her hand and pushed the container back into the 21st century spiritual spring generator. In the next moment, a large amount of spiritual water gushed out from the top of the 21st century spiritual spring generator. Shuhang and the others were unable to dodge and could only get soaked in the spiritual spring. Yi Si said, "This living spring of yours is a pretty good conductor." Venerable White didn't try to dodge. Instead, he stretched out his hand and tapped in the air, with a fist-sized mass of spiritual water arriving in front of him. Then, he touched this mass of spiritual water and started examining it. The quality of the spiritual spring is pretty good, and it contains a lot of vitality. No wonder people said that frequently drinking the water of the Jade Lake could increase one's lifespan. With the water of the Jade Lake in hand, it would require half the effort to obtain double the benefits while growing spirit plants. Perhaps I should try transplanting over here the medicine in my several herbal gardens, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang bathed in the spiritual spring and felt refreshed. However, he noticed that the effects of this spiritual spring were no match for the living spring that the nucleus in his heart aperture had evolved into. He felt that the spring water of the Jade Lake was like a weakened version of the living spring. However, the volume of water that this other source could produce was much higher than his living springs. In certain aspects, the city that the Heavenly Emperor built back then turned out to be rather similar to the small world that the Golden Lotus had created. Now, it's time for us to leave this place, Venerable White said, very satisfied. This time, they had made a huge profit while going out to blow up the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect, casually picking up and collecting the Jade Lake realm. Venerable White looked at Song Shuhang and 16, and asked, right. 16, Shuhang, we agreed that we would divide the Jade Lake realm between ourselves earlier, but now, the whole place has become my personal possession. Therefore, do you want to convert your share into spirit stones or some other type of treasure? After going on a trip with Venerable White, one would always get a few benefits, although the benefits would be often accompanied by mortal danger. For example, Song Shuhang was almost chopped to pieces by those female guards during this trip to the Jade Lake. In addition, they met an evildoer of the 7th stage like Demon Venerable Lushan Street, as well as that ferocious beast made of evil energy. However, one would obtain huge rewards if they could survive the calamities coming their way. After all, the key to success lay in taking risks. Still, I feel that there is something wrong with this situation. After a careful look, if the key to success really lay in taking risks, regardless of the female guards, Demon Venerable Lushan Street, or that ferocious beast made of evil energy, they didn't pose any real threat to me and 16. Although the guards of the Jade Lake launched a fierce attack against me, they were secretly holding back and had no intention of killing me. As for Demon Venerable Lushan Street, Venerable White beat him to death as soon as he appeared. And if we are talking about that ferocious beast made of evil energy, it played the role of a tragic character from beginning to end. Usually, the higher the danger one encountered while traveling with Senior White, the larger the reward they would receive. But this time, they had managed to get the whole Jade Lake realm while encountering little to no danger. This went against the principles of cultivation. Was it possible that the saying, the key to wealth lay in taking risks, took a weird turn this time and they first got the wealth first, while the risks would have to wait for later? Is it possible that the real risks are lying in ambush, ready to strike me and Su Clan 16 at any time? Song Shuhang couldn't help but keep his eyes open. After all, the super-duper good divination that blue-haired female cultivator, which he suspected was Senior Copper Trigram in disguise, had foretold had yet to come true. In addition, after that bitter lesson learned in the world of the Golden Lotus, Song Shuhang was more careful about the things happening around him. No matter what he was doing, he always made preparations in case things took a turn for the worse. He had to be prepared for all eventualities. Su Clan 16 beckoned with her hand, and said, Senior White, you don't have to worry about my share. After all, I didn't do much to help. Venerable White patted 16's shoulder, and said, 16, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Everyone present will have a share, that's how I've always distributed the rewards with the other fellow Daoists. In addition, who said that you didn't help? For example, when you explored the Jade Lake realm and controlled the teapot spirit, you helped me. You and Shuhang don't have to refuse. The profit made from collecting the Jade Lake realm will be divided among the three of us. Such being the case. 16. Do you want to convert your part of the share into spirit stones, or do you want to go to one of my treasure houses later and get a treasure of equal value? Venerable White's nouveau riche's aura made it impossible for those present to refuse his offer. Su Clan 16 pondered for a moment, and said, "In that case, I'll exchange it for a treasure of equal value." "Very well." Next, Venerable White looked at Song Shuhang, and said, "Now, it's your turn, little friend Shuhang." Then, just as Song Shuhang was about to reply, Venerable White used his right fist to gently pat the palm of the left hand, saying, "As for your share, it's better to convert it into spirit stones. I'll deduct it from the spirit stones you owe me, all right?" Song Shuhang silently nodded his head. He owed him all those spirit stones of the 8th and 9th stage that filled his spatial equipment, as well as the ones that the nucleus in his body absorbed through the lotus flower it projected earlier. Song Shuhang was unsure if he could repay this huge debt during his lifetime. After the debt had accumulated to a certain point, one wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. At this time, in the main world, East Africa, in a rift valley amidst a volcanic belt, a figure calmly sat inside a crater, faintly visible within the poisonous mist released by the volcano. At this time, the figure sitting amidst the poisonous mist suddenly raised its head, and an uncanny radiance flashed through its red eyes. The Jade Lake Realm. The originally dead silent Jade Lake Realm had been revived. After a short moment, the figure lowered its head. "It's not Chenglin. Chenglin already died in my hands. In addition, the person that revived the Jade Lake Realm wasn't her. Their aura is completely different," the figure muttered to itself. In the dense mist, the countless eyes on its barely visible arms blinked. Did someone find the Jade Lake Realm by chance and revived it? This person was really lucky and unlucky at the same time. In the past, the original master of the Jade Lake Realm, the Jade Lake Empress Chenglin, had offended a lot of people. A lot of them were still alive, living on in degradation like this person in the volcano. Anyway, since those guys couldn't retaliate against Chenglin anymore, they would find someone else to vent their anger. If they discovered that someone had inherited the Jade Lake Realm, they might make their move, obliterating the Jade Lake Realm alongside the new master of that place. Hee hee. The figure laughed mockingly. However, this person was different from those guys. His only target was Chenglin, and he had no interest whatsoever in this so-called successor. In the past, he pinched Chenglin's head until it exploded, personally confirming that she had died both in soul and body. But, after all these years, he felt that there was something wrong with the whole situation. He felt that someone like Chenglin couldn't die so easily. The figure clenched its teeth, and said, "Don't let me find you. If I discover that you are still alive, I'll pursue and kill you even if you run to the end of the earth." The poisonous mist got thicker and thicker, completely shrouding the figure. In the meantime, Venerable White rode his flying sword and brought Su Clan 16 and Song Shuhang outside the territory of the Jade Lake. At this time, Venerable White was still wearing that phoenix coronet and phoenix robe. He was planning to quietly move the whole territory of the Jade Lake realm outside this ancestral land of the limitless demon sect, transferring it to his own domain. Therefore, he had no choice but to wear this equipment, which was the core of the Jade Lake realm, to make things easier. Su Clan 16 didn't dare to make a sound and silently gazed at the confident Venerable White, who was now planning to quietly move the Jade Lake realm from the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect. Song Shuhang was even more careful during the whole journey because he had the feeling that the risks in the sentence, "the key to wealth lay in taking risks," had yet to come. Therefore, he had to be 200% more alert so as to avoid going through something as tragic as what had happened in the world of the Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction. 30 minutes later, Venerable White managed to successfully bring Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 out of the Jade Lake realm. Afterward, the group of 3 humans, plus a monster tree and a monster onion, happily returned to True Monarch Yellow Mountain's filmmaking company. This time around, it seemed that the risks had gone on holiday and didn't come to look for them. At this time, the sun was setting, and the sky was gradually darkening. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. Another day full of events had come to an end. However, the next few days shouldn't be this eventful. In the following days, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group should be busy with the matter related to Apocalypse War. Before the screening of the movie, Song Shuhang should be able to rest a bit. After that, they would wait for the premiere of the movie. Speaking of which, in the whole 9 provinces number 1 group, Song Shuhang was probably the person that looked forward to the screening of the movie the most. The reason was that he desperately needed to come out clean of this mess. In those few scenes of Apocalypse War's trailer, Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character was vilified more than necessary. Therefore, the whole internet was full of messages such as, Senior Brother Gao Sheng must die, down with Senior Brother Gao Sheng, save Ling Yi, track down Senior Brother Gao Sheng, F***ck Senior Brother Gao Sheng, and so on. Even Mama Song had called him and told Song Shuhang that she wanted to cut off their mother-son relationship. What a tragedy. Therefore, Song Shuhang was looking forward to the screening of the movie so that the audience would change their impression of Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character. Hopefully, after watching the movie and witnessing his heroic death, the audience would give Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character some love. As long as everyone gave him a little bit of love, the world would change into a better place. After all, everyone needed some love. Aside from Song Shuhang, another person that was really looking forward to the screening of the movie was Senior when the bright moon appears. He really hoped that the audience would finally remember that villain with the exquisite armor, in other words, him, after the screening of the movie. To know whether this tiny wish would be realized or not, we would have to wait for the day of the screening. After Venerable White brought Song Shuhang and the others out of the desert, leaving the borders of the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect, Shuhang's mobile phone was finally able to get a signal again. After the signal returned, Song Shuhang's phone rang continuously. He had received nearly 100 text messages. This many messages? Was it possible that someone was spam bombing him with messages? Nowadays, there was always some annoying guy that would use this stupid method to harass others. But I'm not a pretty girl, what's the point of harassing me? Song Shuhang tapped with his finger and opened his inbox. Then, he discovered that his inbox was filled with messages from familiar people. The majority of these people were classmates. These classmates were both from Jiangnan's university and the high school he attended previously. The next group was made up by his relatives. Song Shuhang's face darkened. He didn't even need to click on the messages to guess the contents. However, he still casually clicked on a few of them. The majority of the messages from his classmates were like the following: Shuhang, it was you that played Senior Brother Gao Sheng's role, right? No need to deny, because I also saw Gao Momu, Tubo, and Yangda in the trailer of the movie. F***ck, am I dreaming? It was a movie that director Jacob directed personally. Introduce us. I hadn't expected that Senior Spirit Butterfly would manage to invite director Jacob to direct the movie. In addition, I'm not that familiar with director Jacob, and I can't introduce you to Shuhang. Introduce me to Ling Yi. I'm already a die-hard fan of his. Senior White's fanboys, and fangirls, have walked amidst society for thousands of years already, and they are spread all over the world, no, even all over the universe. If every fanboy requested to be introduced to Senior White, I wouldn't be able to complete this task in my lifetime. Gao Shengheng, you are dead meat. Of course, if you are willing to introduce me to Senior Sister Moronghua, I'll forgive you. As for this message, Song Shuhang decided to forward it to Medicine Master without changing a single word. Hello, Senior Brother Gao Sheng, it's now time for us to part ways actually. If you introduce me to that sunshine boy called Senior Brother Feng Chuanzi, I might cutely let you off. As for this message, Song Shuhang decided to forward it Miss Rivoli Purple Mist without changing a single word. Shuhang, there are people willing to pay a high price to dig out information about you. According to what I've heard, they will give out 6 coupons if Senior Brother Gao Sheng is found. Therefore, aren't you planning to treat me to something to shut my mouth? Our friendship is over. TSK, our friendship was unexpectedly worth only 6 coupons. Senior Brother Gao Sheng, return me my Ling Yi. My dear Ling Yi was bullied by you again and again. I'm so sad, I hate you so much, this phone number is better put in the blacklist. The person that sent this message is actually a man. Therefore, he surely swings that way. I challenge Senior Brother Gao Sheng to a match on behalf of Jiangnan University's boxing club. In the past, I gave the vice president of the freestyle grappling club, Nan Haomeng, a good beating. If you want to challenge me, go beat that big fellow Nan Haomeng first. After he had scrolled down, he discovered that most of the messages his classmates sent were similar to these ones. Actually, Shuhang had a pretty good relationship with these classmates that messaged him. After all, he would bother adding their phone numbers only if he had a good relationship with them. As the saying went, birds of a feather flock together. Most of these classmates were surprised at how lucky Shuhang, Gao Momu, Tubo, and Yangda were. They had actually managed to push their way into this movie that the worldwide famous director Jacob directed during the summer vacation. Then, as for that crowd of relatives, the messages they sent over were even more diverse. For example, there was this Song Shoshing one, who was the elder brother of Shuhang's paternal great-grandfather. Shuhang's paternal great-grandfather had passed away a long time ago, but this Song Shoshing still had keen ears and sharp eyes, and he could even use the computer and the mobile phone. But due to his advanced age, Song Shoshing had an anachronistic way of thinking. Shuhang. I heard you went to shoot a movie. Listen to my advice, don't become an actor. Study well and repay the kindness of our motherland. I know, no. Prosperity, equality, fairness, lawfulness, patriotism, professionalism, honesty, friendliness, democracy, civilization, kindness, blah, blah, blah. Shuhang, remember to bring several girls back home. In addition, during the afternoon nap today, your father was still thinking about your movie and started laughing. That laughter was too creepy and scared me to death. Ma, didn't you say that you wanted to cut off our mother-son relationship the last time? Shuhang, which girl is your girlfriend? Quietly tell your father. That way, your mother and I can be prepared for when you come back. In addition, let me share something with you. During the afternoon nap today, your mother was still thinking about your movie and suddenly started laughing. That laughter was too creepy and scared me to death. Pa, I'm going to forward this very same message to mother. Elder brother Shuhang, today, I almost got beaten up. My classmates asked me if Senior Brother Gao Sheng was my elder brother, which gave me a scare. Luckily, I was smart enough to deny, escaping the calamity. This was a message from Shuhang's younger cousin, that ungrateful brat. Shuhang really lost money when buying him food and games year after year. While facing disaster, the other party didn't even recognize his cousin. After a while, when he finished reading all the messages, Song Shuhang faintly sighed. Su Clan 16 covered her mouth and gently laughed. She was standing next to Song Shuhang and could see the several messages displayed on the screen of his phone. Although she had read only a few of them, she could easily imagine the content of the others. I might just go into secluded meditation until the screening of the movie, Song Shuhang said in a grave tone. He was afraid that someone would put a gunnysack on his head and beat him up if he were to walk around in the streets. And he wasn't even exaggerating. Under the influence of Venerable White's charm, the line of people that wanted to beat him could go from Beijing to Kunming, crossing the entirety of China. With true monarch Yellow Mountain fanning the flames from behind the scenes, the trailer of the movie had spread everywhere, becoming part of the everyday life of Chinese people. Then, one had to keep in mind that the quality of the trailer was superb, with the male actors being all handsome and the female ones beautiful, and let's not talk about the special effects, which were just amazing. After the launch of the trailer, everyone got a favorable impression of the movie. As long as the real movie was half as amazing as it appeared in the trailer, no, even 1/3 or 1/5 as good, it would be worth it to buy the ticket to see it. Thereupon, many people felt their hearts and wallets were ready to get into action. They felt this movie was really worth seeing. But under these circumstances where everyone had a good impression of the movie, some people couldn't stand it anymore. Shuhang is another name for the god of longevity. Yo, what's the deal with this apocalypse war? In just one day, it got so many positive reviews? I'm pretty sure someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. The people behind the movie must have requested their flooding army to leave behind all these positive reviews. Look at how I leave some negative ones now. But before leaving the negative review, they had no choice but to look at the trailer first. After all, even if they wanted to leave a negative review, they couldn't randomly leave one, and at least had to know what they were talking about. Otherwise, they would be looked down on as brainless idiots. Thereupon, many people that had similar thoughts opened the trailer of the movie. This is Director Jacob's movie? Is this the real Director Jacob or someone impersonating him? Let's take a look at the genre first. A movie with an apocalyptic setting? In addition, it's not the usual movie with superheroes, but has cultivation elements instead? Apocalyptic setting plus cultivation elements? Sounds good. No, wait a moment. I mean, it really deserves a negative review. Let's take another look. TSK, they added so many exaggerated special effects. Still, I have to say that these special effects are rather impressive. Is it possible that they allocated all the money reserved for the special effects to this trailer? Damn, it truly deserves a wave of negative reviews. I bet 50 cents that all those that got tricked by this trailer and will go to the cinema to watch the movie will be able to enjoy only a few cool special effects. The special effects in the rest of the movie are probably nothing special. I finished watching the trailer, and I actually found it pretty cool. Aside from that Senior Brother Gao Sheng, who should just die, I can't find anything else that deserves to be criticized. But it can't be helped, after all, the trailer was pretty short. Such being the case, it's time to attack the actors. Let's take a look at them. There are so many actors, but not a single one that is famous. Here is a good point for a negative review. However, they are all very good-looking, excellent. Since they are so good-looking, I will also support this movie as well and go to the cinema to watch it. F***ck, what am I even saying? Despicable, they are using a honey trap to lure us in. I bet that all the stage pictures of these actors were photoshopped. Their appearance in the movie should be much worse compared to these stage pictures, the same as that recent movie where the female lead looked beautiful on the cover but looked terrible in the actual movie. Needless to say, this point is more than enough to leave a wave of negative reviews. In the eyes of this group of people, this short 150-second long trailer was enough to leave a negative review. And even if they didn't find anything worth criticizing, they would keep digging until they found an excuse to leave a bad review. One couldn't look down on them, these guys were professional haters. The internet was, relatively speaking, a place ruled by freedom of speech. As long as you didn't seek death in big way, there wouldn't be suspicious uncles barging into your house on the pretext of checking the water meter, supply water, or giving you some money. Slowly, places such as forums or websites where people could discuss movies had appeared on the web. At first, people would casually chat or discuss new movies that had just come out or were on the verge of getting screened. It was unknown when it started, but whenever the trailer of a movie was released, there would always be a bunch of people that would step forward and take note of the weak points of the movie and thoroughly criticize it. However, it was something that couldn't be avoided. First, it was difficult to please everybody. Even if it was the most classic world-class movie, it wouldn't be able to satisfy everybody's tastes. What some people considered delicious food was perhaps just some badly cooked stuff according to someone else. Second, the expectations that people had were getting higher and higher. Things were no more like in the past, when one just had to grab two experts and have them fight for 20 to 30 minutes in a martial arts movie to make the audience happy. Recently, a lot of movies were getting screened, and the plot and the feelings they were giving off were unable to satisfy the audience. In addition, all sorts of trash movies had started to make their appearance as well, and the audience was rather tired of it. Anyway, in most cases, if one didn't like a movie or found it bad, or straight-up trash, they would just give it a negative review and leave it at that. However, there were some people that didn't care if the movie was good or bad, and whenever they saw a movie that was getting a lot of hype and positive reviews, they would get the urge to criticize it or leave bad comments about it. In Yellow Mountain's movie-making company Limited, Doudou had been turned into slimy Doudou, and was now stuffed in a transparent flower vase. After Doudou sent in the group Dharma King Creations' version of the Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain, True Monarch Yellow Mountain brought him to young Master Phoenix Slayer and had him turned into a slime that was then stuffed into that transparent flower vase and placed in the company. Some fellow Daoists that had nothing to do had decided to stay in True Monarch Yellow Mountain's company and wait there for the premiere of the movie, which would take place 4 days later. Since they were bored, during the past few days, the fellow Daoists had been discussing profound principles or what they had recently learned during their training. Fellow Daoist When the Bright Moon Appears was doing two things at the same time. He was fiddling with his mobile phone while discussing profound principles with the other fellow Daoists. He was looking for comments related to Apocalypse War in all major movie-related forums. Actually, most of the comments made his liver ache. Amidst the myriad comments, only a handful mentioned him, the biggest villain of the movie. Even if someone was praising him, they would also write that they couldn't remember his appearance. Even the armor he was wearing got mentioned more than him. While scrolling down, a few new comments appeared before his eyes. They were all 1-star negative reviews. The reviews were criticizing Apocalypse War from all points of view. They said that the actors wouldn't be as good-looking as they appeared in the stage pictures, that the special effects of the real movie would be trash, that an apocalyptic setting combined with cultivation elements was a pile of steaming shit, that Senior Brother Gao Sheng had to die, that this director Jacob was just someone with the same name, and so on. Well, if they wanted to criticize the movie, so be it. Which movie didn't have negative reviews nowadays? Fellow Daoist When the Bright Moon Appears was an experienced person. Anyway, when the time came, facts would speak louder than words. They would discover that the actors were more good-looking than how they appeared in the stage pictures, that the special effects were the real deal, that Senior Brother Gao Sheng indeed had to die, that director Jacob was the real director Jacob, and so on. Therefore, it was fine to ignore these comments since they would be forgotten after the screening of the movie. While scrolling and scrolling, fellow Daoist When the Bright Moon Appears saw another 1-star review. The title of the review was, The Other Points Got Covered Already by Somebody Else. Therefore, I'm here to talk about the villain of the movie, the commander of the demons, evil General Mingyue. After fellow Daoist When the Bright Moon Appears saw this review, his eyes lit up, and happiness welled up in his heart. The content of the first paragraph of the 1-star review was, everybody should take a look at the trailer again. When that evil General Mingyue made his appearance, that black armor he was wearing really gave off a Chuyuni aura. After seeing it, I felt really embarrassed, and even my cancer flared up. Then, let's not talk about that huge sword he was carrying around. How was that attire suitable for a big villain? He looked like a clown. After reading this much, fellow Daoist and the Bright Moon Appears was somewhat disgruntled. Why is he commenting about the armor? Criticize me, me. After that came the second paragraph of the negative review. Evil General Mingyue's character was being criticized starting from his hairstyle. Fellow Daoist When the Bright Moon Appears furrowed his brows. Then, the third paragraph of the negative review. Evil General Mingyue's character was being criticized starting from the few attacks he made after making his appearance. Fellow Daoist when the bright moon appears furrowed his brows even more. Then, the last paragraph of the negative review. Lastly, as we can see, the portrayal of evil General Mingyue's character was a complete failure. Although this character is supposed to be the villain, I can't even remember him after watching this 150-second long trailer several times. When I earnestly took a look at the actor playing evil General Mingyue's role, I discovered that the actor was very handsome, but this role was so bad that it made him become invisible. I've never seen such a badly designed character. Negative review. Right at this time. Fellow Daoist when the bright moon appears nodded, satisfied. Although this comment was a 1-star negative review, Fellow Daoist and the bright moon appears felt warmth in his heart. The last time he had felt this warmth was when Northern River's loose cultivator had looked at a note and pronounced his Daoist name correctly. It was a very good feeling. Young Master Phoenix Slayer looked at Fellow Daoist when the bright moon appears and, somewhat worried, asked, "Scholar Drunken Son, is everything all right? If you don't feel well, do you want to rest first?" Fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer, thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, I want to make a call first, Fellow Daoist when the bright moon appears said in a low voice. Young Master Phoenix Slayer gently smiled. If you are fine, all the better. Still, if Scholar Drunken Heaven feels tired, I advise having some rest. Health is very important. Fellow Daoist when the bright moon appears returned the smile and grabbed his mobile phone, leaving the place where the fellow Daoist were discussing profound principles. Then, he quickly gave a call to his various junior brothers, telling them to help him with a small matter. 2 hours later. China, Yang area. A young man was sitting in front of the computer, bored, and swinging to and fro with his chair. He felt very bored recently, and nothing exciting was happening in his life. After finishing school, he had become a very ordinary office worker. Then, he had started playing video games less and less. He didn't have that much energy to invest in this hobby anymore. In addition, it wasn't like when he was in school and could just call his friends to play together. That passion was now missing. Slowly, he had stopped playing AAA games and would only play League of Legends and so on once in a while, but it was just a handful of games. Before, he'd also liked watching movies. But now, the number of movies he found pleasing to the eye was getting less and less. Therefore, since he was super bored, he had developed a bad habit. Regardless of the movie, he would try his best to find something bad about it and then go online to leave a 1-star negative review. Moreover, he would give a lot of reasons for it. He was nothing like those brainless haters. For example, today, he gave a 1-star negative review to that Apocalypse War movie, which had a pretty incredible trailer, criticizing the invisible character Evil General Mingyue. But after leaving the review, he started to get bored again. What should I do now? Perhaps it's time to look for a girlfriend. The young man started to indulge in flights of fancy. But right at this time, someone knocked on his door. The doorbell was actually broken. "Who is it?" the young man asked. "Hello, we have come here to check the water meter." A magnetic voice was transmitted from outside. The young man said, "My water meter is outside, okay?" It was a joke. "We are from Fengsho Express Delivery. Open the door and receive your package," the voice outside continued. Scram. I didn't buy anything online recently. "How can there be a package for me?" the young man said angrily. "You are the one that forced my hand, blast the door open." The voice outside echoed, likewise angry. Blast the door open? Have criminals become so bold nowadays? Anyway, did I carelessly post some death-seeking content online as of late, and have these people come to check my water meter for that reason? Impossible. I'm a good citizen that abides by the law, and I've never written on the internet anything about sensitive stuff. The only thing I did was to give 1-star reviews to every movie to relieve my boredom. Just as he was in deep thought, the door of his house was gently pushed open. The young man lived in a very simple apartment, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 living room, and no kitchen. The living room was where he would usually play games, and it directly faced the entrance. Anyway, the door of the house wasn't really blasted open. Instead, it looked as if an invisible hand had twisted the door lock open, finally opening the door. The scene was really frightening. Next, 2 tall men entered the house. One of 2 wore a smile on his face, giving off an aura of kindness. At first sight, he seemed someone trustworthy. The other one seemed to be in a bad mood. He was obviously the person that threatened to blast the door open earlier. "Who are you? Don't come closer. Otherwise, I'll report you to the police," the young man said, frightened. "Little brother, no need to be this nervous. We don't have bad intentions." After pondering for a moment, the man with the smiling face said, "Do you want money? They don't have bad intentions, but still forcefully barged into my house." The young man immediately thought of those frightening scenes he had seen only in movies. For example, foreign organizations grabbing ordinary people and forcing them to hide drugs in their butts and stomach to transport it somewhere. Of course, I like money. However, I won't do anything that goes against the law. Therefore, you'd better give up. While speaking, the young man had already started dialing the number of the police. "There is no point in using that phone. I've already blocked the signal in this area," the man that seemed to be in a bad mood said. The heartbeat of the young man couldn't help but speed up. He was done for. The man with the smiling face said, "You don't need to worry. We really have no bad intentions. Little brother, recently, did you write a review about the villain of the movie Apocalypse War? F***ck, did you track me down due to that negative review?" The young man wondered if the world had gone crazy. It was just an ordinary 1-star negative review. And he didn't even go that overboard, and yet, these people still bothered to come over to his place and forcefully barge inside? Wasn't this a little bit too crazy? "Little brother, you are misinterpreting my words. We haven't come here to give you a hard time," the man with the smiling face said. "How can I say it? That 1-star review of yours made my senior brother very happy, and he asked me to find you to give you a hand. After a little investigation, I discovered that your financial situation doesn't look too good as of late, am I right?" The young man didn't reply. "It seems I am right. Here, take it. This is the reward my senior brother prepared for you. No need to stand on ceremony, just take it." The man with the smiling face passed him a big red envelope. Given its thickness, if there was really money inside, the amount was fairly high. In addition, if you liked the reward, you can seize this opportunity and leave some other reviews related to Evil General Mingyue online. It doesn't matter if it's a positive 5-star review or a negative one, as long as you make a detailed post about Evil General Mingyue's character, you'll be able to obtain more rewards such as this, the man with the smiling face said. The young man cautiously opened the red envelope and took a look inside. There was really money inside, and at least 10,000 renminbi at that. He raised his head again, looking at the man with the smiling face. Were these guys really sane? It didn't matter if it was a positive 5-star review or a negative 1-star review, as long as it was a detailed review about Evil General Mingyue, they would give him this kind of reward? Were they crazy? Or perhaps he was unable to understand the mind of rich people? Do a good job. I'll keep an eye on you, the man that wore a smile on his face said. After saying this much, he waved his hand and casually left. After the man that wore a smile on his face left, the other man, the one that seemed to be in a bad mood, lowered his voice and said, "Remember, write a proper review. In addition, only write about Evil General Mingyue's character, you don't need to write about anything else. It doesn't matter if your opinion is positive or negative, the review must be well written and unique. We'll be back tomorrow to check this review of yours." The young man was frightened. According to what the man with the smiling face said, he should seize this opportunity and quickly write another review about the movie if he wanted another similar reward. But this man that seemed in a bad mood directly threatened him. He said that he had to write a well-written review by tonight, and they would be back tomorrow to check it. The young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and asked, "How long does this review have to be? I almost forgot to tell you about the character limit." "Anyway, at least 10,000 characters, all right? If you write less than this, you'll have to bear the consequences," the man that seemed to be in a bad mood said coldly. After saying this much, he, too, swaggered off and left the house. After a while, the young man pinched his face and looked at the red envelope full of cash on the table. Sheet, it wasn't a dream. A 10,000-character-long review about evil General Mingyue, wasn't this the same as asking for his poor life? Just how many times had that villain appeared in the trailer, or in those stage pictures attached to the list of the actors? He had already criticized everything there was to criticize. What could he possibly write about now? How was he supposed to write a 10,000-character-long essay based on this little information? He was suddenly reminded of his days in elementary school. There, they would give an assignment where one had to look at one or two strange pictures and then write an essay about it. That stuff was simply crazy. Still, he felt that something very scary was going to happen if he didn't write the review, but from where should he start writing? Should he start from the facial features or look in the eye of this evil General Mingyue? For example, he could write that from evil General Mingyue's pair of bright eyes, he could infer that Mingyue also had feelings, albeit being a big villain, or something of the sort. No, that was the same as asking for his life. He was specialized in writing one-star negative reviews, and not in writing novels. He simply didn't have what it took to write something of the sort. The young man was very worried. In the meantime, Venerable White had brought Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 out of the ancestral land of the Limitless Demon Sect. The trio didn't immediately return to True Monarch Yellow Mountains Movie Company. Venerable White brought Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 along and went to hide the Jade Lake Realm in a secret place first. The Jade Lake Realm was a place that the three of them had discovered together. Therefore, Venerable White made it so that Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 would also have the authority to enter the Jade Lake Realm at any time. In addition, Venerable White had finished assessing the mana-restoring lotus flower that the nucleus in Song Shuhang's body had projected out. After all, they had come to trouble the Limitless Demon Sect mainly because they wanted to test how good the mana-restoring lotus flower was. In the end, the mana-restoring effects of the sealed lotus flower turned out to be even better than what Venerable White had expected. Even in an environment where medicinal pills and spirit stones were useless, the lotus flower wasn't affected, and the speed at which it was restoring energy was as amazing as before. Although those 50,000 spirit stones were converted into this mana-restoring lotus flower, that contained a quantity of energy comparable to only 20,000 spirit stones, it had been completely worth it. To sum things up, this mana-restoring lotus flower was able to restore one's spiritual energy at an extremely fast pace. There were no impurities in the restored spiritual energy, no side effects, no cooldowns. In addition, it wasn't affected by special environments that limited the usage of medicinal pills and spirit stones. When all these properties were added together, its worth could easily increase by 8 times, and this was only the most conservative evaluation. After all, at a critical moment, this gadget could be used to preserve one's life. However, making the mana-restoring lotus flower wasn't easy, and it couldn't be mass-produced like Song Shuhang's saber-intent condensing lotus seeds. Venerable White suggested Song Shuhang found time to learn sealing techniques so that he could produce this mana-restoring lotus flowers on his own. At that time, the saber-intent condensing lotus seeds and the mana-restoring lotus flower would bring Song Shuhang a lot of money. Time flew by. August 24th. In other words, the day True Monarch Yellow Mountain had set for the premiere of the movie. During the past few days, Song Shuhang had enjoyed a hard-to-come-by peaceful time. He had practiced body tempering cultivation techniques every day, and his build had finally returned to normal. Afterward, he would practice calligraphy, take a look at the post-production phase of the movie, listen to the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group discussing profound principles, and so on. During this period, he could relax, and was relatively free from worries. The only problem was that super-duper good divination had yet to come true, and the place between his eyebrows was still a little black. As such, he was somewhat jittery. During the evening of the 24th, usually, the premiere of a movie was just another form of advertisement. However, Apocalypse War's premiere wasn't used for advertisement. The movie had been advertised enough. In just a few days, True Monarch Yellow Mountain had spread Apocalypse War's trailer everywhere, to the point that it had become part of everybody's everyday life. Therefore, this time, the only aim of the premiere was to see how Apocalypse War looked after the editing was complete, allowing the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces #1 group to have a quick look at it. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Northern River's loose cultivator, and other fellow Daoists had been closely following the editing process, and thus had a good idea of how the final product looked. However, watching the movie in the cinema was still pretty interesting and had a special feeling to it. Strangers weren't invited to the premiere of the movie. The only people invited were the available fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces #1 group, as well as Gao Momu, Tubo, Yangda, and the members of the Jacobs production team. The next day, August 25th, Apocalypse War was screened during the last weekend of summer vacation. A lot of people booked their ticket as soon as possible and couldn't wait for the movie to get screened. Some people were relatively quick-witted and came over during the first hours of the morning and managed to snatch a lot of tickets. On the other hand, some people got up a little later and took advantage of the fact that it was weekend to book a ticket for the movie. But it was at that time that they discovered that all the tickets for today's show had been sold already, not even those for the midnight show were left. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Although the trailer of the movie was pretty good and the actors really good-looking, with Senior Brother Gao Sheng deserving death, the tickets shouldn't have been sold this quickly. Was it possible that the people behind the movie had bought all the tickets to artificially inflate the box office revenue data? Inside a cinema in Wenzhou City. There was still a little time before the start of the movie, yet the cinema was already packed. Husband, so many people have come to watch the movie. Do you think that they will look for our that Senior Brother Gao Sheng and put a gunnysack on his head and beat him up after they are done watching the movie? Mama Song said in a low voice after gazing at the completely packed hall, which had nearly 300 seats. Papa Song replied in a low voice, "Now that you mention it, I'm also starting to get worried." Although we were in 2019 already, the spectators didn't have much faith in the special effects of this movie that their own country had produced. They only hoped that the special effects wouldn't turn into utter shit after the first few scenes of the movie. However, Apocalypse War was able to draw everyone's attention as soon as it started. The first scene consisted in a shot taken from an elevated position. In the scene, beautiful buildings that resembled the dwellings of immortals slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. The constructions looked incredible, just as if they had come out of a painting. Strange mist curled up as gentle music echoed in the background. This scene alone was enough to capture the hearts of the spectators. Director Jacob was truly good at his job, and totally deserved his title of a world-class director. Did they use computer-generated imagery for this scene? "It feels so lifelike," said someone in a low voice. They might have applied computer-generated imagery to a base model. But to obtain such a realistic picture, they must have invited a world-class team specialized in special effects. The friend nearby was also unsure. The scene zoomed in, and then switched to a martial arts platform. The martial arts stage looked rather familiar. Wasn't this scene the one where Senior Brother Gao Sheng was beating up the main character Ling Yi in the trailer? Was the movie starting directly with that scene? This straightforward? A lot of people secretly clenched their fists, and shouted inwardly, Senior Brother Gao Sheng must die. Several people had entered the cinema while chanting this very same sentence. The scene on the martial arts stage started to unfold before their eyes. The elder of the immaterial cloud sect, the eight-armed sword sage, stood in place with his arms crossed and a cold expression on his face. He was just standing there and doing nothing, yet he gave everyone the feeling of being someone impartial. A crowd of ordinary disciples of the immaterial cloud sect was calmly standing at the edge of the stage and discussing in low voices. Afterward, the main character Ling Yi arrived on the martial arts stage. He had a firm expression on his face and looked fearless. The light blue regulation Daoist robe he wore looked as if it had been made just for him. Ling Yi's long black hair fluttered in the wind as he arrived, step after step, on the martial arts stage. The scene was different from the edited version of the trailer. These full-length shots made sure to perfectly highlight the elegance and qualities of the main character Ling Yi. Anyway, his outward appearance in the movie was at least 10 times better compared to the trailers. The spectators in the hall even forgot to breathe. Who said that the actor wasn't going to look that good in the movie? It was utter nonsense. In the movie, Ling Yi is 100 times more attractive compared to the stage pictures, someone whispered in a low voice. Later, I'll drown with spit whomever said that. I think I fell in love again today. Mom, please give me a slap to wake me up. After Papa Song and Mama Song saw the enthusiasm of the people in the hall, they cautiously lowered their heads. Crazy fanboys were truly dangerous. At this time, they were really worried about their son. During the next few days, Senior Brother Gao Sheng was surely going to climb to the top of the list of the most hated characters. He would probably even have his tailor-made background music when making his appearance. Anyway, Senior Brother Gao Sheng also wore a light blue Daoist robe when he appeared. He gazed at the main character Ling Yi and smiled coldly. Ling Yi, you have finally stopped hiding, and decided to accept my challenge, huh? Behind Senior Brother Gao Sheng were also two of his lackey junior brothers, who were closely following behind him. Senior Brother, today we must give Ling Yi a good lesson and let him know how terrifying you can be. Indeed. He won't dare to go against Senior Brother's wishes ever again from today onwards. Senior Brother Gao Sheng coldly snorted, and said, Ling Yi, this time, I'll beat you so badly that you won't be able to get out of bed for a whole month. Killing intent immediately filled the theater's hall. It was the combination of the killing intent of the nearly 300 people seated in the hall, and all of it was directed at Senior Brother Gao Sheng. Next was the scene where Senior Brother Gao Sheng savagely beat up the main character Ling Yi, which obviously gained him the hate of many. Anyway, whether one hated or liked the characters, they had to admit that the fight was truly explosive. When Ling Yi and Senior Brother Gao Sheng started fighting, each of their moves had considerable strength behind, they absolutely weren't faking it. Director Jacob didn't leave out a single scene of this explosive fight. At most, he adjusted the angle a little to make the scene have more impact. The fighting scene wasn't long, and the duo exchanged at most 30 blows. However, the explosive fighting scene had immediately set the hearts of the audience ablaze when combined with the background music, making their passion explode. After those 30 moves, Ling Yi turned out to be at a disadvantage. His Daoist robe was cut open, with blood spilling out and dyeing it red. Some of the spectators took deep breaths, just if Senior Brother Gao Sheng's blade had directly cut their hearts when it slashed Ling Yi. The corner of Senior Brother Gao Sheng's mouth rose into a cold smile as he said, Ling Yi, is that all you've got? You are simply too weak. Both you and your blade. Ling Yi didn't reply, and just gasped for breath. He tightly held the steel saber in his hands, beads of sweat continuously streaming down his cheeks. Do you know something? I really like this unyielding disposition of yours. Since you refuse to admit defeat, I can only let you suffer some more. The corner of Senior Brother Gao Sheng's mouth rose upward. Afterward, he dashed toward Ling Yi and launched a fierce attack against him, beating him black and blue. The brutal beating continued for a whole 20 seconds. The spectators found these 20 seconds longer than a century. Unexpectedly, someone as cruel as Senior Brother Gao Sheng existed in the world. Luckily, the 8-armed sword sage finally stepped in and put an end to the fight. Soon after, the gentle senior sister also made her appearance, starting to silently treat Ling Ye's injuries. In the trailer, senior sister Muronghua had appeared in only one scene, in which she was wearing bridal clothes. The audience was unaware of the relationship between senior sister Muronghua and the main character Ling Yi. But, from the looks of it, she was now going to be Ling Ye's bride? The gentle and beautiful senior sister Muronghua immediately cured the restless hearts of the audience. Luckily, there was this beautiful senior sister. Senior sister Muronghua, give me some love too. I can't help but ridicule those people that criticized the movie. Whether it was Ling Yi or senior sister Muronghua, or even the 8-armed sword sage and senior brother Gao Sheng, their looks were better compared to the stage pictures. Just based on this, it was worth it to buy the ticket. Some people had already decided that they would bump up and insult the posts criticizing the looks of the actors after returning home. The plot of the movie kept unfolding. Next were some quick scenes where senior brother Gao Sheng threw Ling Yi to the ground and beat him up until he curled up in a fetal position. The spectators gritted their teeth in anger. Very soon, the first turning point of Ling Ye's character arrived. Broken tree leaves fell one after another. The scene switched to the lakeside of the immaterial cloud sect. Ling Ye's Daoist robe fluttered in the wind, his sword chi surging. His momentum was incredible, and he looked like a celestial being brandishing his sword. Soon after, the scene zoomed out, showing that another disciple wearing the Daoist robe of the immaterial cloud sect was hurrying over. It was Thrice Reckless Mad Saber playing the small role of that disciple called Ling Senior, Senior Brother Ling Yi. The situation is bad, very bad. Ling Sen gasped for breath and ran over. Ling Yi stopped practicing the sword, and said, "Junior brother Ling Sen, calm down. Slowly tell me what happened." Senior brother Ling Yi, huff, huff, it's bad. Senior sister Muronghua is about to get married, to another man. Junior brother Ling Sen said with an anxious expression on his face. Senior sister, is about to get married, to another man? Ling Yi stood rooted to the ground, and didn't come to his senses for a while. The incredibly sad scene tugged at the hearts of the audience. In the movie, junior brother Ling Sen said, "Yes. I was told that the marriage would be held 3 days later." Ling Yi said anxiously, "Junior brother Ling Sen, who is this person that senior sister Murong is going to marry?" "Senior sister is going to marry senior brother Feng Chuanzi." Ling Sen replied. During this last scene, the camera switched to Ling Sen's back, and even his words were altered. In the original scene, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had sought death big time. Unfortunately, it later became one of his biggest failures while seeking death. Director Jacob only had to change the angle of the scene and the dubbing to let things continue without problems. The plot of the movie slowly continued. Actually, this movie had a very large probability of ending up as a failure if the actors and the director were changed to someone else. That senior sister Muronghua that had managed to cure the hearts of the spectators really ended up becoming someone else's wife. In that instant, after senior brother Gao Sheng, senior brother Feng Chuanzi became the second character in the movie that absolutely had to die. From time to time, there would be people chanting in a low voice the words, "Senior brother Gao Sheng must die, Feng Chuanzi must die." Then, just as they were chanting, senior brother Feng Chuanzi really died. In the battle that caused the destruction of the immaterial cloud sect, senior brother Feng Chuanzi and senior sister Muronghua headed to the afterworld hand in one of the best performances of the movie. The scene touched the hearts of many people. With his performance, senior brother Feng Chuanzi obtained the understanding and forgiveness of the spectators. Then, senior brother Gao Sheng also died. And he died rather heroically. 13 swords pierced through his body, yet he still gave his all to provide cover for the retreating disciples of the immaterial cloud sect. In the end, he died in the hands of the demons together with his wife, Fan Bai. He had come out clean. In the end, Senior Brother Gao Sheng actually came out clean. For some reason, the spectators were somewhat disappointed when they saw this ending. They really hoped that Senior Brother Gao Sheng would join the demons and then die in the hands of the main character Ling Yi. Why had he come out clean with his heroic death? They refused to accept it. As expected, if they wanted to criticize the movie, the death of Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character was a good starting point. Immediately after followed the plots of the female ghost Linger, of the heaven-devouring cat bringing the surviving disciples of the immaterial cloud sect to look for Ling Yi, of Ling Yi finally awakening and leading the counterattack against the demonic army, etc. Both comical and sad moments were present. Then, the scene moved to the final battle. On one side were evil General Mingyue and the demonic beast, infernal demonic dog, as well as countless other demons. On the other side were Ling Yi and the guardian divine beast, heaven-devouring cat, as well as other humans that had joined them. The spectators looked at the screen with rapt attention for the whole time. The raging battle, the ferocious demons, the explosive sword chi, and those magical techniques, it felt as if each scene was really taking place in reality. It didn't even feel like a movie, it felt like a real event. At this time, in a hall where the movie was being screened, several members of the Limitless Demon sect were looking at the actors appearing in the movie with dark expressions on their faces. "Are you sure that the man that attacked our ancestral land is the main character of this movie, Ling Yi?" an old man from the Limitless Demon sect asked in a low voice. Daoist priest Weiwei pointed at Ling Yi on the screen, and said, "There is no mistaking, it's definitely him." The old man gently nodded, and said, "That man is the rumored true monarch White, now Venerable White." The old man from the Limitless Demon sect still had some lingering fear while talking about the rumored true monarch White. The rumored true monarch White? Daoist priest Weiwei had a confused expression on his face. Up until now, he had practiced for a little more than 150 years, in other words, true monarch White had gone into secluded meditation before Daoist priest Weiwei had started practicing, and had come out just recently. Therefore, Daoist priest Weiwei was unaware of the rumors surrounding true monarch White. The old man from the Limitless Demon sect started recalling. "He's a very fearsome enemy." The old man recalled an event from several hundred years ago. Back then, he had still been a fifth-stage spiritual emperor, and he'd gone to explore some ruins that a wandering foreign expert had left behind alongside 6 other junior and senior brothers from the Limitless Demon sect, also of the spiritual emperor rank. However, their luck wasn't too good. After exploring the ancient ruins, the group of 7 people only found a bunch of trashy spirit stones, gaining next to nothing after wasting a large amount of time and effort there. At that time, the senior brother leading the group suspected that someone else had barged into the ancient ruins, taking everything of value away before they could get there. In addition, still according to the guess of that senior brother, that lucky fellow that beat them to it was probably still close by at that time. The old man was unable to clearly remember how that overbearing senior brother had reached this conclusion. But afterward, this senior brother led his several junior brothers and started to look for that lucky fellow by following their tracks. After finding the opposite party, they would force them to hand over the treasures they had found in the ancient ruins. If the other party cooperated, they might even consider letting them live. Anyway, that overbearing senior brother leading the group back then was really incredible. In the end, the 7 people really managed to find that lucky fellow that had barged into the ruins of the wandering foreign expert. The person in question was precisely Fellow Daoist White, who had also been a 5th-stage spiritual emperor in those days. The overbearing senior brother stepped forward, as you might guess, very overbearingly, and told Fellow Daoist White to hand over all the treasures he had found in the ancient ruins. Then, he also told him to become his concubine if he wanted to keep living. And now, even the grass growing on the grave mound of that overbearing senior brother was 15 centimeters tall. These events had taken place a very long time ago, and the old man couldn't remember the details very clearly. However, there was something he remembered very well. At that time, the 7 of them, all at the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm, had ganged up on the lone fellow Daoist white. From the very start, he'd felt that their side would win without a doubt, only thinking how to divide the spoils of war after the deed was done. At first, everything had gone according to their expectations. Both sides were at the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm, and if small realms were counted, the opposite party was a rank below them. When it came to fighting capacity, the opposite party was simply no match for them. Since it was a 7 versus 1 battle, fellow Daoist white could only retreat in defeat again and again. At last, the battlefield switched to a small island overseas. Then, just as fellow Daoist white was about to get defeated, the small island suddenly erupted. Indeed, the small island erupted with a loud boom, just like a volcano. There was no omen or anything, it erupted just like that. Afterward, of the 7 5th stage spiritual emperors surrounding fellow Daoist white, 6 had died on the spot, and only the old man survived. Back then, he had been simply shocked. Cultivators of the 5th stage spiritual emperor rank had died due to an eruption? Just what kind of volcanic eruption was that? Not even the heavenly tribulation had that kind of power. Afterward, he saw fellow Daoist white flying around the small island with an indifferent expression on his face. At last, he picked up some metallic and crystal-like object and left the place. Elder, do we still want to retaliate against him in this case? Daoist priest Weiwei asked. He attacked the ancestral land of our limitless demon sect, and even if he didn't storm inside, Venerable White must pay the price for what he did. Otherwise, the whole world of cultivators will think that our limitless demon sect is weak and easily bullied, the old man said in a grave tone. Daoist priest Weiwei said, Elder, how do we want to retaliate against him? First, we should track him down and find his whereabouts. In addition, aside from Venerable White, there is another person we must pay attention to, the old man said in a grave tone. Then, while speaking, he took out the stage pictures of Apocalypse War and pointed at Senior Brother Gao Sheng's picture. The actor playing the role of this character named Gao Sheng is someone the hall leader of the second hall, the Nine-Eyed Hall, is looking for. From what I've heard, this actor is a small cultivator of the 3rd stage that has a very good relationship with Venerable White. If we want to find Venerable White's whereabouts, we can start from this small cultivator. Daoist priest Weiwei looked at the stage picture and said, the name of the actors is Tyrannical Saber, is that his Daoist name? The several disciples of the limitless demon sect silently nodded. Their next duty would be to look for this small cultivator called Tyrannical Saber, and find his whereabouts. Then, they would find Venerable White through him. As for how they were going to retaliate against them, they would have to wait for orders from the higher-ups. Boom, 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 the plot of the movie had already moved to the final battle. The scenes of the final battle were even more heated than the tragic and heroic end of the immaterial Cloud sect. The gigantic, heaven-devouring cat and infernal demonic dog took the lead to start the fight. Ling Yi held his treasured sword in hand and pointed it at evil General Mingyue. The sword Qi, the light of magical treasures, and all those magical techniques, everything looked real. It didn't even feel as if they were using special effects. The battle was very fast-paced, and the scenes changed swiftly and orderly. Cultivators and demons fell continuously. The pressing rhythm of the music was like a war drum, shaking the hearts of the audience. In addition, the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces No. 1 group had used a few little tricks during the scene of this final battle, hiding several small illusory formations in the various frames. The effect of these illusory formations was very weak. Beyond that, the movie was currently being rebroadcast, and the spectators weren't watching it in person. Therefore, this effect was only comparable to weak hypnotism. Still, when the effects of these simple illusory formations were combined with the tailor-made background music, the spectators felt as if they were witnessing the scene of the final battle in person. They felt as if they had really entered the movie and were seeing things from a special angle, personally experiencing the great battle. This type of effect made them feel intoxicated. This final battle alone is enough for the movie to exceed the monetary value of the ticket. All the ordinary people watching the movie thought the same thing. It had been completely worth it. No, even more than that. Roar! At this time in the movie, the heaven-devouring cat tore off the 10 heads of the infernal demonic dog and swallowed it down. And right at this moment, the low-level illusory techniques, the music, and the plot meshed together and reached a perfect balance. All the spectators felt as if they were standing next to the colossal heaven-devouring cat and watching as the guardian divine beast of the immaterial cloud sect devoured the infernal demonic dog, seeing with their very own eyes the futile struggle of the infernal demonic dog. Next, an even bigger Easter egg made its appearance. The final scene of the battle consisted in Ling Yi and other 10 human experts fighting against the final boss evil General Mingyue. After the low-level illusory techniques, the music, and the plot meshed together and reached a perfect balance, the ordinary people watching the movie felt as if they were really standing next to the main character Ling Yi. They felt as if they had reincarnated into those 10 human cultivators and were helping the main character, Ling Yi, fight against the final boss, evil General Mingyue. Under the extreme stimulation, they all felt as if their heart wasn't their own anymore and was about to jump out of their chest. The final battle lasted a whole 10 minutes, and unlike other movies, the entire process was very neatly done. All actions were full of momentum and not sloppy. For example, even that battle between Senior Brother Gao Sheng and Ling Yi at the start of the movie that had set the heart of the audience ablaze consisted of 30 moves only, not even 3 minutes of screening time. This 10-minute-long scene was surely the longest fight in the movie. There was no useless talk or bullshit. During the fight, it felt as though the two parties couldn't coexist. It was no longer hate between individuals, it was a battle for the survival of their own race. Magical techniques, sword chi, saber intent, martial skills, although they all looked beautiful, none of them seemed superfluous. 10 minutes later, the final boss was defeated. Ling Yi was seriously injured and was standing up with the support of his sword. As for the 10 experts that had aided him in this battle against evil General Mingyue, more than half had died. At this moment, the movie entered into its final stage, and the music also became gentler. The hypnotic effect at the low-level illusory techniques and music had caused disappeared. The spectators watching the movie heaved a sigh of relief and weakly lay in their seats. They felt as if they had really accompanied Ling Yi and fought against the final boss, evil General Mingyue, with all their might. Their heart was still beating fast, but not too fast, either. This was also something the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group took care of so as to avoid people getting too excited and getting a heart attack under the hypnotic effects of the final battle. The movie finally came to an end, and the credits appeared. It was a good movie. It exceeded my expectations, that final scene in particular. Just how did they shoot that part? Damn, even my legs have become somewhat soft due to the excitement. I felt as if I was really standing next to the main character Ling Yi. Same here. I felt as if I had taken the place one of the 10 human experts. I cannot put into words the marvelous and uninhibited feeling of brandishing the sword and shooting out sword chi. With the sword in hand, I slashed down countless demons, wishing only to keep fighting. Anyway, I want to see if there is a ticket available for the next show. I want to fight shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yi again. I was smart and booked the ticket for the show 3 days from now. 3 days from now? There wasn't any ticket for tomorrow's show? Or the day after tomorrow? They are already booked. Actually, if you aren't fast enough, even the tickets for the show that takes place 3 days from now might be gone. In addition, I was truly quick-witted because I booked tickets for the morning, noon, and evening show. 3 days from now, I'll accompany Ling Yi for the whole day. At this time, in a certain hall in the Yiyang area where the movie was being screened, a young man was also looking at the end credits with an excited expression on his face. However, the voice of a person that seemed to be in a bad mood suddenly brought him back to reality. Now that you've finished watching the movie, you can earnestly write a 10,000-character long review about evil General Mingyue's character, right? A bitter expression immediately appeared on the face of the young man. Just because I've taken an extra glance at you in the crowd cough, no, that wasn't it. Just because I wrote a post about you online, someone came to my house with the excuse of checking my water meter, forcing me to write a 10,000-character long review for the whole day and making me fall into the hell of criticism after Apocalypse War's trailer came out. The young man wrote a review only for the sake of thrashing evil General Mingyue's character. However, that very same evening, someone came to his house with the excuse of checking his water meter. Still, the strange thing was that these people that came to check his water meter didn't really arrest him in the end. On the other hand, they even rewarded him with a pile of glowing red banknotes. Then, just as he was wondering if the brain of the opposite party had some problems, he discovered that this was indeed the case. Soon after, that man that seemed to be in a bad mood told the young man to write a 10,000-character long review about evil General Mingyue's character. If he successfully completed the task, he would get a reward like the one he'd just received. But if he didn't, there would be serious consequences. That evening, the young man kept writing for the whole night. However, he was ultimately unable to complete the task. After all, evil General Mingyue had appeared in the trailer in just one scene. Aside from that, the only other materials available were his stage pictures attached to the list of the actors. What could he possibly write in an essay based merely on 2 pictures? When students in school had to look at pictures and write what they thought about them, the length of the composition would be around 500 characters at most. Therefore, he was absolutely unable to write a 10,000-character long review with so little information. Thereupon, when that person that seemed to be in a bad mood came over the next day, the young man failed to provide him the draft of the review. As such, the young man made a proposition to the other party. He asked if he could watch the movie before writing another review about evil General Mingyue. The objective was to gain a deeper understanding of his character first. His request was rather reasonable. Although that man that seemed to be in a bad mood looked rather scary, it turned out that he was actually open to persuasion. He, too, felt that the request of the young man was reasonable. Thereupon, the very first day the movie was screened, that man that seemed to be in a bad mood personally accompanied the young man to the movie theater and bought tickets for 2 seats in a good position. The duo sat side by side and watched Apocalypse War. After they finished watching the movie. Now, you shouldn't have any problem writing a 10,000-character long review about evil General Mingyue, right? That man that seemed to be in a bad mood asked. The young man patted his chest and said, "There shouldn't be any problem now. After watching the movie, I have a lot of things that I want to write about evil General Mingyue. I will write something as soon as we head back." But after he had said this sentence, the body of the young man stiffened. What the hell? He had just finished watching Apocalypse War at this time, and his body was still in that special state where he'd been accompanying Ling Yi and fighting against evil General Mingyue alongside him. However, after he carefully thought about how evil General Mingyue made his appearance, he felt that his impression of the general was becoming more and more indistinct. It wasn't that he couldn't remember the plot, it was only his impression of evil General Mingyue's character that was getting blurry. The young man was dumbfounded. How can that be? Is it possible that I was under too much pressure, and the more I'm trying to keep every detail in mind, the more I'm forgetting it? But the scariest thing was that all his memories related to evil General Mingyue were getting more and more indistinct as time passed by. The young man had started panicking. What are you thinking about? That man that seemed to be in a bad mood, but was actually rather easygoing, asked. Nothing, nothing. Let's head back. I will immediately start writing the review, the young man quickly replied. He had to get back as soon as possible. Otherwise, all his memories related to evil General Mingyue might disappear. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have brought a notebook with me and taken notes while watching the movie. In the meantime, in a movie theater next to the Yellow Mountain, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 were sitting side by side and watching the movie. Although they had already watched the movie during that premiere exclusive to the 9 Provinces #1 group, watching it alongside ordinary people in the movie theater had a special flavor to it. In addition, Song Shuhang was eager to know what the audience thought of the movie. Did they have a favorable opinion of it, or a negative one? Although he wasn't interested in becoming an actor, this was the first movie he had ever shot, and he hoped that people would like it. Thereupon, after using the shape-shifting brooch to slightly alter his appearance, Song Shuhang sneaked into the theater together with Su Clan 16. After the movie came to an end, innumerable people gasped with admiration, and a lot of them planned to watch the movie one more time, or even several more times. Song Shuhang leaned against the seat, very satisfied in his heart. Su Clan 16 stroked the hair behind her ear, and said, "It seems everyone liked it." Song Shuhang agreed. Of course, if comments such as, "Senior Brother Gao Sheng died too quickly, he deserved worse," or, "I really hoped that Senior Brother Gao Sheng would die in a more tragic way," had been removed, the outcome would have been much better. "Shuhang," Su Clan 16 said in a soft voice, "the movie is over, and in 2 more days, I will follow 7 and head to the place he prepared for me to transcend the heavenly tribulation. There, I'll try to transcend my tribulation one more time." 16, "You will definitely transcend your tribulation this time around," Song Shuhang said resolutely. After all, the result of Immortal Master Copper Trigram's divination was usually very accurate. Su Clan 16 narrowed her eyes into a smile, and said, "This time, I made thorough preparations, and there shouldn't be any problem. By the time you transcend your tribulation, my term should have started as well. We will meet in the Jiangnan area at the appointed time. Perhaps we will make it in time to catch up for the battle between Senior Northern River and Immortal Master Copper Trigram scheduled at the beginning of the next month," Song Shuhang replied. His university was about to start. This eventful summer vacation really made one feel reluctant to part with it. Su Clan 16 smiled and nodded. All the spectators around them left one after another. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 also got up and left the hall, walking side by side. At this time, in a movie theater in Wenzhou City, a young man wearing a short-sleeved shirt and with arms full of tattoos had a content expression on his face. It was a really good movie. In particular, when I saw those cultivators cutting down the monsters, my blood started boiling. After saying this much, the young man took out his mobile phone and started fiddling with it, logging into his chat account. From the display of the phone, it could be seen that the chat ID of the young man was, Mad Mental Hospital's director. In addition, there were several people with strange and crazy names in his friend list. For example, East China Sea's Scaly Monster, Leihua's Crucian Carp Spirit, Northeast Region's Tiger Monster, Changbai Mountain's Flower Monster, Dragon King of the Well, Resentful Soul of the Toilet, and so on. There were all sorts of monstrous and devilish friends in the list. This young man was a member of that group of monster hunters that had bravely stepped forward to help Song Shuhang back when he suffered the attack of the Stallion Spirit and the Sea Urchin Warriors. Afterward, that group of fearless and stubborn monster hunters decided to charge toward young Master Phoenix Slayer, who was likewise a monster. As a result, young Master Phoenix Slayer mercilessly beat them up and threw them into a small boat, letting them run their own course. From the looks of it, they got out of it safely and managed to survive. Now that the movie is over, I'd better head to the Jiangnan area. Evil Aura has appeared in that place, and as a monster hunter, I can't sit back and do nothing. Unfortunately, I don't know the origin of the monsters that have appeared in the Jiangnan area this time. I have no way of adding them to my friend list and getting information out of them, the young monster hunter thought to himself. Afterward, he stretched out his hand and swept over a certain group called, Group of Monsters that has been taken care of already. An ID that went by the name of Valiant Sea Urchin Warrior 8th Year, 59th Class, 32nd Number, had been moved here already. This Valiant Sea Urchin Warrior 8th Year, 59th Class, 32nd Number, was a member of that group of sea urchin warriors that had casually attacked Song Shuhang alongside the stallion spirit. At this time, this specific sea urchin warrior had been already reunited with its ancestors. The young monster hunter kept fiddling with his phone. When he thought of the Jiangnan area, he remembered about one of his internet friends. He had come to know the other party while they were playing games, and their ID was stressed by a mountain of books. Afterward, the belated Chuyuni disease of that guy suddenly flared up, and he started changing his ID every day. A different name for each day of the week. It was rather funny. From what the young monster hunter knew, stressed by a mountain of books had been admitted to the prestigious Jiangnan University. Such being the case, he could perhaps get in touch with him while heading to the Jiangnan area to kill those demons this time. The two of them had been friends for quite some time, but had never met. Now then, what was the appearance of the opposite party? It would be better if the opposite party were a pretty girl. Isn't this plot really popular nowadays? People meet online and start chatting, becoming good brothers. Then, when they meet each other, they discover that the opposite party was a pretty girl and fall in love. Wait, no. These thoughts are too scary. Stressed by a mountain of books sounds like the nickname of a man. Mad Mental Hospital's director shook his head and drove these crazy thoughts out of his head. Then, he stretched out his hand and pressed on Song Shuhang's ID, sending him a quick message. Stressed by a mountain of books, your university should start in a while, right? Where are you now? Right, in a few days, I might head to the Jiangnan area to have some fun. Very soon, Song Shuhang replied, I'm close to the Yellow Mountain at this moment, and I will head back to my home in Wenzhou City tomorrow to prepare the luggage. Then, I will head to Jiangnan University Town to register. When are you heading to the Jiangnan area? Let's meet. I will try my best to show you around. The young monster hunter blinked his eyes after reading the reply. Could there really be such a coincidence? Stressed by a mountain of books, home was in Wenzhou City? Right now, the young monster hunter was also in Wenzhou City. Thereupon, Mad Mental Hospital's director quickly replied, what a coincidence, I'm also in Wenzhou City right now, watching Apocalypse War in XXX Theater. I just finished watching it, and it turned out to be a very good movie. Anyway, at what time are you coming back? I will wait for you in Wenzhou, and we can head to the Jiangnan area together. What do you think? After all, there were monsters causing trouble in the Jiangnan area at this moment, and this stressed by a mountain of books was just an ordinary man. What to do if he met those monsters while heading there? The young monster hunter thought that it was his responsibility to protect from harm this internet friend whom he had gotten close to after playing video games together. After seeing Mad Mental Hospital's director's reply, the corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. That guy was unexpectedly inside a movie theater in Wenzhou City, watching Apocalypse War? And right at this moment, the comments of the people that had just finished watching the movie reached Song Shuhang's ears. My blood started boiling during the final scene. What a wonderful performance. However, Senior Brother Gao Sheng came out clean in the end. It doesn't make any sense. I feel the same. I even thought that he would surrender to the demons and then tragically die in the hands of the main character, Ling Yi. Senior Brother Gao Sheng must die several times before we are satisfied. Now then, will this movie have a sequel? If the answer is yes, can the final boss be Senior Brother Gao Sheng coming back to life as a demon? It will be fabulous. Song Shuhang. All the people that had finished watching the movie hoped that Senior Brother Gao Sheng would die a few more times. Such being the case, should Shuhang, who was the actor playing Senior Brother Gao Sheng's role, really meet in real life this mad mental hospital's director, guy, who had likewise just finished watching Apocalypse War? After seeing him, the opposite party wasn't going to shout something like, F***CK, you were actually Senior Brother Gao Sheng, and then some slogan like, for Sparta, or, we will never be slaves, before charging toward him and punching him to death. In that case, it was perhaps better to see what Mad Mental Hospital's director thought of Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character before meeting him in real life. Thereupon, Song Shuhang replied, what a coincidence. I also just finished watching Apocalypse War together with a friend. Right. Mental Hospital's director, what do you think of Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character? Song Shuhang decided that he would immediately refuse to meet with the opposite party in real life if he said that Senior Brother Gao Sheng should have died several times or something similar. The two of them would stay internet friends forever and never meet face to face. The young monster hunter received Song Shuhang's message. Tisk, interesting. From the looks of it, Stressed by a Mountain of Books has a favorable impression of Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character, huh? The young monster hunter guessed. After all, he had played video games with Song Shuhang for quite some time and chatted with him quite a bit. Therefore, it took him just a glance to see the hidden meaning behind Song Shuhang's message. Did Stressed by a Mountain of Books decide to take Senior Brother Gao Sheng's side because he saw too many spectators wronging this character? After pondering for a moment, the young monster hunter decided to play along and comfort his friend. Thereupon, he replied, well, about Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character, in the beginning, he indeed did some nasty stuff, but in the end, in order to protect the future of the immaterial Cloud sect, he bravely stepped forward and decided to cover the retreating disciples and block the demons. Although his character wasn't perfect, he was willing to shoulder the responsibility when push came to shove. Not too shabby, I'd say. After sending this message, the young monster hunter quickly received Stressed by a Mountain of Books reply. Ahaha, exactly what you would expect from my friend Mental Hospital's director. While observing, you didn't stop at the surface like the others, but went right to the crux. Anyway, let's not talk about the movie, since you are in Wenzhou City, wait for me there. I'll return home tomorrow around noon. We can meet in Beijing Street, my house is there. I'll invite you to my place. The young monster hunter replied, all right. In that case, I'll look for a place where I can stay today, and we'll meet in Wenzhou City's Beijing Street tomorrow at noon. Stressed by a Mountain of Books replied, okay, let's meet tomorrow. The young monster hunter put his mobile phone away, and the corner of his mouth rose. Even after so many years, Stressed by a Mountain of Books' disposition had hardly changed. Hopefully, they would be able to keep chatting as they did online even during their real-life meeting. As your friend, I will, at the very least, make sure that you safely reach the Jiangnan area, the young monster hunter said in a soft voice. After saying this much, he got up and left the movie theater. But before leaving the hall, the young monster hunter clenched his right fist and gently waved it. As expected, Senior Brother Gao Sheng really deserved to die. In the meantime, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 had returned to True Monarch Yellow Mountains Movie Company. The majority of the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group had happily left the company after attending the premiere of the movie. The members of the group that had participated in the filming of the movie this time obtained a lot of good things. For example, all the corpses of the demons of the netherworld they had gathered during the filming had been exchanged for the seeds of the virtuous Golden Lotus with the White Cloud Academy and then distributed amidst the fellow Daoists that had participated in the movie's production. In addition, Venerable White had also prepared a few gifts for the members of the group that had participated in the shooting of the movie. Beyond that, he also agreed to bring every member to those ancient ruins that belonged to immortal Chenglin. Not only the ruins contained the speech of an immortal, there was also a secret healing technique engraved in its innermost part. Although it looked like a rather simple healing technique at first glance, 6 whole walls were used to engrave it. As one might guess, it was far from being simple, and there was a chance that immortal Cheng Lin's way to immortality was concealed within. After seeing that Song Shuhang and 16 had come back, true monarch Yellow Mountain waved at them. "Shuhang, little 16, you have returned." "Senior Yellow Mountain, is something the matter?" Song Shuhang asked. True monarch Yellow Mountain smiled and passed them 2 gift boxes. "This is a gift for you too. It's the remuneration that fellow Daoist White prepared for all the actors." "Remuneration?" Song Shuhang took the gift box and opened it. Inside were 2 thread-bound books. One of the books was called Fundamentals of Sealing Techniques, while the other Encyclopedia of Basic Sealing Techniques of the 5 Elements. Both books appeared to be handwritten copies. Earlier, Venerable White had suggested Song Shuhang to learn sealing techniques in case of emergency. Sealing techniques were, after all, one of the fundamental skills that a cultivator had to learn. Later, after the level of Song Shuhang's sealing techniques had reached a high enough level, he would be able to seal the mana-restoring lotus flower that the nucleus in his body could create on his own. This gift really suited Song Shuhang. "Thank you, Senior Yellow Mountain." "Right, where is Senior White?" Song Shuhang asked. Why was it true monarch Yellow Mountain that was handing out the gifts? Venerable White received a text message from Venerable Spirit Butterfly earlier. Venerable Spirit Butterfly's chief disciple, Lu Jianyi, carelessly fell into that secret realm of slowness when he went there to take out Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless. Therefore, Venerable Spirit Butterfly had no choice but to ask Venerable White for help, requesting him to take Thrice Reckless and Lu Jianyi out of that place. True monarch Yellow Mountain didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At first, Venerable Spirit Butterfly thought of going there in person, personally getting Thrice Reckless and Lu Jianyi out of that place, but Soft Feather's heavenly tribulation could descend at any time. Therefore, he was unable to find the time. Song Shuhang nodded. So that's what happened. After all, some time ago, it was he who had replied to Venerable Spirit Butterfly's messages on Senior White's behalf. From what he remembered, Venerable Spirit Butterfly was planning to let Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber be the main character of an upcoming movie. Right. Before leaving, Fellow Daoist White said that if little friend Shuhang plans to return to Wenzhou City today, little friend should wait for him in Wenzhou. He will directly head to your house at the appointed time, True Monarch Yellow Mountain added. Sure, no problem. Song Shuhang nodded his head. The nearby Su Clan 16 also opened her gift box. Inside the gift box was Venerable White's meteor sword. Senior White decided to gift meteor sword to 16. Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. After all, what 16 practiced was the saber. No, he didn't really gift it to me. More like lent it, Su Clan 16 said with a smile. The message Venerable White left says that meteor sword will help me transcend the heavenly tribulation. As far as I'm concerned, it's the best gift I could receive. If 16 failed to transcend the tribulation now that she had meteor sword, all the things that 7 had prepared, and that other magical treasure to transcend the tribulation she had gotten from Venerable White, one would truly be at a loss for words. So that was how it was. Song Shuhang recalled the last time he transcended the tribulation. He had been lucky to get Venerable White's meteor sword's help back then. Right. Little friends, there is another thing I need to give you. True Monarch Yellow Mountain laughed, and then gave a red invitation card to Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16. An invitation card? Song Shuhang said as he opened the card. It was the invitation card to a wedding. The strange thing was that the wedding date and bridegroom rose were covered by a substance similar to the opaque covering used on scratch cards. As for the bride row, there was Doudou's name written in there. It was the invitation card to the wedding of the Pekingese Doudou. However, more importantly, Doudou's name was written in the bride row. Senior Yellow Mountain, Doudou is a female dog? Song Shuhang asked out curiosity. He and Doudou had lived together for some time, and he knew for sure that Doudou had a little Doudou. In addition, Doudou liked girls, dog girls, and he didn't even let off cat girls. Note, as long as the girl was named Choo Choo, he wouldn't let her off regardless of her species. But now, Song Shuhang discovered that Doudou's name was written in the bride row. Song Shuhang even checked repeatedly, and there was no mistaking it. Earlier, he had indeed heard True Monarch Yellow Mountain mention that it was time for Doudou to marry a man, but Song Shuhang thought that True Monarch Yellow Mountain would give Doudou away to a female monster, making him marry into the wife's household. True Monarch Yellow Mountain wore a mysterious smile on his face. The day of the wedding, Doudou will certainly be the bride. I can assure you about this much. Bang, bang, bang. In the transparent flower vase behind them, the slimy Doudou fiercely shook. Senior Yellow Mountain, who is the bridegroom? Su Clan 16 asked out of curiosity. Why was the row with the name of the bridegroom covered with that strange substance? Is it possible that it's Senior Phoenix Slayer? After all, he's known as Doudou's nemesis, and he's the best candidate to take Doudou as a wife, Song Shuhang said. True Monarch Yellow Mountain shook his head. Although I would have liked very much to marry Doudou off to fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer, the latter refused. Anyway, you don't need to think too much about this. You don't know the bridegroom. In addition, that thing on the invitation card isn't coating, but a layer of magical ink. Since I haven't decided the date of the wedding as of yet, I'll manipulate the ink on the invitation card when I've made up my mind and make the correct date appear on the card. At that time, I'll also notify everyone in the group. Little friend Shuhang, Little 16, if you are free at that time, you are invited to attend Doudou's wedding. Su Clan 16 and Song Shuhang first silently glanced at Doudou and then silently nodded. At the same time, Doudou struggled even more fiercely, with the entire flower vase shaking violently. August 25, 7 p.m. Song Shuhang was currently sitting in the train heading back to Wenzhou City. He would get home in around 9 hours, it would be already early morning by then. Song Shuhang was making this trip back to Wenzhou City all alone. Su Clan 16 had to transcend her tribulation soon, and she couldn't accompany Song Shuhang back to Wenzhou City. Venerable White had gone to the secret realm of slowness to fish out Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and Lu Jianyi, and had told Song Shuhang to wait for him directly in Wenzhou City. Northern River's loose cultivator headed to the Forbidden City, Beijing, to check out the place since the day he would fight Immortal Master Copper Trigram was quickly approaching. While at it, he would close up and stabilize his realm. He had made thorough preparations for this battle that would take place on the summit of the Forbidden City. He wanted to make that shady fortune-teller kneel on the ground while weeping bitterly. As for the other seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, they all had their things to do. Although they looked rather free since they would frequently flood the group chat, the seniors were actually very busy. Whenever they wrote in the group chat, it was because they were taking a break. Actually, Medicine Master was originally planning to take out some time and teach Song Shuhang how to refine some pills with interesting effects. It was something he had agreed to teach Song Shuhang the first time they had met. Several years ago, Medicine Master built a money-making channel in the mortal world. His objective weren't the wealth and riches of the mortal world. What he wanted from the opposite party were over 20 different types of special deep-sea medicinal materials that could be used to refine pills. However, Medicine Master had stopped using this channel nowadays. The reason was that Medicine Master had already accumulated a very large quantity of those deep-sea medicinal materials, and the amount of RMB he gained was also very high, not even he knew how much it was. Thereupon, Medicine Master was planning to leave this channel to Song Shuhang. He wanted to teach him how to refine those pills after the completion of his 100 Days Foundation establishment, allowing him to obtain both money and medicinal materials through this channel he had built. According to their agreement, Song Shuhang would keep 60% of the money he would obtain from the opposite party, while Medicine Master would get a 40% cut. Back then, Song Shuhang had just stepped in the world of cultivators, and he probably had some need for the wealth and riches of the mortal world. However, even if you were to beat him to death, Medicine Master would have never believed that Song Shuhang's cultivation realm would progress by leaps and bounds in such a short amount of time. In just a few months, he had reached the 3rd stage 2nd meridian overcast moon meridian realm. But since Medicine Master and Miss Rivoli Purple Mist had just gotten married, they went on their honeymoon. Still, Medicine Master and Rivoli Purple Mist were hardly ever apart even before the wedding. Was there really a need for this honeymoon? Medicine Master had decided that he would head to the Jiangnan area at the end of his honeymoon with Rivoli Purple Mist and then find some time to teach Song Shuhang how to refine those special pills and pass on to him that money-making channel. Additionally, True Monarch Yellow Mountain had also said that he might make a trip to Wenzhou City in the near future and meet with Song Shuhang there. Curious, Song Shuhang asked True Monarch Yellow Mountain what business he had in Wenzhou City, but True Monarch Yellow Mountain wore a mysterious smile on his face and didn't reply. At this time, on Wenzhou City's Beijing Street, inside Song Shuhang's house, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist, who had changed his name to Li Yun, had come over to visit Shuhang's family. Since he'd become Song Shuhang's neighbor around 2 months ago, he often came over to visit his family. Now, Papa Song and Mama Song had a very good relationship with Daoist priest Cloudy Mist, to the point that they would tell each other everything. Today, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist finally obtained a piece of good news from Mama Song. Song Shuhang, who had passed the whole summer vacation away from home, was finally coming back. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist felt that his eye sockets had become somewhat wet. After a month and a half, Song Shuhang was finally about to return. He really couldn't contain his excitement anymore. About half a month ago, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist got in touch with the penniless thief sect again and found the time to go back there to grab some resources for his training. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist had made up his mind and decided to wait only until the end of this month. If Song Shuhang still didn't come back by then, he would discard the idea of freeloading his enlightenment stone and return to the penniless thief sect to continue his training there. Luckily, Song Shuhang was coming back just in time. After coming back, that kid had better thank me properly. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist thought to himself. Within this month and a half he spent as Song Shuhang's neighbor, he secretly saved Song Shuhang's family from a few calamities. For example, a metallic spider-shaped puppet had once sneaked into Song Shuhang's home, quietly hiding there. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist had removed the legs of the metallic spider to prevent it from doing any harm. As such, at the appointed time, little friend Song Shuhang shouldn't be against his freeloading his enlightenment stone. Afterward, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist took his mobile phone, and published a message in his WeChat Moments. Title: For 1 month and a half, I persevered and constantly visited the house of this little friend in order to get some benefits. However, this little friend was never at home, which made me want to cry. But today, this little friend is finally coming back home. I'm very happy. Attachment: 2 selfies of happy Daoist priest Cloudy Mist. Location: Wenzhou City's Beijing Street. After the message was sent, hundreds of likes instantly appeared. Then, countless friends started to leave messages on the post. 1. Daoist priest, you are about to meet that mysterious little friend? What is his background? Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing Daoist priest obtain these benefits and become a pro. 2. Congratulations, Daoist priest. Your wish finally came to true. 30. Daoist priest, your mood seems really good today. In that case, how about teaching us again a few tricks to stay in good health? Those nutrition tricks you told us about the last time were too incredible. I followed the prescription, and in just a few months, I feel full of energy and more manly. 60. Congratulations, Daoist priest. Now, you no longer need to cry and be sad. You can bravely stand up and raise your head. In a mere instant, the number of replies had reached up to 100. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist put his mobile phone away, very satisfied, and delightfully sipped his tea. Since breaking out of the seal, he had left alone that instant messaging program he'd been using during his confinement. Although Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was really popular while using that instant messaging program, with more than 300 people commenting his posts and giving him thousands of likes, he had later noticed that there was something wrong with it and that it was very likely part of True Monarch Yellow Mountain's scheme. Therefore, after breaking out of the seal and becoming Song Shuhang's neighbor, he changed his phone and downloaded the most popular instant messaging program on the market. When he had just switched the messaging program, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist's popularity was pretty low. He would receive very few likes after each post, and didn't have many friends on his list. However, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist really went all out in this month and a half and published a few nutrition tricks, as well as some marvelous stories like The Adventures of Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist. As a result, he became very popular once more. Now, even if he published some very ordinary message, there would be immediately hundreds of comments and likes appearing. It was something that made Daoist priest Cloudy Mist really happy. He really enjoyed this feeling. After learning that Song Shuhang was coming back, aside from the 21st century good neighbor Daoist priest Cloudy Mist being really happy, the other neighbor Song Shuhang had was also really happy. Song Shuhang's other neighbor was a foreigner. Mr. Joseph. After becoming Song Shuhang's neighbor, Joseph had also often visited his family. In addition, Joseph thought that teacher Song Shuhang's cultivation technique was passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, he firmly believed that one between Papa Song or Mama Song was a peerless expert. Joseph had secretly tried to inquire about this matter in the past. Unfortunately, neither Papa Song nor Mama Song replied to him. But after visiting Song Shuhang's house a few times, Joseph was even more convinced that Song Shuhang's family was a family of martial artists. Every time he visited Song Shuhang's place and drank their tea, he would feel clear-minded and invigorated, and his brain would be in a state of constant enlightenment. Moreover, each time he finished drinking his cup of tea, he felt as if his body had been thoroughly cleansed. In addition, after the relationship between Joseph and Papa Song had gotten better, Papa Song had asked him to stay over and eat with them. The vegetables on the table didn't really seem that special, but the rice, when it was served, he discovered that each grain of rice was bright, limpid, and giving off an enchanting aroma. After eating the rice, Joseph felt his body brimming with energy. It was even more exaggerated than eating some several hundred years old ginseng. After eating a meal at Song Shuhang's place and returning home, Joseph wouldn't be able to hold back and had no choice but to practice the peerless martial technique that his teacher Song Shuhang had passed on to him. After completing the times are calling exercise 20 times, Joseph would feel that his constitution was much more powerful than before. That rice was absolutely not ordinary. Perhaps it was a type of medicated food that Chinese martial artist families used in order to practice martial arts. Therefore, after eating that food, one would feel just as if they had taken a bite of a piece of ginseng. Its restorative abilities were incredible. After Joseph freeloaded a few meals in Song Shuhang's house, Papa Song discovered that the way Joseph was looking at him was somewhat strange. From the look in his eyes, it felt as if the other party was looking at some big VIP, and it made Papa Song very uncomfortable. Song Shuhang sat in the train and gazed at the continuously changing scenery outside the window. At this time, Song Shuhang had completely absorbed the medicinal strength of the Demodragon medicine, and his body had already returned to normal. The current strength of his constitution had reached the peak of the third stage. So slow. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. This train was simply too slow compared to a flying sword. When would he be able to reach the fourth stage realm? At that time, he would be able to finally ride a flying sword, no, a flying saber, in his case. Song Shuhang touched his wrist guard on his arm. Within the wrist guard was concealed a bracelet, the spatial equipment that he'd borrowed from Venerable White earlier. The space inside the bracelet had an area of 100 square meters and a height of 10 meters. At this time, the whole space was filled with spirit stones of the 8th and 9th stage rank. In addition, Venerable White had engraved a formation on the bracelet to conceal its aura, making it appear as an ordinary item without any spiritual qi. Like this, Song Shuhang should be more or less safe from evil cultivators that might try to rob him after discovering his wealth. If they didn't find any cure to Li Yinzhu's cold disease in the forbidden area, Shuhang could only hope to get something from the almighty merchant. Still, the speed of the train was really low. If he had known earlier, he would have simply taken the plane. Passing a whole 9 hours on the train was a little unbearable. While in deep thought, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and put it in the size-reducing purse. "What are you doing?" Lady Onion's voice echoed from the size-reducing purse. "I was looking for spirit beast crystals. Since I'm bored and have nothing to do, I thought of eating something," Song Shuhang replied. "Wait a moment, I'll get them for you. Just because you have nothing to do, don't casually start rummaging through my home. Every time you do that, the whole place becomes a mess, and I have to go through a lot of trouble to put everything back in order, you know?" Lady Onion said solemnly. "I'm sorry," Song Shuhang unconsciously apologized. But after apologizing, he discovered that there was something wrong. Wasn't the size-reducing purse his property? Since when did it become Lady Onion's house? However, given the fact that Lady Onion had saved his life quite a few times by activating the defensive talismans in the size-reducing purse, he decided not to quarrel with her. After a short time, Lady Onion handed him over a small bag with horse-type spirit beast crystals of the 2nd and 3rd stage rank inside. These spirit beast crystals were something the stallion spirit had gifted to Song Shuhang as an apology after sneak attacking him, for the sake of kidnapping Lady Onion, and getting brutally beaten by young Master Phoenix Slayer. Song Shuhang took out of a horse-type spirit beast crystal of the 2nd stage rank and silently operated the 33 divine beasts technique and whale swallowing technique. After a few cracking sounds, the spirit beast crystal was crushed and swallowed down. Compared to mere spirit stones, Song Shuhang preferred spirit beast crystals of equal rank. After all, the price of spirit beast crystals was lower than spirit stones of equal rank. Beyond that, after using the whale swallowing technique and eating a spirit beast crystal, not only could Song Shuhang obtain a similar amount of energy that could be converted into true qi, but he could also increase the level of his 33 divine beasts technique. Every time he ate a spirit beast crystal, the projection of that huge whale made of 33 beasts inside his body would become more powerful. Spirit beast crystals were fine goods at a low price. The possibility of increasing one's strength just by eating, the person that researched and created this marvelous technique back in the ancient heavenly city was surely a genius. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Crack, crack, crack. Spirit beast crystals were bitten to pieces and eaten one after another, and the innate liquefied true qi inside his body became much stronger as a consequence. If the spiritual energy of the 5th stage that Yi Si had transmitted over was taken into account, as well as the power of the living spring in his heart aperture, the day Song Shuhang would impact the 3rd meridian of the 3rd stage realm, the blazing sun meridian, was just around the corner. After the blazing sun meridian was the immaterial king meridian, the last meridian. After opening the immaterial king meridian, the 4 meridians would merge into one, and the body of the battle king would activate. After that, the heavenly tribulation of the 3rd stage would descend, and the cultivator would have the possibility to break through the 4th stage realm. The 4th stage, after reaching that realm, Shuhang would be able to ride a flying saber. So cool! The bright future was happily waving at him. After reaching the 4th stage, I won't have to ride something as slow and troublesome as a train. Song Shuhang ridiculed himself in a soft voice. Right at this time, senior sister Yi Si, who was inside his body, said, Shuhang, you actually didn't want to travel by train? Yup, it's too slow, and I'm feeling somewhat bored, Song Shuhang replied in his mind. You should have said it earlier. I would have directly flown you back home. I'm a 5th stage spiritual emperor, after all. I thought you simply liked traveling by train, Yi Si said. Song Shuhang. When he decided to return home, he hadn't thought about the fact that Yi Si could ride a flying sword. His lack of knowledge was to blame here. Still, traveling by train feels rather interesting. I stayed in the crystal-clear water pavilion for a long time, and I didn't expect that human society would change so much in the meantime, Yi Si said. And there is even more interesting stuff. After returning to Wenzhou City, I'll bring you to the city library. You will love that place, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Sure, Yi Si said. Song Shuhang kept stuffing spirit beast crystals in his mouth while chatting with Yi Si in his mind. In the meantime, the train had reached the nearest train stop, and new passengers got on it. A young mother led her 4-year-old daughter and got on the train. She held the ticket of the train in her hand and started looking for a seat. After a short moment, she brought her daughter along and arrived next to Song Shuhang. The two of them sat there. The young mother sat on the seat adjacent to the corridor, while the daughter sat next to Song Shuhang. The girl was around 4 years old and had ear-length hair and sparkling big eyes, and wore a one-piece dress. She looked like a lovely porcelain doll. When the mother and the daughter sat next to him, Song Shuhang happened to be holding a spirit beast crystal in his hand. He was conversing with Yi Si in his mind while chewing down on half of that spirit beast crystal. Spirit beast crystals had different shapes. Some looked like pearls, and others like diamonds or crystals. However, regardless of their shape, they were all very hard, and definitely not something a human being could eat and digest. Song Shuhang was emitting very clear and sharp sounds while using the whale swallowing technique to eat those spirit beast crystals. And the noises Song Shuhang was making while eating the spirit beast crystals immediately attracted the attention of the little girl. As such, she raised her small head and curiously looked at Song Shuhang. Crack, crack, crack. Right at that time, Song Shuhang stuffed the remaining half of the spirit beast crystal into his mouth and started chewing on it. The little girl immediately opened her eyes wide. The mother likewise turned her head and curiously looked at Song Shuhang. Elder brother, you are incredible, the little girl said in stiff Mandarin. Her Mandarin still wasn't that good. Song Shuhang turned his head around and then awkwardly blinked while looking at the little girl. The little girl likewise blinked her eyes and kindly reminded Song Shuhang, still, elder brother, those things look very hard and pretty troublesome to digest. If you suffer from pica, you should try to change your habit as soon as possible. When it came to long sentences, her pronunciation wandered off even more from the standard one, becoming even more difficult to understand. Song Shuhang. I don't have pica. But from a certain point of view, after learning the whale swallowing technique, one can eat spirit beast crystals just as though they were eating candies, and there isn't much difference from someone with pica. The young mother gently patted her daughter, then, a little embarrassed, she said to Song Shuhang, I'm sorry, but children don't know better. Mister, don't mind what she said. The pronunciation of the mother was likewise different from the standard one. However, it was still much better than her daughter's. Song Shuhang awkwardly smiled, and said, it's all right. The girl was just being kind. She's a good girl. Thank you. The little girl accepted Song Shuhang's compliment. Then, she again blinked her eyes and kept looking at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang felt rather uncomfortable after getting stared at like that. Elder brother, as expected, you look somewhat familiar. The little girl lowered her voice, and then said, "The trailer of that movie, Apocalypse War." Since after watching the trailer, my father shouts the sentence "Senior Brother Gao Sheng must die," every day, causing a ruckus each time. Shuhang touched his own face. He had really become a superstar, the villainous type of superstar. Even though he came out clean of that mess in the end, the hate people felt for his character didn't diminish. It seemed it would be best to use the shape-shifting brooch to alter his appearance when going out or wear large sunglasses so as to avoid people putting a gunnysack on his head and beating him up. Just as Shuhang was in deep thought, an uncle seated behind him smiled, and said, "Eh? I also hear this sentence very often as of late. My daughter repeatedly shouted it during the past few days. I heard it's related to the movie Apocalypse War." The voice of the uncle had hardly faded that. Apocalypse War's trailer started to play on the screen mounted in the compartment of the train. Mr. Yellow Mountain was really all resourceful. The advertisements had reached even the train. Most of the passengers currently on the train were in a hurry, and didn't have the opportunity to watch Apocalypse War today due to the lack of time. But now that the trailer suddenly played on the screen, the movie immediately became their main conversation topic. A lot of people had started to chat about the movie with the people seated next to them. "Senior Yellow Mountain, you are really putting me into trouble now." Shuhang quietly turned his head to one side and wore a pair of sunglasses. Actually, he didn't have any sunglasses with him and just used the shape-shifting brooch to make a pair appear on his face out of thin air. He also slightly altered his features while he was at it. After he was done, he turned his head back once more. The nearby little girl was still looking at him and smiling, looking very cute. Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little girl gave Shuhang the thumbs up, and said, "Don't worry, elder brother. My mouth is shut." She was a very sensible girl. "Thank you," Shuhang said. "However, you can make my mouth shut even more tightly," the little girl said. While speaking, she took out paper and pen from her small bag. She wanted Shuhang's autograph. What kind of face would her father make after seeing that she had brought home Senior Brother Gao Sheng's autograph? She was looking forward to seeing it. "Child, do you want hush money?" Shuhang laughed. Speaking of hush money that was suited to children, he indeed had something good with him. "Look, elder brother will now show you a magic trick." Shuhang placed his hands in front of his mouth and then blew at them, activating his lotus blossoming tongue skill. 3 sparkling lotus flowers appeared in his hands. Shuhang quickly made 2 of the lotus flowers disappear and then gifted the last one to the little girl. "I'll gift you this. This is my hush money for you." The reason Shuhang chose to use the lotus blossoming tongue skill to create this gift was that he found the little girl rather familiar looking. So beautiful. The little girl took the lotus flower and completely forgot about the autograph she wanted a moment ago. At the same time, the aroma of the lotus flower immediately spread all around. After smelling the aroma, people felt their appetite getting stimulated. At this time, in a place that was 3 compartments away from Shuhang's, a lovely little monk and 2 young girls were sitting in a row. The small monk looked around 6 years old. As for the girls, the younger one looked around 7 years old, and the older one around 10 years old. From the looks of it, the trio wasn't accompanied by a guardian. Actually, how did they even get on the train in the first place? The 3 of them were nibbling on vegetarian steamed stuffed buns when they suddenly raised their heads in unison. There was a fluctuation of spiritual energy, the slightly younger girl said in a soft voice. "The place it came from is 3 compartments ahead of us. Should we go there and take a look?" the small monk said. "Younger sister, little Gugwa, we shouldn't cause any more trouble. The fact that we quietly ran away is already bad enough, and casually offending an unknown senior would be even worse," the slightly older girl said, somewhat worried. A tendency or craving to eat substances other than normal food, such as clay, plaster, or ashes, occurring during childhood or pregnancy, or as a symptom of disease. "We are just taking a walk around, and it's not like we are doing something bad," the small monk said. If the opposite party was a morally upright cultivator, they wouldn't have to worry about getting harmed, and even if the opposite party was an evil cultivator, there shouldn't be any problem as long as they were careful enough. However, in case something unexpected really happened, the small monk had at his disposal a life-saving magical treasure as well as another treasure he could use to summon over Senior Brother Three Realms. The slightly older girl was still somewhat worried, and said, "I'm still of the idea that it's better not to give rise to further complications." However, the small monk and her younger sister had already set out, heading toward the compartments ahead. Therefore, the slightly older girl could only sigh and chase after them. After all, she was the oldest one among the three of them, and it was her duty to look after her younger sister and the small monk. After passing through 2 compartments, the 3 mean children arrived in Song Shuhang's compartment. What a good smell! The slightly younger girl sniffed the aroma, and her belly started to grumble. This aroma was even better than the smell of dishes that immortal chefs in the sect used to prepare. The fluctuation of spiritual qi came from that place. "This is right ahead of us," the small monk said in a soft voice. "Be careful. Remember, we are just passing through the compartment, and we don't want to attract the attention of that senior." Just as they were discussing, the sound of someone's mobile phone ringing was transmitted from ahead. Since the seats were blocking their sight, the small monk and the 2 girls couldn't see to whom the mobile phone belonged. However, the place from where the ringtone echoed seemed to be the same place where spiritual energy fluctuated earlier. As such, the small monk and the 2 girls, one older and one younger, couldn't help but perk up their ears and concentrate their attention to that place. But right at this time, a voice that the small monk found very familiar echoed from that place ahead of them. "Hello, Senior Brother Three Realms? Is something the matter?" What? Little Guogua ran away from home again? Pfff, this time, he even brought away 2 important guests of your temple? "No, Guogua didn't come to look for me. I just left Senior Yellow Mountain's place, and I'm heading to Wenzhou City as we speak. Guogua has yet to contact me." "Alright, got it. If Guogua gets in touch with me, I'll immediately tell you about it. Don't worry, I absolutely won't let him run away." Good, everything is clear. If he really dares to cause trouble, I'll give him a lesson on Senior Brother's behalf. Feel relieved, I won't show him any mercy. Of course, mean children definitely need a good spanking. Anyway, I understand the situation, bye-bye. After hearing these words, the face of the small monk immediately whitened. "Let's go back," the small monk said via lip language to the 2 girls. Afterward, the trio cautiously left the compartment and headed to adjacent one. They had managed to escape a calamity. The small monk heaved a huge sigh of relief. "Little Guogua, were you acquainted with that mister talking on the phone?" the slightly older girl asked out of curiosity. The 2 girls had also heard the content of the call of that mister. That mister had repeatedly mentioned the name Guogua, as well as the name Senior Brother Three Realms. Therefore, Guogua should definitely know him. "Yes, I know him," the small monk said with a nod. "He's that Senior Brother Song Shuhang I've mentioned earlier. Under normal circumstances, he's a very good and kind senior brother. When we set out for this trip to the Jiangnan area, since the very beginning, I thought of getting in touch with him first since he studies at Jiangnan University." "In that case, why are you avoiding him now?" the 2 girls, one younger and one older, asked out of curiosity. Little Guogua rubbed his face, and explained, "Senior Brother Shuhang is a very good person overall, and he really cares about me. However, he has a very wicked hobby. Whenever he sees disobedient children, he will start spanking their butts without mercy. It's simply terrifying. Therefore, we absolutely can't get discovered. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. A moment ago, he heard Song Shuhang guarantee Senior Brother 3 realms that he would give him a good lesson, and he also said that mean children deserved a good spanking. As such, Guoguo was very scared at the moment. In addition, he still remembered that small video that Doudou showed him back in the days. In that video, Song Shuhang flew into a rage, and shouted, "Bastard! You're purposely trying to anger me, aren't you? I told you to behave and stay at home, but you actually ran away. Do my words count for nothing? And that P.S. P.S. your sister. Hemorrhoids or not, wait till I catch you. I'll spank you till you sheet all over the place. Spank you till you sheet all over the place, spank you till you sheet all over the place." Absolutely frightening. When the two girls heard little Guoguo's words, their small faces immediately turned red. As coincidence would have it, just as they were discussing, Apocalypse War's trailer played on the screen mounted in the compartment of the train. The first scene was precisely the one where Senior Brother Gao Sheng was beating up Ling Yi. Guoguo pointed at Senior Brother Gao Sheng on the screen, who currently had a ferocious expression on his face and was cruelly oppressing Ling Yi, and said in a low voice, "Do you see that Senior Brother Gao Sheng? Earlier, I told you that most of the actors starring in this movie were seniors I knew, and that Senior Brother Gao Sheng is none other than Senior Brother Shuhang." The two girls raised their heads, looking at Senior Brother Gao Sheng's scary countenance. In the next moment, they both crazily shook their heads, totally frightened out of their wits. Little Guoguo put on a self-important look, and said, "Therefore, we have to be careful and avoid Senior Brother Shuhang. He's too scary." "Agreed," the slightly older girl said with a nod. "Agreed," the slightly younger girl also agreed. He he he. But right at this time, a burst of faint laughter was transmitted from behind Guoguo. Guoguo's body immediately stiffened. "It seems I'm having auditory hallucinations. Let's quickly leave this place and return to our seats." Guoguo tried to appear calm. But in the next moment, two powerful fists caught his temples from both sides and made an effort to drill into his head. "Painful, painful, 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 painful," Guoguo called out pitifully. After seeing this scene, the two girls were so scared that they jumped to one side, trembling like two small chicks. Song Shuhang looked at the bald head caught between his fists and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Earlier, when he was on the phone with Senior Brother 3 Realms, he hadn't detected Guoguo's presence. But after he went into the other compartment, the small monk started telling the two girls about how scary this Senior Brother Song Shuhang, who liked spanking people until they shat all over the place, was. And as coincidence would have it, all these words were heard by Senior Sister Yi Si, who was hiding inside Song Shuhang's body. Speaking of which, Song Shuhang discovered that he had been careless and hadn't bought a ticket for the train. He had actually brought Senior Sister Yi Si on the train without buying a ticket for her. Ahahaha. Anyway, Yi Si heard the discussion between Guoguo and the two girls. At the end of the day, she was a fifth-stage spiritual emperor, and it was a piece of cake for her to hear what people in the adjacent compartments were talking about. After she heard someone mention Song Shuhang's name, she immediately told him about it. After hearing the news, Song Shuhang got curious and decided to see which acquaintance was riding the same train as him. In the next moment, Song Shuhang saw Guoguo's little bald head, as well as the two cute girls standing next to him, one older and one younger. According to the information Senior Brother 3 Realms provided him during the call earlier, these two cute girls should be the honored guests that Guoguo abducted this time. How to explain this? If there was fate between them, people would meet even if they were thousands of miles apart. And if there wasn't fate between them, they wouldn't meet no matter how close they were. From the looks of it, there was a lot of fate between him and Guoguo. He just finished talking with Senior Brother 3 Realms on the phone, and he already bumped into the small monk. Song Shuhang sized up the two girls, and the two girls also stared at Song Shuhang. After a short moment, the slightly older girl seemingly remembered something very scary. Her face turned red, but she still firmly kept off in front of her younger sister while saying to Song Shuhang, "Senior brother Song, if you really have to spank us until we sheet all over the place, please let off my younger sister. I'll accept double the punishment in her stead." Song Shuhang. In the next moment, he angrily shouted, "Guogua." At the same time, he put even more strength in the fists drilling into Guogua's temples. "Painful, painful, painful. Senior brother Shuhang, please, let me go. It's so painful that my head is about to explode." Guogua wept bitterly. But right at this time, a pleasant-sounding sound echoed in the train. They had reached the next train stop. Song Shuhang let off the teary Guogua and said to the three mean children, "Did you three bring along some luggage?" The slightly older girl shook her head. "Very good, in that case, follow me." Song Shuhang clenched his teeth, and said, "In addition, I don't have the hobby of spanking people until they sheet all over the place. However, I'm really considering spanking Guogua until he sheets all over the place when we get back." Afterward, Song Shuhang brought the three mean children along and returned to his seat, moving his suitcase to one side. Inside the suitcase were some local specialties of the Yellow Mountain area. During this summer vacation, he had been away from home for the most part. Thereupon, he decided to buy some local products for his parents while he was at it and bring them back as a gift. The little girl sitting in the adjacent seat blinked her eyes, and asked in not very standard Mandarin, "Elder brother, are you getting off the train?" The lotus flower Song Shuhang had gifted her earlier had been already carefully stored inside a transparent box. As such, when the source of that alluring aroma disappeared, the smell likewise disappeared from the compartment. At first, Song Shuhang thought that the girl would be unable to resist it, and would end up eating the lotus flower. That lotus flower was just another type of food in the end. But he hadn't expected that the little girl would be able to resist the urge. Song Shuhang gently patted the head of the little girl. "Yes, elder brother will get off at the next train stop. You obediently ride the train and don't run around, all right?" "Thank you, elder brother. In addition, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I'm already 4 years old this year, and I won't heedlessly run around," the little girl replied. Next to her, the young mother revealed a smiling face. Song Shuhang laughed and then turned his head around, staring at Guogua and the others. This was the difference between other families' cute lolis and one's own family's mean children. "Did you see that? The little girl from the other family is just 4 years old and is already this well-behaved, making people feel like hugging her and bringing her back home. Can you three mean children not make the people around you worry all the times?" The small monk had a calm expression on his face as he joined his palms together, starting to chant the name of Buddha. The slightly older girl had a shy expression, and the slightly younger girl a confused one. After bidding farewell to the mother-daughter pair sitting next to him, Song Shuhang got off the train alongside the three mean children. Along the way, the three mean children kept sizing up Song Shuhang. The trio was trying to determine Song Shuhang's realm. If senior brother Song's strength wasn't that high, they could perhaps try to run away. From what Guogua remembered, senior brother Song Shuhang had just advanced to the second stage realm back then, but judging from the pressure the small monk felt at this moment, he found that Song Shuhang's aura was more similar to the aura of those senior brothers of the third stage realm. Was it possible that senior brother Song Shuhang had quietly advanced in realm during the time they spent apart? Impossible. This was reality, and not a video game where one could simply use money to buy pay-to-win items and quickly level up. This was the world of cultivation. How could it be so easy to advance in realm? Now then, where were you three planning to go before bumping into me? Song Shuhang, who was in front of them, asked at this time. Guogua coughed, and then said, "Senior brother Shuhang, can we not reply to this question?" "Hee, if you want me to spank you until you sheet all over the place, sure." Song Shuhang tilted his head and gently smiled. "Guogua, I need to remind you of something. I'm now at the third stage overcast moon meridian realm. Therefore, you can forget about escaping. The small monk opened his eyes wide. Song Shuhang had really reached the third stage realm. This was like cheating. But right at this time, the slightly older girl pondered for a moment, and said, Senior Brother Shuhang, we were originally planning to head to the Jiangnan area. She believed that it would be somewhat difficult to vanquish demons and monsters by relying solely on the strength of the trio. Therefore, if they could travel alongside this Senior Brother Song, who was already at the third stage realm, their chances of success would be much higher. But here came the problem: how could they convince this Senior Brother Shuhang to go with them, making him vanquish demons and monsters together with them? No, wait, the main problem was that this Senior Brother Shuhang had just received a mission from Senior Brother Three Realms, and the mission consisted in sending the three of them back. You were also headed to the Jiangnan area? Song Shuhang pulled his suitcase along and stretched out his hand to push his sunglasses up. After pondering for a moment, he said, in that case, since Senior Brother Three Realms has yet to come over to pick you up, you'll follow me to Wenzhou City. If Senior Brother Three Realms hasn't come by tomorrow, I'll bring you to the Jiangnan area. I was just planning to go there since my university is about to start. After hearing these words, the eyes of the small monk Guogua immediately lit up. Senior Brother Shuhang, as expected, you are the best. Song Shuhang used a karate chop to gently hit the head of the small monk, and then said, It's too late for your flattery. Right, let me introduce myself. My surname is Song, and my name is Shuhang. As for my Daoist name, forget it, just call me Tyrannical Saber Song 1, alright? Song Shuhang was too lazy to mention all his Daoist names. Recently, the name Tyrannical Saber Song 1 was rather trendy, and even the White Cloud Academy referred to him with this name in public. Therefore, since he was too lazy to tell them about all his Daoist names, he decided to just use Tyrannical Saber Song 1. Sometimes, getting used to things could have scary effects. For example, now that Song Shuhang was used to the Daoist name Tyrannical Saber Song 1, he didn't feel embarrassed or awkward when people called him by this name. For another example, Song Shuhang had now gotten used to using the saber, and he even felt that riding a flying saber might be very cool. Hello, Senior Brother Tyrannical Saber, the slightly older girl said in a soft voice. My name is Shi, and I don't have a Daoist name yet. My name is Zhu, the slightly younger girl replied cautiously. Well, you can just call me Senior Brother Shuhang, alright? Song Shuhang got somewhat curious, and asked, anyway, you have a single character name? They didn't have a surname? Just like Venerable, White? Yes, we have a single character name. It's the tradition of our sect, Loli Shi replied in a soft voice. Although a single character name sounds somewhat strange, I'm still very happy that I ended up with it. If our sect had the tradition of giving the disciples two character names, my teacher would have surely called me Lazu, wax candle. Therefore, I'm happy with just the single character name, Zhu, it sounds more pleasant, Loli Zhu replied with a serious expression on her face. What a strange tradition, however, you don't have it that bad in the end. According to what I know, there is this very peculiar sect that decided to name its disciples after all sorts of flora. The Daoist names of the previous generation were of the vegetable series, and the ones of the current generation are of the fruit series. Perhaps the Daoist names of the next generation would be named after cereals? Song Shuhang smiled and tried to comfort them. Loli Shi. Loli Zhu. There is somewhat wrong with this atmosphere. I was trying to comfort them, but it seems it had the opposite effect. Song Shuhang immediately had a bad premonition. The small monk Guogua quietly pulled the corner of Song Shuhang's clothes, and said, Senior Brother Shuhang, the sect you are talking about is precisely the sect Shi and Zhu come from. If seniority is taken into account, they should be fairy lychees juniors. In other words, they are part of the serial generation you mentioned just now. Song Shuhang. Well, this is so frigging embarrassing. Lolis said, are you saying that our Daoist names will be of the cereal series? Like fairy wheat or fairy patty rice? Loli Zhu said anxiously, no, I don't want a similar name. I might as well choose the name fairy wax candle at this point. Cough. Guogua coughed and comforted them. Still, Shi and Zhu aren't really part of fairy lychee's lineage. The vegetable and fruit series Daoist names are limited to fairy lychee's lineage. As far as I know, Shi and Zhu's lineage doesn't have these types of Daoist names. You actually know so many things? Song Shuhang was surprised. Aha, I just heard Senior Brother Three Realms mention this stuff. The small monk rubbed his bald head. He absolutely wasn't going to tell Song Shuhang that he had asked Senior Brother Three Realms about all this information so that he could abduct these two honored guests. Although the small monk was very disobedient, he would act only after careful planning whenever he was going to do something. For example, when he'd run away from the temple the first time to treat his hemorrhoids, he came up all alone with the idea of selling himself to a slave trader so that he could scrape together the money necessary for the surgery. But right at this time, the slightly older girl, Shi, said, Senior Brother Shuhang, are we going to take another train and head to Wenzhou City? I'm asking because we don't have any money with us at the moment. We used everything we had to buy the tickets for that train headed to the Jiangnan area. Song Shuhang gazed at the small monk, and said, were you planning to head to the Jiangnan area with no money at all? If you guys hadn't bumped into me, where were you going to sleep after reaching the Jiangnan area? And what about your food? Of course, we were going to live in the place Senior Medicine Master bought. I even have the key, the small monk Guogua said smugly. When did you get the key? Song Shuhang was stunned. Doudou gave it to me, the small monk replied honestly. Doudou gave one to Senior White, one to me, and also had his own copy of the key. Song Shuhang sighed. As expected, it was Doudou's doing. Still, what about your food? There is a lot of food stored in Senior Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Although I don't know how to cook, Shi can do it, Guogua said smugly. Loli Shi blushed, somewhat embarrassed. Shuhang hadn't expected that this little miss could even cook. When disobedient children team up together, they sure can do scary things, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Such being the case, Senior Shuhang, you will have to pay for our train tickets if you want to bring us to Wenzhou City, the small monk said, self-satisfied. Song Shuhang said, forget it, we aren't taking the train anymore. In that case, how are we going to Wenzhou City? The small monk asked. Song Shuhang replied, follow me for now. Let's get out of the train station first. Song Shuhang brought Guogua and the others outside the train station and looked for a place with no people. Wait a moment. Senior Brother Shuhang, is it possible that you are also short of money? Are we going to run until Wenzhou City in that case? The small monk asked cautiously. After hearing Guogua's words, the complexions of Loli Zhu and Loli Shi immediately paled. Running until Wenzhou City? Even if they used magical techniques, they would have to run for more than 10 hours. Good idea, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Unfortunately, I'm in a hurry now, and we will have to leave this method for another time. Alright, Yi Si, come out and meet the children. Yi Si drilled out of Song Shuhang's chest, and said, oh. Hello, little fellow Daoists. I'm Yi Si from the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion, and you can just call me Senior Sister Yi Si. When they suddenly saw a person drill out of Song Shuhang's chest, Guogua, Shi, and Zhu got a scare. After a short moment, the small monk asked in puzzlement, Senior Sister Yi Si, why are you inside Senior Brother Shuhang's body? Because I'm his ghost spirit. Yi Si replied. The small monk raised his head and looked at Song Shuhang. Senior Brother Shuhang, you actually turned your ghost spirit into a girl. Don't let your thoughts wander. Song Shuhang used a karate chop to hit the bald head of the small monk. Senior Sister Yi Si isn't my previous ghost spirit. This matter is a long story. If you are curious, I can slowly tell you about it later. A lot of things happened during this month. Yi Si, let's fly to Wenzhou City. Sure, but wait a moment. I want to activate the navigator first since I have no idea where Wenzhou City is, Yi Si said. Song Shuhang. After a short moment, Senior Sister Yi Si operated her flight-type magical treasure, which happened to be a golden book, and soared into the sky while bringing along Song Shuhang, Guogua, Shi, and Zhu. When the golden book soared into the sky, an invisible formation activated, making Song Shuhang and the others invisible to the eyes of ordinary people. Song Shuhang hoped that the navigator was trustworthy. He didn't want to end up in the wrong place. In the Netherworld realm, inside the world of the Black Lotus. Senior White too had spent several days researching the place, and he had managed to thoroughly comprehend its properties by now. Previously, he had seen the ball of liquid metal leave its mark of ownership inside the world of the Black Lotus through a special dance. Now, as long as Senior White too followed the inverse method, it wouldn't be a problem for him to crack the secret behind the mark of ownership of the world of the Black Lotus. Just give me the time to carry out a few experiments, and I'll be able to erase the mark that idiot left in the world of the Black Lotus. After that, I'll leave behind a new mark and become the new master of this world. It sounds very exciting. Senior White too said happily. After I'm finished turning the world of the Black Lotus into my private property, I'll leisurely spin a cocoon here and have a good sleep. This time, I'll hopefully be able to sleep longer than usual, possibly over 1,000 years. In the meantime, in Fairy Lychee's immortal cave. Fairy Lychee rested her chin in her hand and lazily looked at herself in the mirror. The movie that the 9 Provinces #1 group had produced would be screened today. However, Fairy Lychee wasn't planning to sneak into a movie theater and watch it. Actually, since after the 20th of this month, she had become somewhat restless and was unable to calm down. Should I look for a place to relax? But where can I go? Fairy Lychee thought to herself. Right, didn't Venerable White say that he would bring her, Shuhang, Yu Jiaojiao, and the others to the ancient ruins of that immortal to have some fun? But when would Venerable White be free? Yi Si controlled her flying golden book and brought Song Shuhang, Guogua, Shi, and Zhu toward Wenzhou City. The navigator turned out to be pretty reliable, and Senior Sister Yi Si didn't lose her way. On the huge golden book, the small monk was sitting cross-legged with his hands joined together, busy silently chanting Buddhist scriptures. Although he had an indifferent expression on his face, he was silently praying in his heart. Senior White, please, make it so that Senior Brother Song Shuhang doesn't hit me and only scolds me a little, and if he really has to hit me, hopefully, he will be gentle and won't hit me until I sheet all over the place. Earlier, when he was in the faraway wandering temple, the small monk had decided to abandon Buddha and throw himself into Senior White's embrace. Therefore, the person he was praying to had changed into Senior White. On the surface, it seemed as though he was chanting Buddhist scriptures, but in truth, he was anxiously offering prayers to Senior White. The 2 young girls, Shi and Zhu, curiously sized up Song Shuhang. The younger one in particular, Loli Zhu, frequently showed her canine teeth to Song Shuhang. If her expression was translated into words, the rough meaning would be, Senior Brother Gao Sheng must be bitten to death. Song Shuhang decided to give Senior Brother 3 Realms a call. Senior Brother 3 Realms seemed to be under quite some pressure, and he quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Shuhang. Since you called me, is it possible that you have some good news? Yes, there is indeed good news. I found Guogua, Song Shuhang said. Earlier, just as I hung up the phone, I bumped into Guogua. He happened to be riding the same train as me. Therefore, I conveniently grabbed him and took him with me. Ahahaha, refusing to take the straight path to heaven but unknowingly barging into the doorless hell. Senior Brother Three Realms laughed, and then asked, right. Junior Brother Shuhang, were those two girls that Guogua abducted also with him? Yes, Shi and Zhu are also here with me, Song Shuhang replied. That's great. Senior Brother Three Realms immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and asked, Shuhang, where are you now? I'm currently headed to Wenzhou City, Song Shuhang said. Senior Brother Three Realms, when are you coming to pick Guogua up? If you are coming over today, you'll find me in Wenzhou City, otherwise, I'll head to Jiangnan University Town, and you can come to the Jiangnan area when you have time. I see, no problem. Senior Brother Three Realms replied. I'll first report this matter to the abbot and to Shi and Zhu Senior. Then, at the appointed time, I'll directly head to the Jiangnan area to look for you. Before that, I'll have to trouble little friend Shuhang to look after Guogua and the two girls in my stead. Actually, Senior Brother Three Realms wished he could immediately head toward Wenzhou City and look for Song Shuhang. However, he had to wait for a person and go look for Song Shuhang together with her. This person was Shi and Zhu's senior sister. She, too, had gone out alongside Three Realms to look for Guogua and the others. No problem, Song Shuhang replied. Senior Brother Three Realms clenched his teeth, and said, Shuhang, in addition, I'll also have to trouble you to give little Guogua a good lesson in my stead. Let him understand how cruel the world of cultivators is. Aha, Senior Brother Three Realms, it's better if you take care of this matter yourself, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Senior Brother Three Realms heaved a sigh, and then said, Tell Guogua that I'll soon come to look for him. If he dares to run away again, he's dead. After concluding hanging up the phone, Song Shuhang looked at the three disobedient children. You should have also heard the contents of my conversation with Senior Brother Three Realms, Song Shuhang said. Therefore, I'll be in charge of taking care of you guys until he comes over to pick you up. After hearing these words, Guogua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, it had been worth it to offer prayers to Senior White. Senior Brother Shuhang didn't scold him, nor did he beat him up, excellent. Next, he would pray to Senior White and wish that Senior Brother Three Realms wouldn't hit or scold him either, allowing him to safely transcend this tribulation. But right at this time, lolis asked curiously, Senior Brother Shuhang, is the world of cultivators really that cruel? Huh? Why are you asking this question? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Just now, didn't Senior Brother Three Realms say that Senior Brother Shuhang should let Guogua know how cruel the world of cultivators is? Loli Zhu blinked her eyes, and said, I was wondering if this cruelty is similar to the one we witnessed in Apocalypse War, where Senior Brother Gao Sheng was beating up Ling Yi to show him how cruel the world of cultivators was. Loli continued, therefore, is Senior Brother Shuhang planning to do the same thing he did in the movie, beating up Guogua until he starts rolling on the floor in pain? Song Shuhang was speechless. From the looks of it, Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character was going to become a stain that wouldn't go away for the rest of his life. Stop making connections between that movie and the real world. A movie is just a movie, and Apocalypse War is just a story with a fictional plot. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In addition, the world of cultivators is cruel in a different way compared to the movie. In that case, how is exactly the real world of cultivators cruel? Loli Zhu asked out of curiosity. Loli added, does that mean that there aren't senior brothers oppressing their junior brothers in the real world? Whether or not senior brothers are oppressing their junior brothers in real life, is not something I know. After all, I'm a loose cultivator. Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders, and said, nevertheless, the cruelty of the world of cultivators is probably related to the scary heavenly tribulation, or to those unfathomable man-made tribulations. Loli said, Senior Brother Shuhang, I feel that your words are inappropriate. The heavenly tribulation is very fair and treats every cultivator the same. I don't think it can be regarded as cruel. Loli Zhu said, Senior sister, what you said is wrong. The heavenly tribulation is actually very cruel. If one fails to transcend the heavenly tribulation, both their body and soul would be destroyed, and all the strength they accumulated in thousands, or even tens of thousands, of years would immediately turn into ashes. In addition, they would also lose the possibility to reincarnate. For cultivators, the heavenly tribulation is surely the cruelest thing. The small monk Guogua discovered that he was unable to participate in this conversation. Song Shuhang felt that both girls made reasonable points. Alright, from this point of view, the heavenly tribulation is indeed very cruel. Anyway, Senior Brother Shuhang, what are these man-made tribulations you mentioned? Loli Shi asked of curiosity. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and said, speaking of man-made tribulations, some cultivator might want to stab you to death due to a conflict of interest, some cultivator might decide to kill you just because they don't find you pleasing to the eye. Then, just because there were some grudges between their ancestors, two sects might start fighting each other and hope for the destruction of the opposite party. Every similar case that can cause death can be counted as a man-made tribulation. After stepping on the path of cultivation, the majority of the senior Song Shuhang had gotten in touch with were part of the 9 provinces #1 group. As such, he hadn't come in contact with the cruel part of the world of cultivators that much. He had first met Altar Master, then Young Master Hai from the Limitless Demon Sect, the killers from the 33 Divine Beast Sect, as well as the Sea Urchin Warrior race. However, although all of these encounters were rather deadly, Song Shuhang felt that they couldn't really be classified as cruel. The only events that reached the cruel level were probably the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion he saw after entering the pavilion, or the life and death battle between the scholarly faction and the Netherworld realm. He had been really lucky to meet people like the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group. But right at this time, the slightly older girl, Shi, asked, some people might kill you just because they don't find you pleasing to the eye? There are really similar cultivators in the world? Yes, some evil cultivators have twisted minds due to the cultivation techniques they practice, and they are indeed capable of such things, Song Shuhang explained. However, since the day I've started practicing up until now, I have yet to encounter a similar cultivator. The slightly older girl, Shi, nodded, and said, oh, that's how it is. Just as they were discussing, Yi Si, who was controlling the flying golden book, suddenly turned her head around, and said, Shuhang, there is something ahead blocking our path. Song Shuhang also turned his head around and looked ahead, seeing nothing. But that was to be expected. After all, Yi Si was a 5th-stage spiritual emperor and could see farther than Song Shuhang. Is it a plane or a cultivator? If it's a plane, we can simply avoid it, Song Shuhang said. It's not a plane, it's a cultivator. The opposite party noticed us and is intentionally blocking our path. Their body is full of malice and seemingly ready for battle, Yi Si said. Earlier, she'd tried to change the trajectory of her flying golden book, but the opposite party firmly locked onto her position again. Song Shuhang immediately took out his treasured saber-broken tyrant. TSK. Could there really be such a coincidence? Just now, he was discussing the cruelty of the world of cultivators with the kids, and a person with evil intentions appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Who was the opposite party? A disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect? A sea urchin warrior? Or a demon of the netherworld? Just as he was in deep thought, Yi Si got closer and closer to the person blocking their path. Song Shuhang was now able to see the silhouette of that person. It was a very ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He looked around 40 and had a slovenly appearance. Black energy had materialized around him and was entwining the body of the middle-aged man. The black energy was filled with foul aura, it was the energy of the netherworld realm. This materialized energy of the netherworld realm twining all around the middle-aged man had seemingly transformed his body. In addition, it was solely due to the energy of the netherworld that this middle-aged man could float in the air and fly. Is that someone from the netherworld realm? Or is he an evil cultivator? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. The opposite party looked somewhat strange. He. Right at this time, the middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Song Shuhang. Both his eyes were bloodshot, and his pupils didn't resemble those of a human, but were more similar to the vertical slit pupils of a snake. He had locked onto the position of Song Shuhang and the others thanks to these strange eyes of his. "Found you, human cultivator," the middle-aged man issued a devilish growl from afar. "As long as you are a human cultivator, you must die." Song Shuhang. The slightly older girl, nodded her head, and said, I see, so this guy is the type of cultivator that Senior Brother Shuhang mentioned earlier, the one that would kill others just because they don't find them pleasing to the eye. The slightly younger girl, Zhu, likewise nodded. It seems that such a man-made tribulation really exists. Senior Brother Shuhang is really incredible. But right at this time, Yi said, "This guy is very strange. His body seems really weak, and only has the strength of someone at the Foundation Establishment realm." Chapter 838 Repeating die 7 times sounds more domineering. Is that an evil cultivator that made some mistake during their practice? Song Shuhang asked. That shouldn't be the case. I feel that this guy didn't practice in the first place. Yi furrowed her brows, and said, "It feels as if highly concentrated energy of the netherworld realm was injected into his body, becoming one with it. It's almost as if the energy of the netherworld had taken possession of his body." Highly concentrated energy of the netherworld realm? In that case, Song Shuhang looked toward his chest and nodded. "It's time for you to come out." Projection of the lotus flower. In the next moment, the nucleus in his heart aperture happily projected out the image of a lotus flower. The tens of thousands of roots of the lotus flower instantly whizzed toward the middle-aged man. Incredible. Little Guogua opened his eyes wide. Was this a new magical technique that Senior Brother Shuhang learned during the time they spent apart? It looked amazing. So many tentacles. Loli Zhu called out in alarm. Song Shuhang. Those aren't tentacles, those are roots. Tentacles and roots belong to completely different species. Tentacles belong to the animal kingdom, while roots to the plant kingdom. The slightly older girl, used a karate chop to hit the head of her junior sister. Those aren't tentacles, those are roots. Loli Zhu earnestly nodded, and then again called out in alarm, "So many roots." Song Shuhang didn't intend to ridicule the situation any further. In the time it took to say a few sentences, the tentacles of the lotus flower had already reached the middle-aged man, pricking into the rich energy of the netherworld entwining his body. Although it was likewise highly concentrated energy of the netherworld realm, the quantity of the energy entwining the body of this middle-aged man was insignificant when compared to the one inside the body of that ferocious beast made of evil energy that they'd encountered in the Jade Lake realm. As such, in just a fraction of a second, all the highly concentrated energy of the netherworld entwining the body of the middle-aged man was sucked dry. After losing the support of the energy of the netherworld, the slovenly-looking man was unable to stay in the sky and fell downward. However, even if he was falling from the sky, the snake-eyed slovenly man wasn't afraid. He still had a fierce and brutal expression on his face. "Human cultivators will all die." A far-reaching devilish sound spread from his throat. "It's not me who is in the wrong, the world is." This guy could actually shout these pre-prepared lines so naturally. But right at this time, Yi said, "Just as I thought. This guy is an ordinary person whose body was possessed and transformed by the energy of the netherworld realm. Was it something that happened accidentally? Or is the netherworld realm scheming something? The roots of the lotus flower whizzed back. The energy of the netherworld realm, the nucleus in his body absorbed this time, was almost negligible. It was at most comparable to the energy inside a spirit stone of the 6th stage. Yi Si said, "Who knows, should we just let this guy fall from the sky? Now that he lost the support of the energy of the netherworld realm, he can't stay in the air anymore. After falling down, he will likely turn into minced meat. Should we let him be? We won't have to do anything, and we'll save time. We can also save and tie him up. I feel that this whole matter isn't as simple as it looks. After capturing him, I'll contact the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group. I feel that true monarch Eternal Fire from the White Cloud Academy will be rather interested in this guy," Song Shuhang said. As long as it was something related to the netherworld realm, the disciples of the scholarly faction would be interested in it. After all, the two camps were extremely hostile toward each other. "Leave it to me," Yi Si said with a smile. She controlled her golden book and flew downward in the direction of the falling man. After getting close to him, Yi Si stretched out her hand and took out a small cage, throwing it at the opposite party. The small cage inflated alongside the wind and instantly turned into a 2 meters big cage, swiftly trapping the middle-aged man. Afterward, the bottom lid of the cage firmly sealed the middle-aged man. Done. Yi Si stretched out her hand and waved it, with the huge cage flying back and hanging itself onto the rear of the golden book. Bang, 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 the fierce-looking middle-aged man crazily hit the cage. His vertical slit eyes were full of killing intent. "You damnable human cultivators, you will die. Every human cultivator must die, 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 die." He said everything in one breath, without even gasping for breath. But right at this time, the slightly older girl, stared at the middle-aged man, and said, "Just now, you shouted, 'Die,' 6 times in a row. I feel that you fell short of one 'die.' If you wanted to fully display your anger and indignation, you should have shouted, 'Die,' 7 times, it would have looked more domineering. Like this, 'Die, die, 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 die.'" Song Shuhang. The heavens bestowed myriad things upon humans, but humans gave nothing back to the heavens. "Die, die, 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 die," the middle-aged man shouted angrily, using his hands to hit the cage. Song Shuhang said, "I feel that this guy needs to calm down a bit. Punch him, that should do it. After all, the strength of his constitution is only at the foundation establishment realm," Yi Si said without turning her head back. "The gaps in the cage are very small, my fists won't pass through," Song Shuhang said. Yi Si turned her head around, and said, "You can use the pressure alone. You are now a cultivator of the 3rd stage realm, and you can use the shock wave generated by your fists to make him faint. If I use the shock waves of my fist right now, I'll probably make his head explode directly," Song Shuhang said. He had advanced in realm during the past few days, and he had yet to get used to the increase in strength. As such, he wasn't sure if he could properly control the strength of his fist. Let me," the small monk Guogua said happily. He stretched out his small fist and made an effort to punch forward. The shock wave his fist generated hit the body of the middle-aged man. However, it turned out that the force behind the fist was too weak. The middle-aged man felt pain, but didn't faint. "Ouch, ouch," the middle-aged man hissed in pain and glared at the small monk. The small monk blushed with shame, and said to Shi and Zhu, "Let's do it together." As such, the 3 children surrounded the cage and started punching. Small shock waves headed toward the cage one after another along with their fists. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, Aya," the middle-aged man called out in pain again and again. Still, perhaps due to the strength behind the fists of the 3 children being too little or the body of the middle-aged man being too tenacious due to the energy of the netherworld realm, the middle-aged man kept calling out in pain, but didn't faint. Song Shuhang was speechless. He felt that the screams were getting noisier and noisier. But after seeing the unyielding looks on the faces of the three children, he decided to leave it at that and let them continue. Shuhang took out his mobile phone and opened the 9 Provinces #1 group, sending a message where he explained everything that happened just now. He described the physical condition of the middle-aged man and also attached 2 pictures. This time, the first person to reply wasn't Northern River's loose cultivator. Senior Northern River had quietly headed to the Forbidden City to familiarize himself with the place. Therefore, he didn't get online to flood in the group recently. This time, the first person to reply was Fairy Lychee. Oh. Shuhang, you again chanced upon something strange? Yes. I was heading back home when a series of strange events took place, Shuhang replied. Afterward, Shuhang also added, "At Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire. Senior Eternal Fire, are you online? Are you interested in this prisoner? If so, you can send someone to Wenzhou City to look for me, and I'll gladly leave the prisoner to you." Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Little friend Shuhang, fellow Daoist Eternal Fire is very busy lately. The scholarly faction is now forced to deal with all those matters it neglected earlier, and fellow Daoist Eternal Fire has no time to get online. Such being the case, little friend Shuhang should keep that prisoner locked up for now. After I'm finished taking care of a few matters, I'll make a trip to Wenzhou City, and you can leave the prisoner to me at that time. True monarch Yellow Mountain had yet to change his nickname. From the looks of it, he sure was tired lately. Shuhang replied, "Very well. Senior Yellow Mountain, I'll wait for you in Wenzhou City, then." Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. In addition, little friend Shuhang, you can also try to beat up that prisoner to get some useful information out of him. Shuhang said, "I see, I'll give it a try." Shuhang hadn't studied techniques to extract information out of prisoners. In addition, that fierce-looking middle-aged man seemed unafraid of death. He was definitely a tough nut to crack. Such being the case, should he consider going online and studying the 10 great tortures used during the Qing dynasty? Around 10 minutes later, Shuhang managed to obtain quite a few bits of information from that middle-aged man. And no, he hadn't looked for some special technique to extract information online. After Guogua, Shi, and Zhu surrounded the middle-aged man, hitting him for a while, the guy became somewhat muddle-headed. As a consequence, he snapped out of that state of constant aggressiveness. Now, his snake-like pupils weren't filled with murderous intent, but panic. Upon seeing the situation, Shuhang had a sudden idea, and tried to ask the man a few questions, and the man unexpectedly replied truthfully. Shuhang quickly understood what had happened. From the looks of it, the middle-aged man was dauntless and unafraid of death because he had been influenced by the energy of the netherworld realm, temporarily ending up in this unusual state. Now that the middle-aged had snapped out of it, he had reverted to his true self. The middle-aged man quickly revealed everything he knew. His name was Zhao Shuibao, and he was 38 years old this year. To sum things up, he was a rather eccentric person, and his motto was, "It's not me who is in the wrong, the world is." It turned out that these shameful lines he'd said before were actually his motto. He believed that the world wasn't a fair place, and since the day he had been born, the world had been treating him unjustly. Whether it was during school or later when he started working, he felt that his life hadn't been easy. Since the heavens weren't helping him, he could only rely on his own effort. When he was 33 years old, Zhao Shuibao followed the suggestion of a fellow villager and decided to do something big. They were going to do something that would earn them a lot of benefits at no cost. Of course, the two of them weren't planning to rob a bank or anything of the sort. After all, they lacked the skills and strength to do so. Zhao Shuibao's fellow villager said that he had set his eyes on a good place. There, a very rich old man was living all alone. Zhao Shuibao's fellow villager had never seen the children of that old man, nor his relatives. As if that wasn't enough, he discovered that the old man was someone that liked to stay at home and rarely went out. Each time he got out, he would buy a lot of articles for daily use and then shut himself in the house. Sometimes, he would stay inside for 10 to 15 days, and other times even more than half a year. In all China, only the house of the old man was such an easy target to obtain a great fortune. That very day, Zhao Shuibao and his fellow villagers grabbed second-hand equipment and weapons they'd bought in the supermarket and went to assault the house of that old man in the quiet of the night. Then, in the early hours of the next day, Zhao Shuibao and his fellow villager were found on the grass beside a highway a dozen kilometers away from there. Both he and his fellow villager wore tattered clothes and were covered with cuts and bruises. In addition, the duo discovered that they had no memory of the events that took place the previous night. But the scariest thing was that he and his fellow villager caught a strange disease since that night. Just like babies, the two of them were unable to control their excretory system. Since that day, both he and his fellow villager had to rely on diapers for grown-ups to pass their days. But even if the duo could rely on diapers, that terrible smell made everyone avoid them. After they got out of home, all the people in the surroundings would stay far from them and avoid them. Those days really made them fall into despair. Zhao Shuibao and his fellow villager suspected that it was the doing of that eccentric, stay-at-home old man. As such, a month later, he and his fellow villager tried to probe the place of that, stay-at-home old man. However, they didn't find the old man this time, and the scariest thing was that when they asked the neighbors about the old man, all of them were baffled, because none of them remembered about that old man with no children or relatives that had once lived here. Zhao Shuibao and his fellow villager were frightened out of their wits. The duo had tried to gain an advantage, only to end up worse. Not only did Zhao Shuibao and his fellow villager fail to obtain a good sum, but they even ended up paying a huge price. The two of them needed diapers every day, and as the expenses slowly accumulated, they turned into a significant amount of money. Beyond that, it became very difficult for them to find a job due to the stench they were constantly emanating. The duo could only try to look for work online to make some money and keep living. Just in this fashion, Zhao Shuibao lived in this state until he turned 38. Then, 5 days ago, Zhao Shuibao's life greatly changed. Everything happened when he casually picked up a black ring. After he wore the ring suddenly disappeared, transforming into a burst of black energy that poured into his body. In the next moment, his body suddenly recovered, and he didn't have to use those diapers for grown-ups anymore. Beyond that, when the black energy poured into his body, he discovered that some memories he had long forgotten were now coming back to his mind. These memories were very scary. To sum it up, the content of the memories consisted in two LV-0 crooks trying to attack a LV Max boss. In the next moment, the LV Max boss beat up the two LV-0 crooks in all kinds of fancy ways. These ways were truly fancy, to the point that he used up to 100 different ways to beat them up, with no repetition. Then, just as the two LV-0 crooks were about to die, the other party fed them medicinal pills to treat their wounds, continuing to beat them up as they recovered. After that, when the two LV-0 crooks finally each lost control over their bladder and rectum, the LV Max boss was satisfied and swaggered off after sealing their memories. When he recovered these memories, Zhao Shuibao was so scared that he almost wet himself on the spot. There were unexpectedly superhuman beings such as that old man in the world. As if that wasn't enough, he and his fellow villager had even decided to go bother that old fogey. The fact that they were still alive was a miracle itself. Anyway, soon after, a gentle voice started getting transmitted alongside that black energy. Zhao Shuibao was unable to understand what the gentle voice was saying, but when he listened to the words of the voice, he felt his negative emotions getting stronger. The conviction that it wasn't him who was in the wrong but the world kept getting stronger and stronger in Zhao Shuibao's mind. All the pain he'd experienced during the past few years was the fault of human cultivators. If not for that old human cultivator, he wouldn't have had to wear diapers all these years. It was the fault of this unjust world. As such, all human cultivators had to die. This strange thought took root in Zhao Shuibao's mind, not going away for a very long time. Along with this thought getting stronger, the energy of the netherworld realm entwining his body also got stronger, starting to transform his whole being. The first ones to change were his eyes. Both his pupils turned into those of a snake, allowing him to look very far and lock onto distant targets. Then, as the gentle voice kept poisoning his mind, Zhao Shuibao started taking action. With the support of the energy of the netherworld realm, Zhao Shuibao started hovering in the sky. His objective was to find human cultivators and kill them, or just die in their hands. These were the only thoughts in his mind. Luckily, or unluckily, he found his prey soon after he started floating in the sky. This prey consisted in none other than Song Shuhang, Guogua, Shi, and Zhu, who were sitting on Yi Si's golden book. The following plot involved Zhao Shuibao, LV, one demonic crook, encountering this group made up by 1 LV.5 boss, 1 LV 3 hitman, and 3 LV.1 small crooks. As a result, the poor LV-1 crook Zhao Shuibao was beaten to death again. After hearing the story, Song Shuhang said, "A black ring that disappeared after he wore it." Then, a strange voice that quietly poisoned his mind started to echo in his ears. After both facts are taken into account, no matter how one looks at it, it can't be a coincidence. Yi Si nodded, and said, for now, let's keep paying attention to this matter and see if something similar happened in other parts of China. If it's an isolated case, perhaps this guy was just unlucky to pick up a magical treasure of the netherworld realm. But if there are other similar cases, it's definitely a plot of the netherworld realm. Let's just wait for true monarch Yellow Mountain to come over to Wenzhou City. We'll hand over this guy to him at that time. Senior Yellow Mountain should have the means to obtain even more information from him, Song Shuhang said. With his body transformed by the energy of the netherworld realm, Zhao Shuibao himself was a big source of information. One should be able to obtain useful info after thoroughly examining his body. The netherworld realm spent so much effort and time to cultivate an ordinary human being like Zhao Shuibao. Just what did they want to do? Were they researching a method to transform human beings into demons of the netherworld realm? Or perhaps something was going to happen after Zhao Shuibao had killed some human cultivator or was killed by them? Song Shuhang was very concerned about the orders that Zhao Shuibao received after his mind was poisoned. At dusk. Wenzhou City, Beijing Street, Song Shuhang's house. Yi Si and Song Shuhang reached the destination without a hitch. Before landing, she used an illusory technique to conceal the cage and Zhao Shuibao, making him also faint while she was at it. After all preparations were complete, Song Shuhang rang the doorbell. "Coming," Mama Song's voice echoed from inside. Then, as she opened the door, Mama Song saw Yi Si's artful smile and charming little face, as well as her son's foolish expression. Her son had changed female companion again. Recently, Shuhang had brought home different girls each time he came back. As if that wasn't enough, every one of those girls was very pretty. There was definitely something wrong with this situation. Mama Song was now slightly worried. "Ma, I'm back," Song Shuhang said with a smile. Mama Song glanced at her son and nodded. Afterward, her gaze fell on the small monk and the two small lolis, Shi and Zhu, standing next to Song Shuhang. "Little master, you came to visit us again." Mama Song looked at little Guogua and smiled kindly. "Hello, auntie." The small monk joined his palms together and greeted her. The small monk looked especially lovable when acting all serious. Song Shuhang felt that not even he, the biological son, ever had the honor of being smiled at like that by his mother. Soon after, Mama Song took a look at the two cute little girls next to the small monk. Then, she looked at senior sister Yi Si, who was standing beside Song Shuhang. After seeing senior sister Yi Si, Mama Song's imagination started to run wild. If Song Shuhang got married to this girl someday in the future and had a boy, the kid would probably look as cute as this small monk, right? And if they gave birth to a girl, they'd better give birth to a pair of twins. It would be rather amusing to see the girls follow them around like these two little ones. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Yi Si," senior sister Yi Si said with a smile. Senior sister Yi Si's greeting pulled Mama Song back to the real world. "Hello to you too, Yi Si," Mama Song said with a smile. Then, she brought everyone to the living room so that they could rest a bit. "Shuhang, did you eat on the way here?" "No, we didn't. At first, we were planning to have dinner on the train. But then, something unexpected happened, and we ended up coming home ahead of time," Song Shuhang said. "In that case, wait a moment. I'll go prepare some food," Mama Song said. In the living room, Song Shuhang lazily leaned against the sofa and fiddled with his mobile phone. Recently, whenever he had free time, he would look for jokes and the like so as to avoid being unprepared in case Senior White 2 decided to suddenly pull him into that infinite makeup test dimension. Guogua, Shi, and Zhu, the three disobedient children, were watching cartoons. What they were watching was the 2019 edition of the Calabash Brothers. The plot was completely different from the original version of the Calabash Brothers that Song Shuhang saw when he was younger. Only God knew how the screenwriter had changed the plot. Papa Song sat beside Song Shuhang, reading the newspaper and sizing up Yi Si, who sat on the opposite side. At this time, senior sister Yi Si was chatting with Mama Song. Mama Song had prepared dinner long ago, and she only had to add everyone's share of rice. Thereupon, she pulled senior sister Yi Si over and started chatting about all sorts of topics. In the beginning, it was somewhat difficult for the two of them to chat. After all, if we took into consideration the generation gap, the one between Mama Song and senior sister Yi Si was as deep as a bottomless pit. But with senior sister Yi Si's coordination, the content of the conversation between the two slowly improved. Right at this time, Papa Song used his elbow to poke at Song Shuhang and quietly asked, "Shuhang, is the girl you brought back this time your girlfriend?" Then, just as Song Shuhang was about to reply, coincidentally, Mama Song also couldn't resist anymore and asked in a roundabout way, "Yi Si, how did you and our Shuhang came to know each other?" Senior sister Yi Si raised her head and looked at Song Shuhang, faintly smiling. Cough. Song Shuhang cleared his throat, and replied to the question in senior sister Yi Si's stead. "Yi Si and I met in a huge library. At that time, she was reading books in there, and I also happened to be there, reading books. Later, we started chatting, and we got to know each other that way. Then, as for the relationship between the two of us, we were about to become lovers previously." In most families, parents would urge their children, who were still going to school, to stay focused on their studies and get a good job. On the other hand, in Song Shuhang's family, when Shuhang was still in high school, Mama Song was already using roundabout ways to tell him to bring home a pretty girlfriend. After hearing these words, Mama Song said anxiously, "You were about to become lovers previously? What about now?" Senior sister Yi Si took the initiative to reply to this question. "Now, although we can't become normal lovers anymore, our relationship is actually more intimate than that of ordinary lovers." "More intimate than lovers?" Mama Song blinked her eyes. Then, she joined her palms together, and said, "Did you two, how can I say it, combine together?" Song Shuhang was stunned. "PFFF, combine together? It's referring to that, right?" Lolis said in a soft voice. "Elder sister, there is no mistaking. It's precisely referring to that." Loli Zhu replied. The small monk blushed and closed his eyes, starting to chant Buddhist scriptures. Senior sister Yi Si pondered for a moment, and replied, "Yes, we indeed combined together. That two-head and four-arm form was pretty cool. If not for the fact that Papa Song and Mama Song were ordinary people, she would have shown them this form right away. Papa Song put away the newspaper and looked at Yi Si, revealing a gentle smile. Yi Si, you'll be part of our family later. Papa Song's meaning is also my meaning, Mama Song said with a smile. Song Shuhang was stunned again. PFFF, Papa Song poked Song Shuhang, and said, well done. Now, you should try your best to graduate and then get married. Back then, it was precisely this way that I got married to your mother. Still, you two should be a little careful before the marriage. Having children before the marriage is a big no. Song Shuhang. The next day, early in the morning, Song Shuhang brought Yi Si, Guogua, Shi, and Zhu along and left home. He was preparing to bring Yi Si to the nearby Jiulong Street for a stroll and buy a few articles for daily use for the new semester while he was at it. Then, at noon, he would go meet his internet friend, Mad Mental Hospital's director. If everything proceeded according to his plans, he would leave for the Jiangnan area in the afternoon. Soon after Song Shuhang brought the large group of people along and left home, his good neighbor Li Yun dropped by for a visit. Little friend Song Shuhang went out early in the morning? Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was dumbfounded. Yesterday, when he heard that Song Shuhang was coming back, he was in high spirits. His state of mind while sitting in meditation was excellent, and he practiced directly up until now. But when he happily went to visit Song Shuhang's place, he got the news that he had left already. Is it possible that there is no fate between me and the Enlightenment Stone? As expected, it's better if I just return to the penniless thief sect and start practicing for good, increasing the strength of my emptying miracle hands by a notch. After that, I'll go to True Monarch Yellow Mountain's immortal cave and sweep it clean to wash away the shame from the past, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist thought to himself. Just as his mood had gotten a turn for the worse, Mama Song said, Shuhang went shopping with a bunch of friends, and he should come back soon. Therefore, do you want to wait here? After hearing these words, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist's eyes immediately lit up. In that case, I'll trouble you. Li Yun, you are too courteous, the nearby Papa Song said with a smile. Jiulong Street was a thriving shopping street. Song Shuhang brought along Yi Si and the others and visited several shops, buying a few articles for daily use. The three disobedient children closely followed after Song Shuhang and didn't leave by so much as an inch. At this time, they had already thoroughly discarded the notion of running away. After all, Senior Sister Yi Si was a fifth-stage spiritual emperor, and they had no chance of running away from her. And right at this time, Senior Sister Yi Si was getting brainwashed by all sorts of ads. Good news, big good news. Hello, dear customers. Due to the shop closing soon, we decided to sell all the high-quality leather shoes in stock at very low prices. We are literally selling at a loss. Everything is, buy one and get one free, buy one and get one free. We aren't even interested in making money, we just want to empty our stock. You don't have to worry about the quality. You only have to worry about not being able to recognize it. You can choose whichever pair you want, they are all included in the promotion, buy one and get one free. We are truly selling at a loss, and at the lowest price possible at that. Senior Sister Yi Si grabbed Song Shuhang's hand, and said excitedly, Shuhang, did you hear? They are selling at a loss. Buy one and get one free. Should we go take a look? Yi Si, don't be in a hurry. Song Shuhang calmly looked at that shop. Actually, that shop started doing business around the time I got in high school. Then, after doing business for around half a year, they started with this, the shop is about to close, selling at a loss, buy one and get one free thing. In other words, the shop is about to close since 3 years ago. Is that the case? Senior Sister Yi Si opened her eyes wide. But if that's the case, are there still people buying the shoes in the shop? Definitely, after all, this is the thriving Jilong Street, and the number of people that come here shopping is very large. As such, there are surely a lot of new people that come here every day, Song Shuhang said. Senior sister Yi Si silently nodded her head. Their schemes are truly deep. Song Shuhang laughed. Actually, it was nothing but an overused old formula. A true deep scheme consisted in killing without showing the blood, quietly emptying the wallet of the customer after giving them a few discounts. Half an hour later, Song Shuhang brought Yi Si to a shop with female clothing. Most of the clothes Yi Si had were immortal ones. Although pleasing to the eye, they weren't really suited for everyday life. Therefore, Song Shuhang decided to buy a few normal sets of female clothing for her. Shi and Zhu accompanied Yi Si and went to choose the clothes. Song Shuhang and Guogua sat on the chairs of the resting area of the shop, relaxing a bit. Perhaps because he drank too much earlier, Song Shuhang felt like going to the bathroom. Thereupon, he said to Guogua, "Guogua, you wait here for Yi Si and the others. I'm going to the nearby bathroom." "Right, don't try to run away." Guogua nodded his head. There was no way he would dare to run when a fifth-stage spiritual emperor like senior sister Yi Si was around. Also in Jilong Street, a young monster hunter had hurried to this place close to Beijing Street very early since he was planning to meet with his internet friend, stressed by a mountain of books later at noon. Anyway, since there was still some time left before their meeting, the young monster hunter decided to take a stroll in the famous Jilong Street, which was adjacent to Beijing Street. Perhaps because he drank and ate too much along the way, the young monster hunter now felt like going to the bathroom. Thereupon, he casually found a hotel called Full Moon Tower, and got inside to borrow their bathroom. But after entering into the bathroom on the ground floor, the eyes of the young monster hunter suddenly lit up. Guess what he had seen? He saw a man wearing big sunglasses ahead of him. The eyesight of the young monster hunter was very good, and even if the opposite party was wearing sunglasses, it took him but a glance to determine his real identity. There was no mistaking it. The opposite party was none other than the actor interpreting Senior Brother Gao Sheng's role, the greatest villain in the Apocalypse War movie that was screened yesterday. At this time, Scholar Drunken Tyrant had already cried himself to sleep. Senior Brother Gao Sheng must die. The younger monster hunter shouted inwardly. Thereupon, he took out his mobile phone and started recording a small video. His plan was to put a gunnysack on the head of the actor playing Senior Brother Gao Sheng's role. Of course, it was nothing but a prank. He was a monster hunter, and he wouldn't harm ordinary people.